Good evening, guys.
Hi, everyone. CR's here again.
Yeah, CR is here, and me, as usual. Hey, Oslander, good to see you, buddy.
Hey, Oz.
Well, what do you say, CR? Um, we have three in topics for today. Um, what do you guys say? What is the best backpack, best tent slash tarp slash, well, tarp slash
Well,
tent, and the best sleeping bags for preppers? Um,
if you have nothing, it's the one that you have, right? It's just like that knife. It's the one that you have. But
yeah,
if you have choice and such, that's different. Remember, some people don't have certain things yet. Some people don't have.
I'm gonna try, Jack. I'm gonna try.
Some people don't have. Well, most people have a backpack somewhere, but it's usually maybe the tent or a sleeping bag, for example.
Yeah, I agree.
Because
What?
like as certain shelter is gonna be heavy and usually a little bit more expensive than getting a bag of rice or beans or stacking up on water. But
Yeah,
shelter is important. Shelter is important.
yeah. Shelter is important. I agree.
Especially something like a sleeping bag,
Yeah,
because that's a passive way of staying warm.
yeah. Welcome, Huga. Homestead. Good to see you.
Hooga! I see me. So yeah, I mean, I think probably if I didn't have any of that, I think I'd start with a sleeping bag.
Yeah, but
That's
you need
something I
a.
can.
What
Yeah.
would you recommend? A synthetic
Well, let's
sleeping
remember.
bag or with feathers in?
Well, let's remember. There's gonna be pros and cons usually, pluses and minuses
Yeah,
as you look at it as a whole. I mean, if we're looking at sleeping bags, generally down-filled, feather-filled sleeping bags compress better, so they take up less room. They're usually warmer than synthetics. Yet
well,
synthetics,
everything is just good here, Huga.
yet synthetics usually don't compress as well. Usually are heavier, and but they do hold some warmth even if they are wet. Feather or down, once it's wet, it kind of loses its insulative, staying warm qualities
Yeah.
because all the air is all.
Hey, Food Forest Permaculture. Good to see you.
Hi,
People begin to drop in. That's
nice.
nice. Well, go ahead, CR.
Sorry, I had to deal with something real quick. I mean, well, if you're looking, well, let's start with sleep mix, just because it's one of those things that if you got it, you got passive warm way to stay warm without the need of a fire. All right, sometimes fire is not not the right choice, just because of the nature of whatever the situation is. And of course, if there's a fire ban, if you're going, well, I don't, or even camping out and trying it out, well, you can't have a fire, so You're gonna stay warm with a sleeping bag.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
Okay.
But sleeping bags are ranged from different comfort temperatures. So,
Well, what I've also there's this new rating that's more legit because the rating that is not regulated, like in terms of like it's done by the company. There is this I forget what it's called now. There's this R rating system now that's even more official. I think the best way is do your research and the one that you eventually get from wherever, right? Let's say because let's remember some people have less money to spend or less income and such. So secondhand and such. Try it out. Try it out in the backyard outside first. In a given temperature and get and be like, well, okay, I'm still warm. Okay, then let's say since most of us are in Celsius in that it should try it first maybe in that 60 Fahrenheit, 16 degrees Celsius overnight
yeah,
temperature. Okay, then maybe try it in the 50 and then go lower until I'm at zero. Okay, is it still keeping you warm? Because the thing about shelter is usually you don't realize how the coldness until like 3, 4, 5 hours into it. Because initially it feels warm. That's because you've been moving, but once you start slowing down and resting, you're not moving anymore and such and such. Oh, look who's in. More people.
yeah, who can
Hi.
Rob Painless
We got
is
Rob
in
in
the
the
house.
house. Hi,
Hey,
Rob.
Rob, how are you doing? By the way, how are you doing, guys? I hope everything is okay with you. No problems this week or any mishaps. Well, you
At
never
least
know.
for now.
At least for now.
Yeah. I mean, what's I was just thinking to myself too. Is a sleeping bag can also double as a blanket for someone too. You know,
Yeah,
because well, some of them, not all of them, but some of them you can you unzip all the way around. Well, not all the way around, but on three sides. You can actually use it like a blanket too. So if you're looking for a new blanket, maybe consider a sleeping bag as a
yeah,
multi-purpose item that you can have. I mean, I've used a sleeping bag inside before. It was easier than trying to find or fight over a blanket from someone else. I just brought a sleeping bag. I'm like, I'm good, guys. I brought a sleeping bag. You brought a sleeping bag, Sierra? Yeah. Back when I was traveling, I think that was in 2018, this winter of 2018. Wait, there were so many people. I'm like, I don't want to fight over a blanket or whatever, right? Or I'm like, I'll just bring a sleeping bag. So I just did it like that.
yeah,
And some of those sleeping bags can get quite expensive, especially the lowest temperature rating that it's possible with too. And
yeah.
of course, it
Those
gets heavier too.
for extreme temperature. Yeah, they are really expensive. I don't think even I can afford them.
Yeah, there.
Uh,
I do not have a winter sleeping bag. I have free season type of sleeping bags, but something at least something that can help you get down to let's say below 50 Fahrenheit or plus 10 Celsius at night. At night, so no sunlight, no solar energy warming you up or whatever. You know, I would
yeah,
start from there first. because there's different styles too. There's that mummy style, there's the rectangle style, and they all have their pros and cons. And the smaller it is, the less space it has to, the less space there is for you to have to warm up. Because obviously, for anyone that's used to sleeping, you gotta warm it up. Because if it's been outside for a bit or in your tent or whatever, it has the ambient temperature, so you gotta warm it up.
Yeah.
I know some people say do squats or do something like that before you
Before
or
you go
eat,
to,
yeah, into it and warm it up and such. Because the I think the mummy style also includes the top part,
yeah,
so you can keep your head
yeah, it
warm
does.
and stuff like that. I mean, there's some up there now that have vents, so you can vent some heat out. But what's the side chat saying about it? Let's see. Well, I guess Lossminder has a few things to say. I guess.
Yeah.
So yeah, I
Um,
mean, like it's something I'm trying to eventually grab another one soon. I got three different ratings and stuff like that. One, some are later and such. I only have
well,
rectangular style. I don't have mummy style sleep bags. But
yeah. It's like these sleeping bags are like a cocoon when you
hmm
get
well,
into them.
they'll keep you warm, right? Those probably give or take the temperature will probably keep you warm because it's that trapped air that's in the sleep mate that keeps you warm. Hence why the bottom or the backside of it compresses because you're laying on it. So most of the time, it's still recommended to have some sort of pad underneath.
Harvey is in the house.
The Harvey,
Yeah, Harvey Black. Hey, good to see you, buddy. Busy Saturday as usual, I guess.
and apparently we're going to be talking about sleep bags, tents, tarps,
Yeah.
backpacks as the main topic of this.
Yeah, we let those three topics
So feel free
roll
to
on.
chime in anytime. Your own thoughts on it.
I did see a nice solar light that lights up a lot of yard if attached to a pole or other sheep, really.
Okay, that's
Okay,
cool.
okay. That's cool.
Just to divert from our current topic for a moment about solar lights. I try to hang if I'm using solar lights. Let's just say for if you're well, because you have them inside or outside. Most people have them outside, I guess. That's a given. Usually they're hung up high, and so if I brought solar lights inside, I would hang them as high as possible. It depends where what you have inside your place and stuff like that. But most people, if they have a shower in their place, there's a shower curtain or a shower rod, so you can hang a solar light off of that, like
Yeah.
in a washroom, for example. Maybe if you're good enough, you can hang it in front of a mirror or something like that, so you can mount some more light around.
Yeah, that's the setup I used to you usually use as well. I have a pad and a sleeping bag in a tent. Yeah.
hmm I mean, there's two types. There's inflatable and there's closed foam type of pads. So, and of course,
And I
they also
use a
have their
body heater in the winter. Guess I am a wimp. Lol. Well,
well, that's
well,
winter, right? That's
you
winter.
get a point there. Actually, in a tent can be really cold, so you're not a wimp or anything like that. You need to stay warm.
Well, I've woken up with a cold back so before
Yeah.
because I greatly didn't realize how cool it's not get overnight. But I did that with a safety net. I was just camping outside my buddy's place, so it's not like I had, you know. But I'm like, oh, so this is how it feels to wake up with a cold bath. Where a sleeping bag would have helped, for example, for sure. Because I warmed up the shelter too much with the fire that we had the night before, and I got complacent and being like, oh, it's fine, and I'm like, oh, maybe not so much. 5-6 hours later, I'm like, yeah,
Yeah.
but I guess that's kind of roughing it. I'm waking up with a cold bath, and it rained that morning too, so
Yeah.
that's probably why I cooled down so much. I'm like, oh, my back's cold. So yeah, I mean, I've tried. There's like the closed foam stuff. There may be other ways of doing it on the per se cheap, I guess, right? Because like you said, I know you said the best or whatever, but it's sometimes the best is what you can get at the moment.
And what you can afford.
Yeah, I mean, not
Well,
everyone has like,
if you can afford only a cheaper one, it is better than have nothing.
but know the limits of the gear. Like at sleeping bag, know how low it can get before you. Maybe you need a little bit more layers and a thicker pad underneath, or more wind protection and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And without adding in stuff yet, let's just say, like try with just the sleep bag and maybe like a ground sheet first and see how well does that do. Because obviously, if you start adding in like padding underneath you, more layers on top of you, another blanket over top of you, a wool blanket or something, and you add in like a Mylar space blanket to reflect right at the top, you know, obviously that's not increased warmth value. I guess that R value, as they say. Oh, there is more people.
Yeah.
Sunny, Kylie.
Yeah. Kylie is awesome. Sunny Stormy is awesome too. Um, it's all awesome people here. Huga says, I have a small one person tent in my get home bag. I know most people wouldn't pack that, but I have camped enough with my dogs that I know my dogs will be quiet and let me sleep if in a tent. Well, that's good.
Mm-hmm.
Kylie, thank you for that super sticker, ma'am.
I'm away from the keyboard, but awesome emoji on screen.
Yeah,
That's what I always do now. I use the awesome emoji as part of it to indicate it. Usually at the
thank you.
channel.
Yeah,
That's
thank
it.
you, Kylie. Much appreciated.
You know, and the sleeping bags keeps you warm, but you may still want a pillow. Unfortunately, most of those sleeping bags probably you're not gonna get a pillow because you want to support your neck to a certain degree because you don't want to wake up with a sore neck. It's
Yeah,
just, it's just a thing you just gotta deal with before you get going again or doing things again. I know I don't want to have to be outside sleeping in a tent and sleeping bag and with a sore neck all weekend or all trip
yeah.
because you don't get
Uh,
that rest that you probably need, especially if you've been hiking or walking or whatever all day. You want to get pretty good rest.
Yeah. Rob says a quality sleeping bag system cannot be overappreciated. Camping in the fall at about 11,000 feet in the Colorado mountains once and woke up in about 3 inches of water where the rain had pooled up. Oh,
That reminds me of what happened to Hoopless Cat.
did he?
You didn't see that video where he was testing it out in the wintertime? There was a pool. He was too near the water, and it started to pool
Yeah.
underneath him. That's bad. Because
Well,
remember,
we
water's
have
on.
Guardian prepping in the house and on the
Remember,
panel. Good to see you, brother.
AGP.
Hey, good evening, gents. How are you doing? Are you well? Hello to everybody in the chat.
Yeah, remember you're gonna stay dry when you're sleeping, or staying warm in general, because waters don't pull heat away from you so much faster. So much faster.
Thank you, Huga. And yes, at the moment I am the one and only Swede here.
Another thing is about sleeping is to know the lowest temperature that's averagely possible for your area or for the area that you're going to for that time of year. You know, we all, the grid's up and all this stuff, so we could check a forecast a couple of days in advance and plan for that stuff like that. But something like in the mountains or something like that, there might be that 10% chance of showers that turns into 100% isolated showers right above you.
Yeah. And Huga says, gotta take into account when camping, everything outside will be wet in the morning. Yeah, yeah. I was just thinking about that to mention that too. So I have been there, and it's not fun when you wake up in the morning and everything is soaking wet.
Oh yeah, especially if the sun's not out to help dry it out. Like it's still cloudy or it's still raining, then it's like it's hard to dry that out.
Yeah, it is. When you open your backpack, though your backpack is wet, your what you have in your backpack is moist. It's not nice.
Well, because you don't want to be packing that back out or walking another day with it. Because it's not that per se mold is gonna grow or a smell. It's just because you're carrying that extra water weight because everything's saturated. So you're carrying that extra weight and all that stuff. Never mind about having like any equipment, like a lighter getting wet.
Yeah.
That's why certain little things I make sure, you know, maybe I have a lighter ready to go, but the spare lighter I have, I make sure it's sealed. So that's a backup. So if the bag gets wet, I know, okay, I can't use this one lighter right away. I can just open up this other lighter and I have sealed.
I bring a tarp when I camp. If it rains, I pitch my tent with a tarp on top angle so the water runs off the way I want to. Yeah, that's the idea I got myself to do as well when I go camping.
Mm-hmm.
Next time I will bring a tarp with me to do the same thing. Put it over the tent and put that tarp in angle so the water can just get off.
Well, just to add in something, a story that I heard from Will before. He told a story a long time ago. He told me that when he was camping before in a hilly area, what he did, he took the time to make a trench around his tent to divert rainwater away that fell downwards. So he
Yeah,
made a horizontal thing, make a trench going around his tent area and going around to divert the water. I'm like, oh yeah, that's a smart idea, especially if you're on the incline, right? That way you're not. It's less likely for it to pull up because you gave water the path of least resistance to go around. So I thought that was a good idea, so I will always remember that now. So a little bit of being proactive before you go to bed could help. That 20 minutes he did of work or whatever probably paid off. I think he said that everyone else left because their tent got wet, and he was still good. So sometimes that extra 20 minutes of work or 30 minutes of work could make or break your adventure or trip.
Yeah. Oakums says, I put a pop-up tent on top of the 2 pallets with newspaper on the pallets first, and then a tarp over the tent. Spend a couple of winters homeless in it, super hidden. Yeah, that works.
Well, yeah, I mean, like a pallet would get you off the ground. The paper would
Gives
sort
some
of give you some
isolation.
isolation. Yeah. Well, I guess if you put like it on top and in the middle of the pallet, so where that air gap is, because honestly, larger air gaps will allow convection to go through, cool it down even more. That's great if you want to cool down, not if you want to stay warm.
Personally, a hoochie is a good enough, but the kids, I don't know, they are a little too soft and pampered to handle a hoochie alone.
What's a
What's it?
hoochie?
Yeah, I want.
I know
was just
hoochie in the terms of other things, but what is that? You need to elaborate there.
yeah. My tent I have, it is bright red and silver. So yeah, I guess they make the tents in that.
That's if you need it.
Yeah, the coloring of a tent is obviously quite interesting. Like having a tent that's red like that is really a useful thing to have. Like obviously not speaking about bug out scenarios, I'm speaking about just for hiking and camping, because you always want to be visible. It's so important. It's such a good safety measure to just make sure that you're always visible to people that may want to find you. So having a bright red tent is always a good idea.
Well, that doesn't help if you're using a Campbell tarp to cover it so much.
Well, yeah, but I mean, a lot of those camo tops, the nice thing about them is that they've also got on the other side of it, they'll have like a different type of, like a completely different color. Like I know a lot of them will either use like a blue or a red underneath a lot of camo tops so that they can, so obviously you can use it for multiple function. You can either have it to camouflage or you can use it for signaling.
Yeah, so you could either be stealthy or be more noticeable.
Yeah, 100%. And then what's pretty nice is next weekend I've got a bit of a adventure motorcycle trip planned. We're going to do a little bit of a hiking. We're going to do some hiking and go up to one of the mountains that's quite close here, and maybe also I'm thinking about maybe doing an overnighter. Doing like a adventure. Yeah, out in the woods with the adventure bike. So that's going to be pretty fun. Enjoy it.
Auslander says, I give up. Hoochie, a tarp that is designed to work as a tent, roof over your head when out bush. Okay.
Well, yeah, like a tarp's brilliant. I mean, how much smaller is that than a tent? Like building yourself a nice little A-frame is always awesome. It's actually, so quick to set up.
There's pros and cons with a tarp and a tent too. Let's remember that.
Yeah, of course. If it's cold, I mean, you say so quickly because it gets so cold where you are.
Okay, it's coming into summer. I mean, a tarp doesn't really provide you protection against bugs compared to a closed tent would.
Yeah, no, that's true.
But the tent is usually heavier than a tarp. Well, most of the time it's going to be heavier than a tarp because you got poles or there's just more material.
Well, that, and then also with the tent, you can just have it pretty much based on the ground, and just have a bit of a clearing and then place a tent. When it comes to a tarp, you should ideally build yourself a bit of an elevated area to sleep on so that you're not sleeping on the ground, obviously, because then you're going to get sick and it's going to be horrible. Anybody who slept on the ground out in the woods knows what I'm talking about. But having like a tarp is really awesome for that purpose. Of just being able to, build up your shelter a little bit and kind of use a tarp in tandem with some of your like other survival shelter that you're building. You know what I mean? Like it goes very nice, part of a nice little shelter. Whereas the tents are very much, if you don't have all that much time, just pop your tent up and there you go. So there's always pros and cons, right?
Well, we have McBean Scottish Fitness in the house. Good to see you again, brother. How are you doing, buddy?
Hi. All right. I'll put the backpack on.
Yeah, that's also something. A backpack, where Huku was also saying that, like with the backpack, it is dependent on the person that's carrying it, and just making sure that you have one that's custom to fit who you are, and like your physical strength and your capability as well.
Yeah, that is when it comes to backpacks, a good fitting backpack. That is the key word that is important to remember. Because if you have a bad fitting backpack, that would be horrible to wear and carry.
So yeah, on that topic, I just want to bring up something that's so extremely important, is having making sure that you've got a bit of rash powder, or rash powder or baby powder with you that you're able to use so that you can avoid chafing as well. If you do end up chafing, because chafing can be extremely terrible on longer hikes, of course. And then just making sure that you have that, and then having a good support with the pack, making sure that the pack fits nicely against your back, so that it supports your back rather than feeling awkward. And you should go and experiment and test out your packs as well. Like always go and go for hikes with your current pack, feel if it
Or
fits
just wear
right.
your backpack all day like me, randomly.
Yeah, no, that's also, we still need to do a stream together, CR, where we.
I know, right? Just walk around in your home with it on. That'll give you a sense of it. And remember,
We have
you take a
Vanessa
sip-
Kidd in the house. Welcome, ma'am. Good to see you again.
Hi, Vanessa. If you have to take a break and sit down, that means that you had to take a break if you were walking, or you had to stop for a moment. But you're at home, right? So because if you can't, like I said, this is why I've tried out the tents outside, the sleeping bags outside, in a relatively safe area. So I know starting to know the limits before I go. Oh, let's go 100 kilometers out in the middle of nowhere and try this out for the first time.
Yeah, you see the idea, of course, with the bags as well. Ideally, the bags are always going to be combined with certain of your, mobile utility. Like that's something that's going to be important, is being able to transport. Like the idea of having a bag that'll be on your back all the time to basically unpack, and then you've got everything that you could possibly need, is kind of obviously like something that's a bit of an illusion that a lot of us have getting into preparedness in the beginning. So just making sure that I should CR, but I don't know if I want to do that tonight though. I'll do that when I have my lighting up proper and everything like that.
Oh, it always comes back to the lighting.
No, you'll see.
I thought you did all this preparedness, GP. I thought you would have some lights by now.
I do have lights. I do. I just.
I'm putting them on the spot now.
I could sit here with a headlamp, I could sit here with my solar headlamps, or like flashlights, or like sit here with my lanterns, because I've got lanterns, I've got a whole bunch of candles. There's a couple of lights I could use.
Yeah, see. Light up some candles. We'll make it all special.
My preparedness skill. And
Welcome, a woman outdoors. Good to see you, man.
No, it's all fair. But I'll definitely get my lighting up proper, and then I'll even wear my main, my heavy duty inch kit for an evening as well.
Okay. And I know Hugo said something in there, right, about a bug net. That's something to look into, by the way.
Yeah, no, definitely. I really
can put that back on the screen for a moment, Shadow. And we'll get back to Vanessa's comment in a moment.
Yeah, I want to show you guys a quick example. I've got an amazing bug net. I actually want to go fetch that real quick, just a bit of a show and tell, and I'll show you real quick what I'm talking about.
A bug net is one of those things, especially look for it. Especially because sometimes you can get really lucky and find a really cheap sunshade that has mesh on it. You can reuse that as a bug net because it's small. It's the weaving's tight enough. I've used one before. I've reused one before. I found a sunshade that
Welcome,
had
Matt.
mesh.
Second
Oh
star
yeah,
survival. Good to see you.
it's second star.
And Pinay Vlog 14. Good to see you, ma'am.
Everyone's probably like, "Wow, Sierra's already here. He was up late." What? Bug net's one of those things. I mean, you can actually. That's one item that it is possible to not have to spend money on. I know I
Ivy
haven't.
Styles 22. Welcome. Good to see you too, ma'am.
Shadow, I have a bug net mesh material that's like 5x7.
Yeah.
So that's long enough to fit over a whole shelter. So if I was using, I could use that with a tarp. Let's just say no tent or whatever. It would still help me keep the bugs out, or at least the mosquitoes and such, right? My openings and such. Let's say if I was using an apron that went down to the ground.
Hey, Nanette Mix Vlog. Good to see you.
Hi again.
Geez, well, now it's popping a lot of people here. But it's nice.
I know. And
It's always
apparently,
nice.
apparently you were talking about the backpacks, the sleeping bags, the tarps, and
Sleeping bags.
tents. Yeah, I was forgot. I guess we can extend it to like bivvies and such.
Yeah,
Bivvies are just kind of a lightweight sleeping bag with its own characteristics and its own name.
yeah, bivy bags are.
I still say try those out too. Whatever the gear is, try it out. Understand its limitations or its pros and cons of how far you can go with it before you start, diving deep end first. Right? Maybe tread around in the in the low area for. I mean, in the wading pool first before you dive deep into the deep end.
Yeah,
Right.
that's okay, Anne. No problem. Stay in the background. That works for me. Vanessa says, "What is your extreme cold weather sleeping bag system?" Actually, I don't have any.
I gotta work on that too
Yeah, I need to work on that too
because it's
myself.
hard. It's expensive and it's hard to get. Like, oh yeah, I know exactly how low the temperature gets. Minus 40 here, or with windshield that feels like lower, right? But I'm not always in that outside, and that's expensive for me. It's gonna be several $100s. Or I'm layering up with like seven like seven springtime sleeping bags and a blanket and like 2 inches of foam underneath me,
Yeah.
whichever works or whichever I have at that time. So
Oslander says, "I guess that a lot of what we consider necessary also depends on what training we had in life. Military versus civilian training versus Boy Scouts are not trained in the same as grunts." And Vanessa says, "I miss my issue stuff from active duty. I would always bring two wool blankets on the exercises with the sleeping bags." Yeah, these wool blankets are really good.
I
The real
mean,
ones.
yeah, I mean, if you can get access to full blankets, I know it's possible because I've seen videos on it. You can actually sew something together with skill and probably a sewing machine. I guess you can probably hand sew that too into something that's similar to a sleeping bag. so it would go around you, not just on top of you. Because
Yeah.
I almost forgot about that. You want to sleep in something, under something, and under over something, or yeah, in something, over something, and
That's
something
awesome,
under.
McQueen.
Cool. I thought he'd be
Okay,
back
Ivy
by now.
Styles, no problem.
I thought he'd be back. I thought GP would be back by now.
Vanessa says, yes, U.S. Air Force demanded theirs back when I retired. Sad day. Yeah, I bet it was, my friend.
It's like a friend that you have to let go.
Yeah, I can hear you from like my, the story room.
Oh, my bad.
I just can't find it at the moment, bro. I'm like looking over here.
I'm just kidding. I was just kidding.
I know, man. I know. I'm just like, because you called out the lights, and then I was like, damn it, I usually have my lights set up at least to a degree, and there's a whole thing that I'm busy doing to try and make it so that I have a bit more of a studio. And I don't know if I know that you know, but there's a whole bunch of like other priorities right now. So,
Yeah, of course.
so yeah, so like this is. Yeah, exactly. So in a couple, like I'd say in about 2 to 3, maybe 4 months, I'll have all of that stuff sorted out in a lot better way. I still have my. See, I can still do the cam, but it's just like my lighting's so bad. So
Well, that's good.
No, it's not good enough. I want to bring you the best, Shadow. That's what I want to do.
No, your presence is the best.
For you, Shadow
Your
Scout.
presence is good enough. You graciously.
We're
grateful for your presence.
No, thanks. I'm grateful for a place where I can sit down and talk about prepping for a good couple of hours. I mean, it's not many places that I can really speak openly about it. So when there is an opportunity to, I'm all there. So I love these Saturday nights. So
well,
and I always say that, but I really mean it. Like it's a good place for me to be able to chat about something that I'm passionate about.
Well, we're just talking about camping things, right? A backpack, a sleeping bag, a tarp.
Well, we have Homestead Us in the house.
Hey,
good to see you.
Oh well, we're just relating into an emergency situation, or for survival, or for prepping needs. That's all. And I'm pretty sure none of us are ultralight campers, or don't go ultralight, because that gets expensive too. That I know. Going ultralight.
No prepper or survivalist is trained the same. They're self-taught, paid, trained, and TV trained. Lol.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's Matt.
Yeah.
What's your favorite camping system for sleep out in the hinterlands? You mean winterlands?
Unless you mean Thailand. I'm just kidding, but I know getting off the ground is probably one of the most important things.
Well, I have an old military sleeping bag that is really warm. So
yeah, because I know padding is probably one of the more important things. Because the conduction from to the ground is it's always existing. It always
hey,
keeps
preparedness
happening.
veteran, good to see you.
Hey, PV. I know, see, I'm already here. He's probably like, what? Cedar's already here?
Yeah. Jeez, no.
Hey, when you're up CR so early, it makes it a lot more easy for other people to jump up as well. I don't know if you noticed that.
Yes. That's why
I pinned the link to the
stream.
the StreamYard link in the top of the chat. So just click the link
and take the elevator.
Yeah, I think it's great. It's good to see you so full of energy, Shadow. I love this. I love seeing you being more talkative, and it's awesome to see to have a bit of a conversation. And yeah, you're looking very happy. And I want to find out so everything's doing well health wise as well. Like I don't want to focus on that for anything. I'm just a quick yes or no. Things are good.
Yeah, that's good.
Okay,
Awesome.
perfect. Lovely to hear, bro.
Yay. Okay.
I'm doing just fine.
You can see it. You can see it from a mile away, Shadow, is what I'm saying. You're looking great.
Thanks. I'm newly shaved too.
I know. I try. I've spoken about this before, but I try and grow facial hair, but it doesn't really work out very well for me. It's not the best. Hey, preparedness veteran, good to have you here.
Hey, PV, good to see you.
Hey, folks, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear. 5 by 4.
Oh, here we go. Now we're started. Now we could start the real conversation.
Yeah, I just want to say hello to a couple of people. Auslander Info, good to see you. And Max Scottish Fitness, John, good to see you. Homestead Oz, Wayne and Lynn. So, what were we talking about tonight then?
Sleeping bags, tents, tarps, backpacks.
Backpack support, yeah.
And all the sub-genres of it, or the subsections of it. So, bivvies, I guess.
Well, it depends on what you're going to use it for, really.
I don't know. We could talk about that too, right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends what your use is. If you're going extremely lightweight and fast, you'll have a completely different system to somewhere where you're going to be in a static location, or I mean, a lot of the time, environment will dictate a lot of it.
Different loadouts scenarios, yeah.
Yeah, it depends on what comfort you want to be in as well, and what you're used to, and the skills you've got. So there's so many varied pieces of equipment out there. I mean, even the cheapest, crappiest piece of equipment can work just as good as the most expensive equipment, but maybe it won't last as long,
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure we've all started off with yeah, I'm sure we all started off with the crappiest piece of equipment there as well.
Well, I mean, that's why I've said, some people have to get secondhand or not as high quality as they would like, just because.
Yeah, a good place to get a lot of this gear from would be Army surplus stores.
That's if it's available in your area that you can get to, or have it shipped to you.
eBay. It's another good one. I'm talking about different variant pieces of equipment. I mean, you can make yourself really comfortable in anything from a parachute silk all the way up to a piece of clear polythene and some foil wrapping.
I'm a big fan of the contractor bags. I've said this before in comments and in live streams, and probably here before. A box of 20 can really go a long way for like a family or for people, because it's a multi-use item. It's something you may eventually use anyways, and it can help you with shelter and all this other stuff. Not meant for long-term, extended use, but because you can make a poncho out of it. I can make a tube tent. And it costs like, let's say $10-12 Canadian. I mean, for a 20-pack, I mean, that's like, I can make a tube tent for like $1.50 Canadian. I don't have to spend this $9, $8 Canadian for something that's thinner or whatever.
When you say contractor bags, do you mean black trash bags?
Yes.
Right.
Heavy
metal. We call them something different over here. We just call them bin bags.
Bin bags, the 99, the 55-gallon trash bags, contractor garbage bags. I'll say all that. It's all that.
A lot of it just can be personal preference as well.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, someone can get depends what they grew up with or get trained in, and so on and so on. They can get used to a certain piece of equipment, converse with it, and that's what they just stick with. If it works for them, fine.
Like, let's say, going back to that example of 20, a family of 5 could have like 4 in each bag. Yeah, 4 in each bag if they wanted to. Right? If they could afford that weight and all that stuff, and it's a multi-use or functional item. I can make a tube tent pretty easily, or you can even set it up so it's already ready
You'll
to
have to
go.
explain to the children why they're sleeping in the black plastic bag when you knew there was some sort of event coming. You know.
Wow, okay, that's a different thing, but I mean, like, I think they'll be grateful to get out of the rain.
Well, it's a saying. Is it?
Well, second star, if you wanna pop up, you can do that.
we used to
No
go out in the
problem.
hills
I
quite a
still
lot,
have
and
room.
we used to go out in the hills, and there'd always be one guy who forgot his waterproofs, and the odd the odd excuse was, well, my skin's waterproof, you know. But
Shariana, good to see you, miss.
half an
Welcome
hour of
to the
no
stream.
waterproofs, and the wind and rain, you soon start to go downhill pretty quick.
Vanessa
Thing with
Kitty
gear,
asked me. Sorry, Vanessa Kitty asked me what item I'm like. I said a bunch of stuff. So, shrug.
there's a thing that I've started to see in the sort of preparedness community, where on the one hand you've got items like black bags, bow drill kits, and all these other second-rate pieces of equipment because they're not designed for the job or the task, that people go on about and fill their gear and packs with. And the other side of it, you've got the high-range gear, expensive backpacks, expensive boots, expensive this, expensive that. I think people got to look at how long would that actually piece of equipment last. I mean, black bags are versatile and so on, but if you think about an event that you're preparing for, and one of the contingencies is you're going to walk 10 miles to your safe zone, or 50 miles, and it's
Mhm.
going to take you 2 days to get there, then you should gather a piece of equipment sufficient for that task within your capabilities. You know what I mean? For instance, a
Mhm.
bow drill. Why would you ever take a bow drill into the woods? The skill is to make the bow drill in the woods if need be.
Well, bow
So probably,
drill is very intensive, energy intensive. I tried it before. I'm
yeah,
like,
but instead of taking a bow drill into the woods, take a lighter.
yeah.
But
Take a
the bow
lighter
drill
that
is the
only weighs like
contingency.
0.7
Yeah,
pounds.
yeah,
I
exactly.
mean,
Yeah.
The bow drill takes a lot of practice, and it is not necessary you success the first time. You can keep going for several times before you get something.
Yeah, it's hard work.
Yeah,
It's
and you
remember.
waste a lot of calories and energy.
exactly. That's what it's all about. Minimum expenditure for maximum output, and you're trying to conserve your resources until help
Mhm.
arrives. If
That's,
it's in a survival
that's
situation.
Mhm.
yeah. Yeah, I agree with that as well. I was just going to say it's one of the reasons why, being such a proponent of just cash systems as well, and I always bring them up. There's a reason why I bring the cash systems up, and I know that it depends on. Go ahead, Shadow.
Shariana,
Ooh, awesome emoji to that person.
Shariana, thanks.
Whoop, whoop.
I
You should play a
appreciate
little.
that.
Every time someone does that, you should play a little fanfare of music and so on. And
Yes, sorry, I don't have any fan.
We'll work on one for him. All right, that's
I
the
need to
to-do
work
list.
on that.
Yeah, we'll add that to the to-do list for the week. Make Shadow custom when people donate to his channel. Ding 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 ding. Or awesome.
yeah, so Vanessa, there's correct. Carry several fire making methods on you and in your gear. I carry at least three methods.
Well, Just to add to that, I know the ultralight campers and the ultralight hikers, if they bring a fire option, they go all the way down to like a mini big, just to save that little bit of weight from a regular size.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been in that situation before. You start cutting down shoelaces to save ounces and trimming things off here and there.
Yeah,
Everything
trimming
is
the straps and all that
microanalyzed
stuff.
down to the last detail in order to save all your weight.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I trim out like the key rings off my bags now. I'm like, no, I don't need that key ring. I'll just use a little bit of cordage instead. More versatile.
Yeah. Is there an actual need to do that if you've got the time beforehand to start thinking about things? I mean, super lightweight's all well and good, but the actual equipment, when you look at it, isn't as robust as it should be because it's designed for a specific purpose. I mean, most of these, we have a thing called a chemtrail here. It's 30k plus running, and you overnight yourself. And a lot of these guys have go into all the detail of getting all their gear super light and so on. And you look at them, and the next morning, and they haven't had a good night at all. Yes, they've made it through, but
yeah, it's that balance. You're trying to find that balance where it's just like, I know some of the ultralight campers even add a little bit more comfort items back in because it either saves them the time or they wake up better. They're more refreshed.
Thank you, Shariana. I appreciate that.
I'll see you later, Homestead.
Oh, he's sticking off? All right.
Yeah, he's got to check on the dogs.
All right.
And the mum.
All right. We'll catch you
Homestead
around.
Us has to go. So take care, Homestead Us. Stay safe. God bless.
Coming back to that fire thing, I'm usually a proponent of having a flame source, a way to spark, and a tinder and tinder making tools, or something that could help you process tinder. Those 4 things.
Yeah,
usually.
it depends where you live as well. I mean,
thank you, Guardian. Much appreciated.
You tailor it to.
GP just gets an awesome emoji.
Yeah, so I was saying you tailor your equipment to suit your environment, your needs, and to accomplish whatever you're setting out to do.
Because as long as you take care of the later or the flame source, well, okay, let's say it's a later, and you got tinder with you, you know how to source out tinder from the environment too, you're generally pretty good. You just have something like a Ferrocene rod or maybe backup matches or stormproof matches to supplement that.
Yeah, a lot of people I think don't appreciate how. I mean, to light a piece of tinder is all well and good, but to get the tinder going to a developed fire.
Well, where you don't have to tend to it for like
anyway
2, 3, 5 minutes at a time, where you could start, and hopefully you already gathered some more stuff beforehand, right? Sometimes the preparedness part, or preparing the fire beforehand, is that taking that extra 10 minutes or whatever to gather more beforehand.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
And trying to light it on the first try, relatively on the first time.
Yeah, it's all in the preparedness of the fire itself.
Well, hello, everybody.
Hey, Matt.
We got a star here.
Second star.
Hi.
Oh, here we go. Now we just
welcome to the
drop in.
Thank you, Guardian. How you doing, brother?
Always good, man. Much better when you're around, bro. Good to have you on the panel.
You sure about that? Because I agree 100% with Veteran on all this. Like, we as a community rely on too many archaic skills and knowledge. I mean, it's not, we don't live in the 18 and 1700s anymore, where lighters and matches and all this stuff didn't exist. And if they did exist, they were very expensive. I mean, you could go to Poundland or Dollar Tree or whatever and pick a three-pack of lighters up for $1.25, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And lighters are the same thing as anything else. It's multi-purpose. You know, you get these big name people out there saying, oh, put all your money in big lighters and all this stuff. You know what? I've seen those cheap dollar store lighters on the side of riverbanks and pick them up, and they're full of water and they still light. And a big, you have to sit there and you have to hold it. You have to dry it out. If it gets too cold, it won't light. I mean, and the thing with lighters is that plastic, not only can you shave off the plastic from the outside of the lighter, tinder pile and light it on fire and be a flame extender. It's not just Bics, but all lighters do that. It's called plastic. So, I mean, and most people don't understand how to use ferrocerium rods. They don't understand the process of it. And like what y'all were talking about, you know, the bow drills, that should be your one last ditch effort when everything else in your bag is completely dead, useless,
Or
or
it's not
whatever.
sunny out.
Uh-huh.
It's not sunny out, and it's the middle of the dark.
Yeah, I mean, because all you need, you sit there for 6 hours trying to get the right wood, the whole entire complete setup and everything, and then
It's hard if
you
it's
sit
humid
there
too.
for you sit there for 3 hours grinding away on this wood to make enough dust to make one tiny little ember for what? For a gust of wind to blow it out, or a droplet of sweat from your forehead to put it out.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
and not just bow drill, like hand drill. There's that fire
Yeah.
plow and stuff like that. I mean, those are actually people
even
that do it.
solar.
Yeah. Well, solar is one of those things. It's like, well, the sun doesn't always shine bright enough, and it gets dark everywhere.
Yeah.
Thing is, there's the
So-
mentioned. Sorry, go on.
Oh, no, you go ahead, veteran.
I was just saying, there's a couple of comments in the chat talking about magnesium blocks. Just a quick thing. I don't know if anyone knows, but
I have magnesium bars.
if you want magnesium and you're on the scavenge or the hunt, then I believe all Volkswagen Beetle engines were made of magnesium, the actual engine block themselves. So
Yeah.
if you're in dire straits, you can go want to shave some
That's
off
like
that.
with like bicycles, right? Really old school. But
Yeah,
that's if you can find it though.
if you also go and have a look at on boat yards, most
Any
boats will
catalytic
have a
converter
magnesium
has.
block.
Mm.
I mean,
Yes.
catalytic converters can carry magnesium in it also. So
Whoa,
Yes.
GP, you got great lighting.
Well, not really. I have flashing temperamental lighting. Let me actually see if this helps it out a bit better. There we go. It should make it stable a bit more now. All right. So yeah, I was just going to say that's really important information, preparedness veteran, because there's so many Volkswagen Beetles around here. So knowing that every single one of their engine blocks is a huge magnesium rod is extremely useful. That knowledge will carry very far. So thank you. That's appreciated.
Like I say, if you also look at go to a boat yard or see boats moored up anywhere, most of them will have a sacrificial anode attached to the boat, which is made of magnesium as well. And like someone said in the chat there, alloy wheels and hubs.
Well, see, the bad thing is though, grinding away on a magnesium block, engine block or anything like that, you have to take in, protection against that also, because not only is it just magnesium that you're scraping away at and everything, but you're also scraping away at lead and a lot of other toxic materials, and trying to burn that stuff. I mean, it's going to fill your lungs and it could kill you. So you have to look at that also.
So it's probably better to prepare beforehand, so you don't have to rely on it.
It's the last sort of ditch opportunistic.
Yeah, I think
thing
that would
just
be a last
be aware of.
option. Hopefully it wouldn't come down
And
to that.
there we lost Matt. He has probably bad signal again.
Yep. He's in that dead zone again. He's like, again? Yeah. I knew I shouldn't have walked down 5 feet down this way. I lost the signal. He's probably walking back. He's like, wait.
Vanessa says, better to turn your finely ground rust and shaved alloy wheel into thermite burn pile. Yeah, that would be really hot.
Mm-hmm.
And we have James Gap in the house.
Hi, James. Hi, Earth Variety.
Welcome.
I see some other people dropping in here.
Well, feel free to get to know each other, guys.
I think Vanessa said something in there about what spark sources that we use, or do we make fire with the tools that we have, or something like that. I'm trying to.
Yes.
Vanessa's been asking a lot of questions.
What, a fire making kit?
Yeah, I have a lighter, ferro rod. That is what I have.
Yeah, just have a waterproof container. So you get no water ingress into the actual container and the kit itself. Make a little fire kit, 3 methods of fire. If you're in a sunny area, include a magnifying glass in there, for instance, a lighter, ferro rod, magnesium block, a couple of bits of tinder.
100% to that. Like a heavy-duty magnifying glass that's not going to break on you either can go right. Like you'll never run out of fire. That's. I know that it's weird for me to just jump up when you're saying magnifying glass, but I really believe I've got 2 extremely very durable magnifying glasses that I keep with me as well as part of my general bug out bag. They don't even take up that much space, but they can light endless amounts of fires. You know what I mean? Compared to
I've shown doing solar.
You're very welcome, Shiriana. You're very welcome. I'm glad you enjoy the information.
I've shown solar ignition in sun showers and in sun flurries before. Now it helps to have something like char cloth or char punk wood, char material, because it takes a flame or a spark source, but it'll also take a heat source like solar, not much quicker. Hence why it's dark in color, because obviously dark colors absorb solar energy much quicker than something that's pale white.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that makes sense. Go ahead, Preparedness. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I was just saying, modify your equipment to whatever scenario or theatre you're going into. For instance, I went from a jungle environment and modified my kit for the Middle East, for instance. Lobbed in a magnifying glass for that particular scenario. Another reason why I also opted for a particular version of the Swiss Army knife was because it had a magnifying glass on it.
And we have
we
Bob.
got Bob.
Hey guys,
good to see you again, Bob.
Well,
thank you.
Welcome
to
Bob,
the panel, Bob. Wait a second. Bob shaved since the last time I saw him.
Bobby, where's your suntan?
Yeah.
Well, I did get some suntan. Yeah, I did get some, but I was also asked to put my shirt on at the beach so I won't blind any air traffic.
We saw that. We saw that video, 40-second video. So, have you figured out why they haven't all come from wherever they are in April to your location? All the
Whoa.
druggies and stuff?
Not yet. No. It's still a mystery to me. I don't know. I didn't get any comments from any of the local people, or I've been searching local news. I don't know, but I did see only one fellow yesterday evening or after dark. One guy. And during the winter months, I would drive around my area to keep a head count, and there was consistently 4 within a couple of miles, but that's it. I don't have any idea what happened. I'm trying to keep the faith that all of the big city governments actually spent their money well and got these folks permanent housing, but yeah, you know how usually government is. They'll yeah. I
Yeah.
don't know.
Keep an eye on it, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey Bob, I gotta ask you something
What's up?
because people have said this before. Oh, I can. Oh, because I know Gil has said it about his cheater glasses using those for soul recognition. I'm like, and Vanessa Kitty brought up if any of one of us had like those more bigger lenses.
Yeah.
I mean, because here, I'm pretty sure it's available in the U.S. too. Because I've shown this before from Dollar Tree here in Canada. It's probably in the U.S. too. Yeah, I could buy like an 8x10 lens for like just over $1. I'm like, that's all I need. I can always size it down if I want to squeeze it down into like a wad, but it's a readily available item that anyone can get. On a bright sunny day, it's like that. It's like that. You know, I've shown people using it, and they're like, "Wow, that was fast." You know, I'm like, "Yeah."
Well, in my area, there's so little sun.
Yeah, for you, this is not a viable option.
Yeah, just too much
compared
rain.
to other people. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you rather have those stormproof matches, the lighters, the ferrocene rod, because they're more likely to help you out.
Mm-hmm.
So, you know, if you don't get
people
much
can always
then...
use their use the magnifying glass and their compass as well.
Well, you can use the magnifying glass for our reasons. There is our reason. You know, there's the first aid reasons that people say, and, you know, seeing something closer. If you didn't have your glasses, you know, you're farsighted.
Well, yeah, I've got a magnifying glass, and I tried it outside a couple of months ago, and it did generate some bright light and a little bit of heat. But you know what the problem was for me? Was that little pinpoint of bright light was hurting my eyes.
Okay,
so,
okay, Mr. Racer.
You know,
no problem.
You know, I mean, honestly, it was really hurting my eyes. It was maybe because I'm older. I don't know, but.
Yeah, Vanessa, Kitty, when you see something like that and it just turns a 2x4 into a flame like in like mere seconds, you're just like,
yeah,
that's really strong.
Yeah.
You know,
there's quite a few places where you can actually get lenses from, like people's glasses, binoculars. You can take them apart, compasses. Just got to be think outside the box, be creative, and make the best of what you got.
Can you say that last word again? I mean, the second last word again.
Make the best of what you got.
Yep.
No, the word before that.
Creative. That's what he's looking for.
Oh,
Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Mom. Bob knows me.
Credulously creative.
Okay.
Refuse what you can't reuse.
I mean, I've tried out this can thing before, polishing up the bottom of a can and stuff like that.
Well, Shariana, it's not too late.
Yeah, that works.
It can work. I think if you're not using solar, technically, try to have the surface that you have as dark as possible. And if you can
learn, it's never too late.
Try to have like char cloth or something like that. I know that definitely helps.
Yeah, we got a thing here. called King Alfred's cakes, and they are a circular fungus about the size of a golf ball that appears on trees, mostly birch trees. You take them off, and 9 times out of 10 they're dry inside, and they're really dark brown or dark black. And you put a magnifying glass on those; they hold the ember for quite a while, and they're really good for highlighting that.
Oh, that's handy. That's very
So
useful.
yeah, Google what are they called? King Alfred's cakes. They're called.
You know, just to get back to some, if you were starting off, I would say, work with a later first. Start to understand it. Like even a later that doesn't have fluid in it. Try to just use the sparks. Understand, that, because let's just say someone that they just started, they got a couple laters to get started or whatever. Not even matches or a ferrocene rod or like what? There's the what's that called? Potassium permanganate, and then all this other stuff. Those chemical fighters and all this other stuff, right? Start with a later first. Easy to attain. Most people can attain it. Sometimes you can get for free if you're lucky enough, like me, and start working with this first.
Lighters are okay, but the only problem I find with lighters is when you get below a certain temperature, they don't work too well, if at all, into the minuses.
Yeah, the fuel won't it doesn't have enough pressure, but it will still spark in the cold though. But honestly, you can't get that wet because once you get the wheel, but you can blow it out.
The ultimate test for someone, and this is a good challenge for anyone taking scouts out and so on, is trying to light a candle with a ferro rod.
I did that with a.
Give that a go.
I did the lighter with an empty lighter. I raised the bar on it from a ferro rod to like it just sparks off a lighter.
I'm looking at those King Arthur's cakes. That's handy. That's very handy. Should be just enough to take it off the tree. And, yeah, I'm looking at some photos of them. Yeah. Nice.
Some of them they do hold a bit of moisture within them, but if you put it in your pocket, or it eventually dry out. It's just a like a coal extender, if you like. Nature's own charcoal.
There you go. Yeah.
Similar to cattails. They're very good for that sort of thing.
Oh yeah, that cattail, that fluff, boy, that stuff would. I've never tried it, but I've knocked the tops off of them growing up, and
it's a flash tinder. It's
that would
very
be
very fast. You need something else to catch it.
Yeah.
Usually, I've heard people using feather sticks or something else because basically you're transferring the spark to a flame and hopefully get something going, so you have a flame to work with now.
If you're,
it's really fast. It's really fast.
It depends what stage of growth they're at, because if you get the really dark ones, they can actually hold the ember within the sausage part of the plant for 4 or 5 hours. You can reinvigorate the ember within them.
Well, I know you guys were talking about cattail. There is other things that are similar, just not as
the cattail
amount of fluff that you do get. I mean, there's dandelion fluff. I know poplar has when the seeds are on the ground. When I see them, it's just like there's little white fluffy things that look like corn. I tried that before too.
Problem with those is they flash over too quick. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Hey, Victoria, my life unfiltered. Good.
So you need something else in
there. A really good coal extender is those little wallet-sized hand warmers used to get, and you used to get a like a charcoal long block that you used to put inside it. You lit one end, blew on it until it glowed red. They're brilliant coal extenders, they are, because they not only keep your hands warm for aiding you to light any fire in the cold and maintain the dexterity in your fingers, but the actual ember will be sustained for 6-7 hours. So they're quite a good little tool to have around.
What's that?
And a compliment, not necessarily at all.
What's that that will maintain for 5 to 6 hours? What's that? What's that again?
They're like they're they're hand warmers.
Hand
The
warmers.
traditional
Oh,
ones were
okay.
like in a red.
I see.
Yeah, they were in a red like velvet case. And you opened it up like a clam, and it was like a fiberglass inside. You lit the charcoal blocks that came with it. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, I'm trying to actually make one. I tried it out a few winters back. As a way for something here.
What, a hand warmer?
Yeah. Literally, it's more on the bushcrafting side. Because I'm using natural materials for it.
Yeah.
It's not a chemical hand warmer.
Right.
Hot hands and all those hot paws and all that stuff. I know some people don't like them, but they're there for a reason, I guess.
Yeah, I've got some of those.
I think all this falls into the. Go on.
Oh, okay. I've got some of those hand warmers in my bolt out gear. It's not bug out gear; it's bolt out, just in case we have another Seattle riot and we have to leave. Which, yeah, just I have some of those in with that gear, and along with a few other things. I think they have a place, the chemical ones. I
definitely
haven't made any of those, All right.
This all comes
The
back
best
to the
hand warmers you can get. The best hand warmers you can get are the reusable ones, but not like the hot hands or anything like that. They actually have ones where after it has a chemical reaction in it and it heats up, and once it's done heating, all you do is put it in a thing of hot water and it reactivates itself to be able to use again. And it has just a piece of and then, those are the best ones that you can use. So it saves you.
Well, I guess that's sort of like talking about swim bags or tents. It's a shelter or eat core body temperature. I'm trying to relate it into here to our main topic here that we've been talking about. I mean, we haven't even gotten into the bags yet.
You could go on for hours about sleep gear and all this stuff. It depends on whoever. It depends on the biome of the person. I mean, somewhere like CR, you're going to need a completely different setup than me here in Central Texas.
Most of the time.
I mean,
there
may be one
freak
freak
snow. I know that's possible, and it does get hot up here too. So, but generally speaking, it's more cold here than down there.
But I'm just saying, you prepare your bag for what really happens. You don't prepare your bag for the what if scenarios, because if you prepare your bag for what if scenarios, you're going to have a bag that will never hardly ever be used.
And for you,
my bolt out vest and all, I got 3 camouflage shirts for that. That's just to run out, duck and cover and wait till it's over or whatever. But all that's in mind because Seattle area, we get so much rain and wind, not a lot of wind, but rain, and it's constantly wet here. So all my stuff is covered in wax,
Yeah, and for you, second start, it's gonna be like the water, right? Water's probably gonna be over a whole year of time. Is gonna be the single, probably really high on the priority. Really high on the priority. And for Bob, I guess if it's raining a lot, right now, getting wet, keeping things dry, keeping warm like that, where Thor's at the question, probably better to bring like a canister of like a gas to burn for fuel instead of relying on wet wood out there, for example. And for me, I guess it's
Shariana. I'm glad you find our information useful.
Yeah, those hand warmers that are in my bolt out stuff. What we would probably use those for is it's like wife, daughter, myself have to run out hide somewhere until the Antifa folks are done burning and looting and doing whatever. I would probably have to use those by putting them chest and then have wife or daughter like this and put it over the core of her body and
keep your core warm.
Yeah, hug up like a bunch of monkeys, and
right.
Yeah.
Hopefully you have some extra clothing and stuff like that. Because once your body starts to pull heat away from the extremities,
you're in trouble.
You're in trouble because you're going to start to shiver.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people have got to really take a look at where they are, what they're preparing for, the expected duration if they have to leave, and the implications of it, and really look at what skills you require to perform those actions.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it all comes to a good basis for all preparedness, I think, is to go through sort of 3 or 4 stages where you start to look at and study and hone your survival skills and your bushcraft skills, and then transition into a preparedness mindset.
Yeah,
and
I
then
agree.
transition on so that's the top tier, say, is the homesteading side of it, where you're fully sustained, because, I mean, let's face it, if it's not sustainable, then it's not sustainable. The clock's ticking. So, I mean, it's so in depth, and it can consume so much of your time and get your brain wiring and running in so many different directions. That's there's a lot of people out there who literally their heads buzz when they are faced with the fact that they've got to prepare for a certain scenario or scenarios upon them,
and be creative enough to be able to salvage, pick up trash, and use it to survive. Yeah. How's that one for you?
Yeah, if it's applicable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, all these different skills and aspects of preparedness, I think, they definitely overlap each other. There's no 2 ways about it. I mean, you could
they do.
You could start at the top and work your way down. You could be in a homestead. You need to bug out. Your supplies dwindle. You may be in a survival situation. It just goes on from there. So definite skill set. That's why I keep saying to everyone, training. You got to keep training all the time, reading up what you can. I mean, you've obviously got to have a life as well, unless preparedness is your life.
Yeah, still enjoy life, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Be people, right?
But not only that, I think a very important aspect is it's no use being the font of all knowledge and the oracle within your family. You've got to maintain some form of skill set amongst your family and kids. Otherwise, you are the single point of failure. And if there's 4 of you in the family and one of you goes down, that's 25% of your capability gone.
Yeah.
So can I speak about something real quick? If you just allow me, it won't take too long about it, but I just want to
No, you can take all the time you need.
I was asking everybody else except for yourself, CR. I was asking permission for
sorry. I got it.
I just want to say hello to Bob as well. It's always good to see you. I haven't really had a proper chance to say hello to you properly. Let me go through and explain some of the ways that I see it, right? So if you look at, I have something at the top of my head. I have my beanie on the inside out. I'm so sorry. Let me just fix that real quick for you guys. So what I was going to speak to you about is something that I think is pretty interesting regarding just understanding the basic fundamentals of, just surviving pretty much any situations, and how to pretty much understand the basic concepts, going from learning the skill sets that, you learn when you're just learning off on a lower level stage to all the way through advanced skill sets such as Bear Grylls, and Survivor Man, Les Strauss, people like that. The way to kind of ascend through that, where, let me just fix that up properly. It's a bit cold this evening. The way to, now it's in balance. There we go. So if you're familiar with what this is, so there's a little Snoopy, right?
Yep.
But it's a scout.
Wait a
Snoopy.
second, you have one too? I'm looking at that. I'm like, that looks like the one I have. Except I don't have one with a hat. What?
I never seen a Scout Snoopy before.
So I thought that you might also like that Shadow Scouts. I thought that you might also think that that's pretty cool. It's with his, with the woggle and the scarf and everything. So I just wanted to show you preparedness veteran as well. So here is the Cub Trail, right? And this is Scout specifically. So this is little folders and stuff as well that that'll take you all the way from understanding. That'll take somebody that's just getting into it. Sometimes the best way to learn things is from going all the way back right to the beginning and like learning it, all the processes again, straightforward. And then what I've got more advanced is I've got an entire folder, as you can see here, full of like this information itself regarding Scouts. It has the entire glossary of the Cubs and Scouts information. Like Bear Grylls is still the Master Scout for the United Kingdom. You'll obviously know that, preparedness veteran, but for those people that don't know, and just understanding the Scouts and survivalism as well, preparedness, all of it fundamentally should come from a desire to protect the people within your life. That's really what it should come from, is a desire to protect people that you love, and an infatuation with nature, a desire to want to be within the wilderness as much as possible, want to protect the wilderness, want to try and preserve nature in all its ways as much as you can. So when it does come down to like understanding and being more familiarized, and for somebody to go and relearn some of the skills, I think is extremely interesting and fun. It's never too late to learn. Everybody agrees to that. So yeah, I just wanted to give my 2 cents on Scouts and on the Cubs, and the impact that it's got on myself as well. As it's been amazing. I've really, I've been learning a lot more. And there we go, CR. There we go, man. So yeah,
I have one too. Oh,
They're all coming out now. Look.
who let the dogs out?
Yeah, I think Scouts is a brilliant start off for kids to get into it and get them into the right frame set of mind.
I learned most of my survival skills from going deer and elk hunting in Washington State, and I learned it from the older men about how to stay warm, how to get dry, how to start a fire, just by practically doing it. That's where I learned a lot of my stuff, and from books too, of course. I never went into the Scouts. I never did. But
Neither did I. I learned from experience. Just
me too. Yeah.
Going out camping and actually understanding. It's like, trying out the feather sticks, trying out. There's some bird bark. Let's try it out. It's all right.
Yeah.
I think it depends. It greatly depends on your interest in it as well. Sorry, you can take that, Bob. Not a problem.
No, it's okay. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, I was just going to say that it can always be an addition. You know what I mean? Like, you don't even need to be as involved within the Cubs and Scouts, but some of the principles and some of those survival skills that carry over sufficiently from the Scouts, like having a vast array of understanding of, just knots, shelter building, some of the bushcrafting principles as well. It's all things that by doing, as you're saying, Bob, is always one of the best ways in CR, like to be out there and to get the experience first like on hand, and to really get out there and to enjoy it. That's the most important thing. And I've always said this as well. Regardless of skill is extremely one of the biggest and most important things, but regardless of skill and gear, just a willpower is one of the most important survival assets, more than anything else. And having the right mentality and having the desire to get out there and to experience it firsthand, that is always going to trump everything else when it comes to like your actual capability to survive, is that will and desire, and also making sure that you can stay calm in disastrous situations, keep a level head, absolutely keep a level head. And you get that by experience. That's what yourself, CR, and Bob, you guys are talking about. So I just wanted to say that in agreement, and just to say that it's always fun to just
I was explaining to my Filipino relatives that example is that they were asking me what it's like to be cold. They don't know what it's like to be cold. And I told them that, imagine having a job where you work outside and you don't have a choice. You have to go to work and you have to make your paycheck outside. And example is you're trying to do some minute details outside where your hands don't close anymore. And You got snot dripping out of your nose right onto whatever you're doing. And they were looking at me like, "Are you serious?" I said, "Yeah, that's the way it is in the cold climates. Is that we have to stop and put our arms inside of our shirt and put our hands underneath our armpits to warm up
Oh
our
yeah, I've
hands
done that
enough, you
before.
know,
I've done
yeah,
that before.
just to be able to get the car keys out of your pocket and start your car, you know."
Mhm.
And explaining a few things like that was a kind of educational to them because they've never experienced cold ever. It might sound odd, but it's true.
Yeah,
Mhm.
I took a guy out one time. He'd never seen snow before. We took him skiing, and it was just amazed. You know, at snow. It's unbelievable.
Yeah. Most people in the tropics, they just, oh, it's so beautiful, da da da. I say, yeah, it looks nice. It
Yeah.
looks nice. It looks pretty. But when you get out there and you're doing a job 5 days a week in that stuff, it's not pretty anymore.
Yeah,
don't-
you need decent clothing or
I don't think
pretty
it's
good
too
clothing
bad
and
going
shelter.
from. I don't think it's too bad going from hot to cold. That's fairly, you know, you can deal with that, but put more layers on. But going from cold to hot can be just absolutely excruciating. And I
Yeah,
mean, you can
yeah.
only take so many layers off before that's it. You know, you're done.
Mhm.
And
It's-
humidity, right?
Well, that, and then also like the fluctuation, like rapid fluctuation of heat and cold will always end up making you sick too. Like your body just struggles to adjust to the temperature, and then
Well,
your
that's very
internal.
hard to adapt to, by the way.
Yes,
Even animals out there have a hard time. Even plants have a hard
yes.
time. So
Yeah, there's very few animals that can actually adapt to that. I know that fish have a better time doing so because of warm currents. So fish are actually more more adapted, and more adept at dealing with that too. So it's interesting.
one good thing about the humans is their adaptability. Yeah, it takes normally, and this helps if you're the fitter you are. Normally takes about 14 days to get acclimatized
Yeah.
from hot to cold, cold to hot, and so on, before your body starts changing and adapting to that environment.
Yeah.
Whether your blood gets thinner or starts to get thicker, depending on if you're going the cold or the hot. But average 14 days, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's why much of my gear I make it for look at it. When your hands don't work anymore, I know because I used to work out in the Cascade Mountains cutting wood. That was my job, 7 days or 5 days a week, and zippers. Tie a big lanyard onto the zipper so you can feel it.
Zipper pull. Yeah. Zipper pull.
And you guys saw how I made some of these many different types of fire starters using matches and other things.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind that your hands are not going to work very well anymore. You might not be able to do this at all. You know.
Yeah.
Will alone strike use a later or use a ferrocene rod.
Yeah.
It's much. You gotta actually will yourself into it. It's just like come on.
I know.
Well,
I mean, I've tried that
before. Sorry.
I was just gonna say is I tried this ice cold water challenge in the winter, just with my hands, right, for a couple minutes, right. It's like minus 11 Fahrenheit, minus 22 Celsius, and I did that with water, right? So it's actually really cold. I'm like, I just felt that. I'm like that pinky to thumb test. I'm like, yeah, and I'm touching a bare metal striker. I'm like, it took me an hour after that video to recover back to a normal state again.
Oh, I believe it. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, because the longer you've been cold, the longer it takes to warm back up. Because you're literally cold to your core.
Yeah.
Or to the bone, right?
I'm sorry, out of everybody, it is unfair how level our climate is here. I think the best type of climate for survival scenarios would have to be where we are, because it maintains a certain current temperature year throughout. You know what I mean? Year out, it's always going to be a certain level. so you never need to kind of adjust. And plants excel through that as well. Like, as you can
Yeah.
imagine, it's really, really good for any sort of agriculture. And then you can just do, if you're using crop rotation, you can do crop rotation year round, and you can really get the best out of things. So that, in that way, like, look, we've all got
Okay, and take
things with
care.
our
Stay
country,
safe.
Later
God
on.
bless.
feel a certain
Sweet
way.
dreams.
But yeah, sorry about that, Shadow. But I definitely think that there's pros and cons to all places, you know. And just saying that one of the huge pros is just our current and sustainable weather year out.
Yeah, as you know, I just came back from Mindanao in the Philippines, and that's pretty far down south by the equator, closer to the equator.
Mhm.
We took a drive up into the mountains, and I have never seen so much abundance of food growing wild in my life ever. I mean, bananas and
Yes.
papaya
Yeah.
trees in all
Yeah.
directions, everything.
Yeah.
Any little patch of soil has got a tree or
With some
vegetables
fruits on it.
growing. It's just outstanding.
People don't realize that when, if you come closer as well, I can go on a trail nearby. Like, I can take you to the closest trail where we're at, and I can show you at least 7 different types of plants that are edible. And
Yeah.
there's so much. If you're into, like, you know, a lot of the different fauna and flora that's around here, and if you okay with, you know, if you're an omnivore, like, I know that not everybody is that way. Some people prefer to be vegetarians, and that's perfectly fine. But I'm saying that there is a lot of different sources of food that are right around here everywhere. Like, it's very rich for life sustainability.
Mhm.
Mm.
Yeah, and what I saw up there in the mountains, and around my house too, is volcanic soil. You can plant anything, and it will grow. You don't have to special nothing. It just example is my sister-in-law took a green pepper and cooked it for dinner, and then she took the heart of it and pushed it into the flower beds in front of my house, and it just started growing. It's like, man, no wonder why these people don't think about preparedness very much, because there's food everywhere. It's everywhere, even in the
And it's
cities.
warm.
Yeah, yeah,
That's why preparedness in specific is something that is also so rare. Recently, Preparedness Veteran has also come across the channel as well. But recently, I've found another prepper from South Africa that's quite interesting to have come across his channel as well. And you'll find out, if you had to go to his channel too, you'd find out that you'd start seeing the differences in South Africa between the different cultures, because he's a very different culture from what I am, but he's still like I still think he's got so much information to share, and he's a pretty good guy. You know, you guys can check him out as well. But I'll just give him a bit of a bump and shout out. If you go to South African Prepper, he's a guy that's just started a channel. I think it's about a year ago he's started to do it now, about a year and a half. But if you've got a bit of time, go and give him a bit of a support and stuff as well, and just see what he's talking about. His logical, is down to earth. He is more based around South Africa. He hasn't really reached out to the international community as of yet, but I hope he does in time. But yeah, it's just it's interesting to hear that his whole family is from the culture that was all about that trekking through the harsh climates in South African, you know, terrain, and the way that they used ox wagon to go through extremely hostile terrain, and they made it out through there. So you've got to understand that from his more of a farming orientated, like he's much more of a farming background. So yeah, I don't mean to give him too much of a shout out, but I'm just saying it's quite interesting to learn from different cultures that are here locally. It's always great.
Mm.
I'm going to have to mind my tongue quite a bit when I am overseas, because my family over there, food is everywhere and it's pretty cheap. Like I was mentioning before, now during the heat of the afternoon, they go lay down and take a nap. Now, I'm from the cold north, where my ancestors, and even now, when you're come from a cold climate where you've only got a 3-month growing season, you don't have time to lay down and take a nap. You know what I mean?
So true.
Mhm,
So
mhm.
true.
You
Yes.
don't
Same with
have time, you know.
same with some of my
And
relatives.
yeah,
They
and
live abroad. I have a siesta every day.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and that's something I'm going to have to mind my tongue about. Like
It's not just them, though, is it? It's the whole town just shuts down from about 2 o'clock till 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
right,
Banks
Yeah,
shut, everything
exactly.
just
you're
closes.
right. And
It's
to
just
us
too hot to move.
as Northerners, we'd call them, you bunch of lazy son of a, you get up, get out of that bed. You've got to prepare, you've got to get out there and milk the cows, whatever. That's one thing I'm going to have to really check myself about, is just try to understand that they don't deal with the harsh climates that people in the north do. And a siesta during the hot part of the day is normal. Why don't you take a nap, lay down,
I
and
think
rest?
I think it's strange that concept exists, but then you also need to look at the way that for those type of situations. Okay, South Africa, we don't have a lot of people. Like, we've also got an a ridiculously our work ethic over here locally, because of we wake up extremely early in the morning. The average wake up time is about 5 a.m., like 4:30. A lot of the time, like most of us wake up around that time, and then we start like functioning throughout the day, and then we'll stay up sometimes till like 12 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, and then so we don't get as much sleep as we should. But then that's why we make up for it sometimes, where on a weekend, like having a bit of a nap in the afternoon, like having a 2-3 hour when it is too hot. Because, as you say, we don't need to always, be as concerned about worrying about that season, that growing season that you were mentioning. And it's true. It's because biologically you're pre-programmed to be more concerned about that growing season, and that you've got to juggle around with it, and that you can't waste time. But now there's a thing called African time, if you guys are familiar with that. Now, African time is something that's a legitimate term, that's a comfortable thing as well, where it comes to a certain when it comes to punctuality, it's not always seen as disrespectful to be less punctual. Things work. It's because it's a form of the way that nature works, is that things come together on their own timing. If you push things forward, it can sometimes be abrupt and be forced and uncomfortable. But if you allow things to occur naturally, that's where African time actually occurs. And then I'm not even joking about it. Like, you can look into it extensively, and a lot of people aren't even familiar with it. But it's a beautiful concept. It's something that's very interesting, and it works out well because of the fact that it is hot here, and that things can't always be done right now. You know what I mean? Like, things do sometimes need to just be patient as well. Like, just with in general work environments.
Yeah, that's. The U.S. military was life-changing for me, because I don't know about the Swedish military or the British military, but we were conditioned and punished if we did not follow along with one golden rule. If you're not 10 minutes early, you're late, and if you're late, you're going to pay a price for it.
5 minutes before, 5 minutes before.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, see, the British were the same as the U.S. That was life-changing for me, because prior to that, I was always punctual, but I wasn't that concerned about it. But I think that's where I run into some conflict with people here and overseas, where I get uptight. If we're going to be late, I get uptight about it, and I think that's just something I have to work on myself. But I'm retired now. I don't have a schedule anymore, but I still live that way.
That's the army side and stuff coming out. Yeah, it's the same with us here. Yeah,
It's a habit.
It is.
When you're used to something, you create a habit, and when you retire, it's stuck there.
Yeah. I think there are situations when I'm overseas and even here in the US when people don't understand my mentality. That's because that's one of the situations. What are you worried about? We're going to get there. Well, no, we're not going to be late. Yeah, just something I've got to work on. But there is a big difference between northern mentality and southern warm weather mentality. It's a big difference between the two of us.
Yeah. I put the wiki link. The actual wiki link is what I typed out there. I had to type it out in two, but it's African time is the perceived cultural tendency in parts of Africa and the Caribbean towards a more relaxed attitude to time. This is sometimes used in a pejorative sense about tardiness in appointments, meetings, and events. And it's because of the weather. It's because the weather plays a huge role in that, of course. Like that's something that's a very important element.
Yeah. Yeah, I could see why if you're a northerner and you move to a new part of the world, there's going to be some personality clashes, and you know, imagine how harsh things were 150 years ago when the English were settling into South Africa, Belize, the tropical countries, and must have been very difficult for everyone.
Do you know how silly it was that what the English did was I don't know, preparedness veteran, if you can back me up on this, about the red coats, about no matter where they would go, they would always have the red jackets with them.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And of course,
definitely.
and then in certain terrain, obviously, it doesn't always play the best part, is having like a red kind of coat in a terrain that's very bush felt and green and khaki colors and that type of thing. Like,
yeah. That's only that sort of mentality has only started to fade away in the last 10 or 15 years or so, and you especially find that in the regimental units, the corps units, and the basic infantry units. The more specialised you get, the more of a scope to sort of wear what you like and to dress how you like in order to achieve the actual task, instead of being regimented and top button done up and all this sort of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I think tactically though, you'll always find like your elite special forces and that'll always wear, as you're saying, specified gear towards certain tasks as well. And I think that's always interesting. The innovations technologically that are coming up when it comes to your armor suits, because that's something that I've always been interested in. Like I absolutely love the idea of having like a armor to protect yourself and tactical certain armor, and the way that some armor as well, certain upgrades are being made like at the moment. And if you look at tactical armor suits, military tactical armor suits 2022, for example, or something like that, and you go and look up certain YouTube videos, try and find the authentic ones, because there is fake ones obviously out there, but you can go and see all of these new modernized tech that is extremely awesome. As somebody that's very invested in crime prevention, like getting my hands on like a complete like tactical suit to be able to use for crime prevention would be such a godsend, and would be able to mean a lot of protection that I could provide, not just for myself, but the community. So I always see it from that angle.
No bulletproof vest is bulletproof. There's always a limit to it.
Mm-hmm.
Although I've seen people get shot with supposedly bulletproof plates in and stuff, and they've survived. It's done the job. But they've got a lifespan as well. Most of them about 5 years for the bulletproof versions.
Well, we also got some of the innovations, and of course, throughout time and history, whenever there's been a new implication of a new weapon, there's been an armor that's been able to, there's always been an armor, and then there's a weapon that'll be able to kind of overcome the armor, and then an armor built to provide resistance towards that weapon. It just keeps building on itself exponentially to a degree.
It's all a cat and mouse game. And the good things, well, there's nothing good about it. The test beds for these sorts of pieces of equipment that emerge are conflicts. And every time there's a mini conflict or a war, all these list X companies or civilian companies that provide military equipment, they produce an item of gear and they give it to a unit to test out or trial, or a unit needs an operational urgent requirement and they get a piece of equipment made. And the benefit to them is, if that piece of equipment is used in a conflict of war theatre and it does its job, then it's a massive tick in the box and it's proven and it's just like people describe it as the military-industrial complex.
Yeah, it is. It really is. That's what it comes down to.
I
Because
mean,
one part of the complex develops the weapons, the other part of the complex develops the antidote to the weapon.
yeah, and you got
Yeah.
all these
Thanks.
countries spending
Mhm.
billions of pounds and dollars and so
Mhm.
on defense gear when the actual country is struggling to feed its homeless on the streets and so on and so on.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep.
Pretty,
Yep.
it's almost like a self-sustaining GDP for certain countries.
It's what it is, really. Yeah.
Yeah.
When I was in the U.S. Air Force in the '80s, we had they were a flak vest, is what they were. They were a fragmentation vest, and
Yeah.
our stuff was because right after at the end of Vietnam, the U.S. military cut budgets way down, and what you've got is what you got to deal with, and they gave us out these flak vests left over from Vietnam, and they had big tear holes in them, and I mean they came right back to the States from Vietnam, and air bases notoriously got hit with fragmentation mortars and rockets and all that, and I remember wearing this thing, mine, it was left over and smelled like you wouldn't believe, and had sewn patches in it, and yeah, we were ordered to wear them, at different times. It was, to me, it was almost worthless, but since then, the body armor industry has got a lot of funding. Because ours were all olive drab green, no matter where you were stationed. It was OD green. That's what you've got. Nowadays, they spend so much research and development on really nice stuff, like the Alice gear. We didn't have that. We had a Y harness with a pistol belt and satchel bags that would hold 3 M16 magazines, a canteen, and a gas mask. But now I wonder how much money is spent on this stuff. It's got to be
It's
billions and
billions,
billions. Yeah, it's
literally.
got to be. It's just got to
I
be.
just don't know how in 2022 humanity hasn't gotten over themselves yet. Like, how have we not kind of said to ourselves, you know what? Let's actually work together and innovate
Bingo.
for the purpose of like actually building a better world. It's
Yeah.
almost so stuck on the idea that the enemies are going to attack. We're supposed to be working together as a civilization, and it just blows my mind how we still have the idea that we've all got to follow these. I don't mean to get too like, I won't get too like anti-government or anything like that, anything like that whatsoever. I will just say that it really does. It's like we're lacking common sense and logic, and it's as though we've been almost desensitized to just follow like blind sheep. And it makes no sense to me how we just allow the amounts and levels of corruption for there to take place. And how is it fair in any way? Look here, I know that you can't. Look, before saying this, I just got to quickly say that I know that you cannot eradicate the top bit of the wealthy percentage of the population and instantly you raise up the bottom. That's not how that works. When you take away the top portion of the population, the people that are bringing in a lot of money, the people that are being able to do the taxing, that are able to create certain projects for people and stuff like that, you do end up with a lot of poverty. It's throughout the world. It's always what's happened in every single case. But there is a certain level. Yeah. So that being said, and with that being covered as well, it's just as though the thing that I struggle to understand completely is how we just have that level of corruption and the fact that we have 98% of the wealth owned by like 1 or 2% of the world. Now, in all fairness, I don't mind there being very ridiculously wealthy people. That's fine. But I mean, within reason, you know what I mean? Like, and I know that there's a lot of people worldwide. Look, Elon Musk currently, He comes from South Africa. Woohoo! Big ups to that. That's great. I'm happy about that. And I'm not somebody that's against Musk like the rest of the world seems to be. I don't know why people are against somebody that's trying to innovate and make the world a better place. And I know whatever people's opinion are of him, that's fine. I'm not advocating him for him purely, but I am saying I wish that there were more Elon Musks out there already. Like people doing more things like that to make civilization and to make humanity rise up to the next plane of existence. That's honestly how I see it. So it's like when there's critique and stuff against him, it just blows my mind. But anyway, I can speak on this for too long. All I'm going to say is it makes no sense to me how we have so much expenditure on military when there's so much more important things that we could resolve, and there's just unfair amounts of wealth disparity. Go ahead, Bob. I'm sorry.
I feel that if you're a billionaire, good for you. Good for you.
Yeah.
You found something. But here's my take on all of that is, example is I worked for the Boeing Corporation for 30 years, and what it comes right down to is it is the wrong people in charge. The people who are in charge of corporations and government most of them are greedy sociopaths or psychopaths. They have no forward vision. They only think about that next $1,000,000. That's not all of them, but I think that's one of the reasons why some of the countries continue to think about military conquest, because you've got the people in charge who have no conscience, no conscience at all about sending 300,000 poor people to their deaths and mutilation. I think that is the biggest problem right there. Is the wrong people are in charge. And I'll finish this up with, okay, I worked on this Boeing 737 most of my time I was at Boeing. We can make an airplane to suit any need, and we do. And they make military airplanes and on and on. But I would have had a clearer conscience if I would have went home from work every day knowing that we just sent out a flying mobile surgical center. Do you understand what I mean? For disaster relief.
Yeah.
An airplane that can land at an airport, drop down the air stairs, and start bringing patients in the front door and patients out the back door. Having teams of doctors set up, one airplane full of X-ray equipment, one all set up with pharmaceuticals, and another one with teams of surgeons. Boeing can build anything because we've got the engineering and mechanics like me who can build you anything you want. But that comes down to also the wrong people that are in charge.
Agree with both of you there. I could talk for hours in this sort of aspect.
Yeah.
Just to say something, Shadow, I've got to go now. My time is up here.
No problem.
See you later.
I'll catch you all later. See ya. We were asleep there or something.
No. I was letting you guys do all the talking because I know how it goes every single Saturday. You drop out, then GP, then Bob, then I take over.
See ya. Good to chat to you, Guardian. As always, good to chat you two and see you.
Good to talk with you, Vet. Mm-hmm.
Bob, hope you had a nice holiday. Back into it. I'll catch you later. So see you all later, folks.
Always a pleasure having you around.
Message me, just grab me email, send us a message or whatever, and I'll be happy to say whatever. So anyway, see you later, Shadow. All the best. See you later.
Take care, preparedness veteran.
Preparedness veteran. I actually want to organize that. I haven't done a stream for a while, but I'll be getting my studio up and going within like next month or two. At the moment, I only have this type of thing. It's not really, the best. But I want to get like a bit of a studio up and going. You'll see what I'm talking about once it's up there, like a nice backdrop. And once I get those going and I'll be doing more interviews and stuff, I'd absolutely love to have you on the channel. Same applies to Bob, somebody who I haven't had on the channel either, the both of you at some point. I definitely want to get that done. So much knowledge between the two of you to share as well. And I just enjoy having people that like having conversations with on the channel. But to end the ramble here, thanks for hanging about, and always a pleasure to chat to you, Preparedness. Bye for now.
Yeah, no worries. I'll be up for that. So catch you later, folks.
Later.
Bye-bye.
Later.
The only gripe I've got is you don't have Miss Verna here What the heck's going on, Shadow? No Miss
Well, she
Verna
was in
Carell.
the chat, but I have no idea if she's still here or not. But
No, I spoke with her a little bit early this morning when I got up this morning, and I was talking with her and Australian fella and a couple others, and that was nice. She's a pleasant young lady.
yeah, she is.
Mhm. Well, I'm gonna bounce because I've got laundry in the dryer and clean the sheets for the bed, and that'll make the missus very happy tonight.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know why, Bob. Why I think it's every evening at this time at 10 o'clock. But I also like leave as well, and then it ends up being a Shadow and CEO, and then another.
See, this
Sometimes
is why I let you guys talk.
Okay.
I just know. See, out of respect, I'm like, they're leaving first. I'll let them do all the talking. Then afterwards, I could say all this stuff for the next
Yeah.
hour.
Yeah, but I just wanted to say it's always a pleasure being up on the panel with you, Bob, and thank you to everybody in the side chat,
Thank you.
and I'll catch up with everybody soon as well. So thank you for the conversations. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Later.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Bye.
bounce too. I might come back. It depends upon how much housework I've got going on. I got laundry, of course. I'm preparing another box to send over to the Philippines. You know, that yeah.
Well,
It's
that will
just
keep you pretty busy the rest of the day.
yeah, mostly. And then later on in the day, I always make sure the dishes are done so the wife can come home and she's got a clean kitchen. You know?
Oh yeah, that's really important, right? That's very important.
You bet. Yeah, because
Or
I
otherwise, she will kick your butt.
take 200 pounds of me and throw me on the floor. Yeah,
Why
I
is
like.
Bob doing videos in this like shelter? I don't know. It's
Yeah,
doghouse.
in an arm cast or something. Yeah. Well, he didn't finish the dishes. Got his arm broken. All right, guys, I'm gonna bounce out. Peace out.
Peace.
See, Shadow. This is why I let them do the talking. I know.
Yeah.
How many times do we do this every Saturday? It's always gonna be the same now. Very predictable. That's why I'm just like, yeah. I'll just hold my tongue for the next hour, and when else can say something, then I can just say a few things for the next like 5 hours, and I'm good.
What makes me happy? It is this. She realized that these things are not just for fun, okay? It is for real.
What's up?
It is things that this comment do is when we get people realize that these things are necessary.
They'll help you out in a jam when the chips are down.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. For me here in Canada, I mean, like gloves, mitts, hats, and stuff like that. Yeah, they're a requirement. You definitely want to have good clothing for the winter time. Most people that move here to Canada from other places like down south more or other countries,
Yeah.
one of the first things is in the fall, or if they can, start getting winter stuff. Especially you're staying. You're not just visiting or vacation. You're actually staying for a while, so because you're gonna need it. Because it gets cold here in Canada. That's for sure.
Yeah, it is.
Mm-hmm. See, I'm still wearing the backpack.
Yeah. The same you always carry on my streams?
I have to carry the conversation, you mean?
Yeah.
Hi, Tammy. I have the chat back up on my laptop so I can see it, and I've put my camera back on the tripod. So
Take care, Shariana.
I got to charge up my battery. I'm at 62%. I need to charge it up, and I need it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like, we didn't really talk about backpacks, but before we even get to that, right? I mean, we've been talking about that, the tents, the sleeping bags, bivvies to a certain degree, and I feel like I'm missing one thing: tents, tarps, tarps, and basically that shelter covered element.
Yeah, exactly. Backpacks are coming in different types, shapes, models. There's a lot of different backpacks, and they come in different colors as well.
Mm.
But for preppers, you can't use any color. You need some neutral color that doesn't stick out too much. You don't want a bright orange or bright red or bright yellow or bright green.
Well, I think if you're making a survival bag, per se, a survival kit to help you hike in the mountains or something like that, that might be a little bit different per person.
Yeah, that would be a bit different. Yeah.
And maybe, let's say, storm, hurricane, tsunami, or something like that. Something along the lines of that, wizard, whatever, you might want to stand out a little bit more. So it just depends, right? I'm more of a fan of something more subdued as a bag, but you can always brighten it up. You know, a signal flag or something similar to that. You can always brighten it up if need be. I'd rather have that option. That way, you know, I have the best of both. You know, see, I have a dark bag here, but I have something in here to brighten up this bag. Easily, I can put over the bag, and it's like, okay, I'll stand out more now, kind of deal. She has a weekend to binge watch.
Yeah.
You know, and when you're looking for a bag, look for one. I mean, it's harder when you're going online to purchase a bag because you can't try it out. Unlike if you're in a store to try it out. It's nice if you could try out the bag beforehand, as much as possible. Like even in store. I remember when I was telling my friend he was getting a bag, even when I was trying out a bag in store. I'm like to the clerk, I'm like, can I put stuff inside? I'm not trying to steal it. I just want to put weight in it so I get a sense of actually, because an empty bag doesn't give you a sense of what's going to happen. An empty bag is an empty shell bag. But
I agree.
You know, I'm like, can I? You know, I'll walk over and get a gallon of water, put it in there. I'm like, okay, I'm just trying it out. I'm not trying to steal it. I'm just trying this out. You know, or something like that. Because sometimes you don't notice things right away. Oh,
Well,
look at here. We got Sty.
we have Sty.
Hey, fellas. Good to see you.
Good to see you too, buddy.
Yeah.
Long time no see.
Yeah, I've been watching for a while.
Oh, you've been working.
Yeah, I figured.
Yeah, and I had to take a break. Here at the house, our back porch has got about 3 years worth of junk and recyclables, everything stacked up in there. And I tore into that at 8 o'clock this morning, and at about 2:30, I was finally done. So, yeah, I had about 6 hours of tearing away in that porch. And boy, it doesn't look like it belongs to this house anymore. It looks good. I can't wait till the boy comes home and walks in the door and goes, "Whose porch is that?" But yeah,
I
you
couldn't
know,
find the
and then
house.
I
I
come
was looking for
in,
that
grab a
porch. I
cup
never
of
saw
coffee,
it.
and I see you're on, and I jumped right on, and I've been watching, and I'm thinking,
I was
yeah,
expecting
all
you.
the stuff I found in that back porch that is awesome prep stuff that was all mixed up and buried, and that's not good. If you're going to prep,
Try to
you
be
need
organized.
to be disciplined and organized. You need to know where those things are, so they're there when you need them. You can go right to it, you know.
Yeah,
So
they're
that
ready
came
to
to my
go.
mind right away.
They're ready to go as much as possible. Organization is a big part of preparedness.
Mm-hmm. And I liked your discussion about the packs, bug out bags. I used to go down that trail with folks a lot too. Is I had this one fella that, and it's the same with your attire. Everything in his bug out bags was all tactical and camouflage, and he says, and I asked him, I said, so you got a good bug out location you're gonna head for if anything the shit hits the fan? And he goes, well, no, I'm gonna bug in. I'm gonna stay put, right? I said, you're not wearing that crap in town, man. You're going to stand out like a sore thumb. The first thing they're going to say is, there's one of them radicals right there, man. You're going to stand out like a... You need to gear for your environment. If you're
that
going to
gray
be,
man, gray person.
if you're going to be surviving in an urban setting, the last thing you need is a bunch of jungle camouflage, because you're going to stand out like a sore thumb. You want to look like everybody else. You want your backpack to look like just a plain old backpack. You don't want that backpack all tacked out and have
things sticking out.
500 molly straps on it with a piece of gear on every one. And yeah, you're going to stand out like a sore thumb, man. They're going to, you're walking around, big target, a bullseye on you. Don't do that, man. Think about where you're going to be in it. CR was touching on that. Like, if you're going to be out in the mountains or the woods or something, your gear is going to be a little different than it would be if you're in an urban setting. Yeah, so think that
Or a
too,
suburban
that you
setting
don't
is-
want to stand out like Jordan was like, you don't want to run around blaze orange and you're out in the middle of the backwoods somewhere. I mean,
Maybe it's hunting
everybody
season.
look at
Maybe
me.
it's hunting season, you know? Okay.
Yeah. Dress that way in January or March when there's no hunting season, and they're going to start to wonder. Yeah. Yeah.
Or if you're trying to be noticed, if you're lost or something like that, that's the time to stand up. That's why I like to have
And that's what
the
I
option to
like.
stay low key, and then have something orange or something like that in the bag that I could just pull
That's
out
what I
and
liked
stand up
about
more.
what you said about that is you can color up if you need to. You can color up. And I'm the same way. I've got blaze orange, bright blaze orange.
Well,
and
even Really Big Monkey one, David Pearson showed that before, you know.
Yeah, Dave.
Yeah, right. You know, he's shown the yellows and the oranges and the blues, right? And he's more of a subdued kind of guy, but he knows, if I need to be found, I need to stand out now. I'm not trying to hide from my rescuers. I'm trying to be noticed.
See, and that's even my small day pack. If I'm just out for the one day or one overnighter, that small day pack, the very first thing that I can reach the easiestly is a bright standard so that I can be found. And I want that to be easy to access. And but my gear's
like
all camo when I'm out doing that.
I think David Pearson showed that too, a safety vest and such.
Yeah,
I know Van City has those safety vests. I've shown her the safety vest that I have here.
Yeah,
and I can acquire that.
See, now here in where I live in northern Wisconsin, it's the law that if you're hunting, if you build any blind at all, but especially the blinds that are built with natural materials, you have to hang on all four sides of that blind an 18 by 18 inch blaze orange banner like that, so that
a little bit longer
nobody's
than
shooting through your blind, right?
Mhm.
So those things are available in every Walmart and every sports store, all over
Well,
these
I mean,
18 by 18
even if you
panels.
can't get a
And I
safety
tell people,
vest,
they're $2.50 a piece. Buy yourself a half a dozen and put them in your backpacks, man.
well, it could be
18 by
as simple
18
as
square.
like a bright yellow shirt or the T-shirt too, right? If
Yeah,
you know,
yeah. Oh, heck yeah.
like I know,
Well, I know a guy. I know a guy that carries. He has a black T-shirt with the biggest ass yellow smiley face on the front and then on the back. And I asked him. I said, "You ever wear that?" He says, "No, but if I get lost out in the woods, I'm putting it on." He says, "That's all they'll see is a big old smiley face going through the woods. They'll find me," he said. And I thought, bravo. There you go.
example.
Pops right out.
Yeah, it's exactly right. You want to, in terms of trying to signal or something, you're trying to be noticeable. So you need contrast. Bigger is usually better. Different, opposite colors. So yeah,
Yeah.
I guess in the snow you probably use trees and stuff like that. Contrasting colors. You want to stand out. On the ocean, orange is probably the best, for example. And something like on land, like in a forest area or something, blue, for example, and could be, because blue doesn't really exist in nature except for water.
Well, see, and that's it. Now that's something I had friends of mine that live in the deep southwest of the United States. It's all desert.
Mm.
The only place you see blue is in the sky.
Yeah, so something like blue.
I
would
mean,
stand
even
out.
the water isn't blue.
If you're stranded,
they carry bright blue,
with your
like a windbreaker, T-shirts, bright blue, because they said, "Man, do you stand out in the desert wearing a bright blue shirt?"
Mhm.
And I said, there you go. You're thinking about your environment and what contrasts with it so much. Yeah, Auslander. No kidding. I use Craigslist. Well, not so much right now, but I look at Craigslist all the time. When I was heating with wood.
Here in Canada, we have Kijiji here in Canada, which is classifieds, right? Buy and sell or get for free and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You'd be surprised what you can get for free, right?
Yeah.
And some people even will deliver it too. Like what?
Even Facebook Marketplace, I've gotten some stuff on there that couldn't believe. I mean, for pennies or for free.
It's a modern day grad sale.
Okay, I don't know why they're doing this, but I'll take it,
Yeah, I'll put it the good news. Thanks, man.
Yeah, Auslander, you know why that is? Is because we're a throwaway society now.
Disposable, right? It's just like
everything's disposable. Oh, that isn't working right. I'll just throw it away, buy another one. Nobody fixes anything anymore,
No,
because
it's
it's cheaper to buy new. It's like, oh, the screen's gonna cost this much to fix or whatever, and just like, how much to buy a new one if it's gonna be a third of the price already.
We have a fella in our town here that's all he does is any advertise anything repair. Bring it to him, he'll fix it, and it's amazing how much cheaper it is to let him fix it than it is to go buy a new item. Man, people are bringing them flat screen TVs all the time. I got a line in my screen and this and that, and he'll go, "Come back tomorrow afternoon, pick it up." And he says,
"Oh, you know what's the worst style?" And Shadow in the side chat about disposable clothing.
It's what?
Clothing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, fast fashion exists. I mean, like there's videos out there in other countries where it's just like you can see there's piles and piles of clothing, and it's just like.
See, and that's one of my pet peeves too. I've got a jacket in my closet that I wore probably 8 or 10 times this winter, and it's 38 years old. I've had that jacket for 38 years. And people go, I can't believe you still got that old thing. Why? It ain't wore out.
Yeah, I mean, it still keeps you warm, and there's no holes, there's no rips.
Right. And they said, yeah, but it's so out of style. And I said, warm, being warm and comfortable is out of style? I didn't know that. I didn't know that being nice and cozy and warm was out of style. No, the way it looked.
I think you're pretty cool.
Oh, the heck with the way it looked. Hello, everybody out in the chat, by the way. I don't mean to ignore those great folks out in the chat. You got some great folks.
I see the side chat. I have the side chat on.
Yeah.
So I can see the side chat.
Hard work to get them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And feel free to toss in some input, right? I always encourage input from the side chat.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your guys' point of view of this, right?
I love the side chat. I mean,
yeah. It's actually hard to do a live stream without the side chat. No panel, no side chat. It's harder. It's hard.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hard.
You know, and that's one thing I try to remind creators when they do live streams, they got the live chat, you know, but then when it posts, they don't go in and allow the chat to be posted with the video. So you're watching, choice, right? I know if you missed their live stream and you go watch it, you don't get to see the chat. And to me, the chat is at least 50% of that live stream. You know, half the information's over in that chat. Those folks, their conversations and their input. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I've got a couple of fellas that I haven't got them broke in yet to make sure that they allow the chat to be shown publicly after their streams. You know, come on, show it. I want to. You're talking to people in the chat, and I don't know what they're saying.
I mean, I guess it's one thing if you pop it on the screen and all this stuff and actually paraphrase what they say, but yeah.
Right. And that's it is, you know, like Joran, you know, certain comments that are out there that are of real interest, he pops them up so you can see them. And that, if I can't see the chat watching it after the fact, but the host is popping some of those comments up on the screen, that's cool. I love that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You could see who actually said it in.
Yeah.
Oh, what? Sty was in the chat? What?
Yeah, Sty was out there. Yeah.
What?
What in the hell?
He told me he was busy. No.
What did he say? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was glad I got done with my chores for the day. Come in here, caught you. And
aren't you glad you're done? Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
They rate themselves.
Yeah, I tell you what, that back porch stands out about as much as that orange flag, too. I'm not kidding. It don't look like it belongs here. It's a little too clean for our place.
Yeah.
But I like it because now it'll be easy to maintain, you know. Just getting it done is the hard part.
Or things. Just in case, if I have to look brighter.
Safety vest?
Well, I also bike too, so that's another reason why I have some gear like this anyways.
Yeah, those safety vests, you shine up like a beacon when you have them on.
Yeah. And a lot of them have the reflective stripes on it, strips or panels. And so somebody with just a small flashlight hits you and you light up like a Christmas
lamps or something like that, or car lights and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You see that. I know I need one that says CRN front. Wouldn't that be so cool? We'll just have
I was actually thinking of buying a spool of that reflective tape and just carrying that in the backpack. You think about it. You take small saplings, you just put about an inch inch and a half of
See,
reflective tape
I'm ready with the stage props.
that pops out. If anybody's using a flashlight searching for you, you could do a perimeter around where you're at, and they hit it, that perimeter at all with a light, it'll
or an arrow to indicate, hey, this is the direction I went.
Yeah, going that way.
You know, and you supplement it with putting like markings in the ground too, so they're deeper, so they don't wear down right away. Maybe initial something, so they know. Oh, okay, this is actually from the person, not from some previous person that was doing something. You know, we're looking for Jane Doe, and there's a JD initial in here. Maybe it's them.
See, that's one thing that all my packs have. Thanks, Tammy. But all my packs have a large spool of surveyors, of fluorescent surveyors tape in it, so I can blaze wherever I'm going. And most of the time when I'm out exploring, I'm coming back the way I went in. So I'll blaze in, and then I remove my blazes on the way out. What I don't like are people that'll blaze about every 15 feet for 4 miles, and all you see is pink or orange ribbon through the woods, and they leave it there. Oh, get real! You don't need to do that.
That is too much.
Because it
That is
interferes with
overkill.
yours and stuff like that, or someone else's, and then our people are like, is someone trying to indicate something here?
Well, see, up here where I'm at, whenever you see those blaze trails like that with all that surveyor's tape, that's the bear hunters. And they're blazing into their bait stations, to their hunting stands. And they just leave the blazes up because they don't know how to get back to it next year. You know, once I've gone into an area, I know where the hell I'm at. I'll find it again.
Yeah, you've seen it
with
night
or without a
and
blaze,
day.
you know.
I know sometimes when I'm finding places, I'm like, I've only seen it in the dark, so I don't know how it's like during the day because colors stand out, features.
Been there.
Been
there, gone in, sunsets, and you find your way back out okay. But the next time you go in there, you're going, why doesn't anything look familiar? Well, I was out here in the dark the first time. Oh, yeah.
Just because you know it during the daytime doesn't mean you know it at dark, and because you know it at dark doesn't mean you know what it looks like during the day.
Oh, yeah.
The color stand out more during the day, and then such and such.
Yeah.
Can we touch on something?
Welcome. I've done that many a times out in northwestern Montana. I'd mark trails while I'm locating elk. Then I'd have that trail to get myself back out with the elk. I used to pack elk out there in northwestern Montana. I had a couple of pack horses and a donkey, and I'd hire myself out to go in and haul people's elk out. And I always appreciated it when they would mark a trail to their elk. Because I did have a few of them city folk drop an elk and just say, well, it's right about there on the map. And it's like, right about there? And how am I going to find it? Well, it's right about there. You look for this big rock. And you get up there and you spend half a day just trying to locate their dang elk, because they come out, they don't want to go back in. They want you to go get it for them.
Well, Hugo Homestead says that's what I have been practicing, loading and unloading in the dark, still learning.
Yeah, isn't that kind of interesting, just how, in a sense, disabled you become in the dark when you gotta load up
or hear your way into it
or unload.
Well, that's gonna be extended to going through a backpack or going through supplies too. You know,
Mhm.
it's just like,
Yeah, and that's why
suddenly
my
it's
backpack.
midnight and it's like the power went out. Now you're in the dark. Yeah, maybe you got something on you. Maybe you got your phone on you. But if you don't have to feel something out.
I was at a
And
friend's
eventually,
house when the power went out, and we had talked about it before. That he says every single room of my house has got a minimum of 2 flashlights with fresh batteries in them in every room.
washroom.
And we
Washroom is
were
probably the
sitting
most fun
there. We were sitting there,
bedrooms.
and the power went out. And you should have heard him going through the room trying to find one of the 2 flashlights in that room. Clang, blang, this stuff getting knocked
Well,
out.
the thing
And
is,
he's going,
you gotta
I'm
watch out
sure
for
it's
that,
over
too.
here. I'm sure it.
You don't want to trip too, right? You don't want to trip or
And I
hit
told
your
him,
eye
I
with
said,
something or whatever, right?
having them and being able to access them is 2 different things. You know, I said,
Oh,
you
yeah,
got to
see,
know
this is
right where
the-
they are so that you don't break your neck trying to find one. Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I actually
mean,
need one because I know the value of it, right?
They're
I know
always,
the value of it because
I can go
like it's
blind
dark
and
or
find my
something like that.
flashlights.
Well, it could be the power outages could happen while you're out too, right? At a restaurant, at your friend's place, right? It would be nice to be like, hey, don't worry, I can help you guys find your flashlights now or whatever.
Right.
Not everyone
Hey,
has their phone in their pocket, right? Sometimes
by
they
the,
leave
by
it
the
on
way,
the
guys,
counter or something
we'll
like that.
use my light to find yours.
Yeah, exactly. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, they look at you kind of funny, like, yeah, he was thinking better than we were, you know.
Like,
And that's it.
Even
If
to
you
the
got
point
your cell
where,
phone, you got a light.
to a certain degree, a light or something like that. Even to the point, if you have sparks, you could still see to a certain degree. Because actually, that's a form of light, just very faint. You'll have to be like, okay, you can start memorizing where everything is. It's like, okay, I think there's the exit. Okay, I can get out the door now, right? I'm a big fan of having lights in the washroom, though, especially washrooms without a window. Because imagine if it's daytime and the power went out and you're in the washroom, it's like, well, now you can't see at all. It'll be pitch black. If you're in the shower, too, well, you still have to change into something. You probably still don't have to change into something. Or if you got shampoo in your hair or something like that, conditioner, you still have to wash it out before you go. Right? So I'm a big fan of having lights in the washrooms. Just so that inconvenience, you can still finish off your shower or get
here's just a suggestion to folks out there. When I moved into this house has got a lot of rooms in it. What's it got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's got 6 rooms on the main floor. It's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's got 5 rooms on the second floor. Every single room at this house, for less than $4 per room, I went and I bought. They're like a night light, but they're really bright, and they just plug into one of your sockets. You plug it into the socket, and it keeps it charged. Well, it's light sensitive. It's only going to come on if it's dark. So they're like night lights in every single room, and they provide just enough light. You're not going to trip over a single thing. And so if the power goes off here, every room has a limited amount of light in it. But it's not pitch black anywhere. And it was cheap. It was cheap to do. I spent maybe $40 for the whole dang house, every single room. And I don't have to worry about them because the battery's built into the product. It's just plugged into an outlet. So while you have power, that bugger's topped off all the time. And they run for about 14 hours without power. So if you have the power go out, you're good. You're good. And
it's less of an inconvenience. It's just like, okay, I just have to change a few things now. What I'm doing.
Yeah, it's just
a slight inconvenience.
It's nice peace of mind because the power goes out. You got a nice glow in the room. It's just a soft glow, but it's enough. You can see where your flashlight's sitting. You can see what you might not even need your flashlight. Save the batteries.
Exactly. If the power outage is more extended period of time,
Yeah.
you may not know. Sometimes you do know, or it's planned or something like that. But sometimes you don't know, and you're just like, well, I always assume, unless I know better, that it may go longer than I think. Then after like 3 hours, I start thinking of better things. Then 6, 12, 24, and so forth. Because after 12 hours, it's like, well, maybe I should consider like these other things.
Yeah, they are handy, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah.
Well, Sty and Shadow, I actually have solar lights charging outside right now.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
I actually have solar lights, even though it's not that sunny. But
I got a box full of them sitting out in my shed. I should have done that today, set them out.
yeah, you got to multitask.
The
garden light.
I just don't have the steam in me anymore. I love multitasking. I've always enjoyed having 5 things going on at once,
Mm-hmm.
But boy, now what I'm going through. I just one project. I'll do one project very well. Hey, guess what I did yesterday, Yoran? I went to 2 waterfalls, went out hiking.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. And there was nobody at either one. I got just all by myself, way out in the backcountry here. And I hiked into the first waterfall, and I'm like, oh my God, I wish I could spend the night. Boy, I just wanted to stay out there. We had beautiful weather yesterday and today, and yesterday I came out of my radiation appointment. They gave me my radiation appointment yesterday morning, and I'm going, I feel so doggone good, and it's so nice out. I got to get outdoors, man. So I grabbed my day pack and made sure it was all up to date and ready to go, and headed out hiking, man. Loved it. Found a couple of good bug out locations too yesterday. Places where people would just not be showing up, and you could be very, very comfortable. Lots of fresh water right there. Great game areas where you could eat quite well just right off of what's there. You'd be eating a lot of trout, that's for sure, out of that one river.
Just who got? I think the red is more for that what's it called?
Night vision.
Preserve your night vision more.
Yeah.
Because I think red would still stand out in the dark, in pitch black.
Right.
Yeah. Maybe a little less compared to like green and white, but
you can see somebody with a red light.
Yeah, you'll still be noticeable. Yeah. It's more of that night vision thing, I think. To be honest.
And what it does is the cones and rods in your eyes react to different levels of ultraviolet light, and red does not affect your eyes the way white light does.
Whites and blues and greens, those are higher.
So actually, you can put that red light on something, see it real well, but you can look away from that red light and still see off into the woods, or wherever you're at. You can still make things out. Where if you're using a bright white light and you're looking into that bright white light, and then you look off to the sides of it, it's pitch black.
Until
it takes about 15 minutes before you get your night vision back.
Right.
So I think it's more of for night vision, not really operational security. Can we touch on something real quick? I've been trying to bring this up.
Yeah, sure.
Because I always brought that up about having too much stuff. Prepping is, obviously the skills, knowledge, and experience, but there's gear, there's supplies, there's food, water, random backpack, and all this other stuff, right? So things start to build up. You start acquiring more physical things. I mean, I always say everyone hoards to a certain degree because all of us, every one of us, have something in the room that we're in right now. So unless your place is totally bare minimal, like I only have one couch, one chair, a TV tray, one fork, one spoon, that I would consider minimal, right? On a hoarding scale, that'd be like, you're at a 1. I'm at a 5, personally. But if your entire room is just filled right to the top, no, you can't really see the ground, I consider that as a 10, because now it's even harder to move in the room itself.
Well,
Yeah,
and
you got a lot of
again,
useful stuff, maybe, but
it's like I said earlier, CR, you get too much, and now you start restricting your access to the things you have. Also, you got to dig through all of this stuff to find that one thing you really need. It's hard to organize.
It's at the bottom, and you got
so
like
much
10 feet above it full of stuff, and there's no way to pull that out cleanly. Never mind if it's newspaper or water or food or old magazines. See, there's those shows like Hoarders and stuff like that. The real one of our differences between hoarding, how others have seen it, and preparedness is that people that prepare usually tend to have it more organized, more ready to go. There's a rhyme or reason to it.
Right.
And it's generally more organized.
Yeah.
There you go,
and that's the whole thing, is the more organized you are, actually, the fewer things you seem to put together into that system. You don't overload that system. You keep it all the essentials, Yeah, everything you have is essential. You don't have all of the bells and whistles, I've seen a couple of survivalists / preppers that and they show me their bug out bags, and I go, oh my God, are you you got 11 things that do the exact same thing in that bag. Why do you need 11? I can see, I fully believe in redundancy.
The backup, maybe 2 is
3.
1 on important things, like maybe water purification to work with the water filter.
I'm a firm believer in everything I carry has more than one purpose. I can apply it in several different ways. But you get some of these individuals, oh, well, I saw a video about this tool.
That's a video, though. That's a video. That's like, you need to.
So I just had to have that. And I go, but you already have it with this tool over here. And they go, yeah, but that tool isn't this one. And they showed this one do this and this. And I said, but that one will do the same thing. Yeah, but I never saw that done that way. Well, you don't have to buy everything everybody has to offer. That's like, CR can appreciate this. We've gotten on this discussion about our favorite fire starters. But if we were to get everybody else's fire starters, we'd need a big wagon to pull behind us with all them fire starters of all the different ones that are available out there.
Well, at least I'd be warm. At least I'd be warm.
Renditions of fire starters, thousands of them. Will it start the fire for you? And is it your favorite? Fill your pack with that. Don't get everybody else's. Go what is good for you.
About these fire starters, just to jump on that real quick. I don't care if it works in the sun. I don't care if it works when it's nice and warm. I'm more worried, does it work when it's raining out, when it's on the snow, when it's windy. That's the time I actually do need the fire.
See, and that's it. Is, to me, a good fire starter is one that will get you a fire.
When it's
don't
wet,
worry about it. It doesn't matter what the environment's doing. A good one's one that's going to give you that fire.
That's the
You're
point,
so
right?
right. You're so right. You know, on a sunny day,
I don't care.
who
I
cares?
don't care so much, right?
But boy, oh boy, when it's the middle of the night and you're in a fix and you want that fire in the next 5 to 10 minutes, and it's blowing and it's raining and it's nasty, and you go, but my fire starter ain't so good in that kind of condition. Well, you got the wrong fire starter then.
Maybe reconsider.
Yeah, you need to reconsider your fire starter.
You know, this is why I do this every so often. I haven't done it more in a while, where I try out the fire starter versus outdoor elements, right? Water, ice, snow, wind, right? Yeah. These things, because I expect that outside, all right? I expect it outside. You know.
Hey, Auslander, I'll stick to my Zippo. Every single pack I've got, and I've got 7 packs here, 3 of which I use frequently, but every single pack has 4 Bic lighters in it that I never use. They're there, but I never use them because I always have one in my pocket. I'm a smoker. I always got one in my pocket. And people say, well, you're not a real survivalist or a bushcrafter if you're using a Bic lighter. I said, no, and I'm not a moron either. If I want to fire, I want to fire. And that Bic lighter gives me a fire.
You know what I say about that? Go look at some of those channels out there from like Dave Canterbury or from Corporal's Corner, Sean Kelly, right? They actually say lighters,
same thing.
Right? They say lighters, right?
They say the same thing. Yeah, they're sharp fellas. They're not, we're not dummies. Oh, yeah, we want to know those skills to start a fire without that convenience. But that doesn't mean we're going to use that skill for every single fire we start.
You've got more time. The conditions are more favorable for you. Maybe you'll actually take the extra time to. Oh, I'm just gonna try the Ferrocene rod this time, solar or something like that.
I'm not.
But if it's raining and you're cold and it's like, I need the fire now. Okay.
I told a fella, I said, I am not a caveman. I am not going to use a bow drill to start every single fire I ever have. I'm not a caveman. They had to do it that way. I don't have to. So why would I? Because that's stupid. That's stupid. That's like this dear friend of mine, Native American fella, dear friend of mine. Him and I would hunt together all the time. Well, one day he caught me and we were chatting. He looked at my truck and he goes, "What's that?" And I go, "That's my new compound bow. I just bought a new bow." He goes, "I didn't know you bow hunted." I said, "Yeah, I bow hunt." I said, "Don't you bow hunt?" And he goes, "Are you crazy?" And I said, "What do you mean crazy? Bow hunting's a blast." And he goes, "I'm Native American, man. When you guys showed up with guns, we gave up that bow and arrow crap." He says, "What the heck do I want to go out there and try to kill something with a bow and arrow for when I got this 30-06? And I said, "But you're not very traditional, are you?" He goes, "Well, if me still using a bow and arrow 250 years after you guys showed up makes me traditional, it also makes me stupid when I can go out and buy a great deer rifle." and I got the point. Here I find out, man, he's an ace with a bow. He's an ace with a bow. He just doesn't want the work that goes into bow hunting. He wants the convenience of rifle hunting. He's being smart, Yeah, it's crazy. Those guys are talking about hunting night crawlers out there. Man, I had 8 of them out on the sidewalk this morning. Big buggers, man. They're about 8-inch long. There you go. Candle and a lighter. Yeah.
And the thing is, this candle hasn't been burnt. It's actually harder than it actually hasn't been burnt yet. Because you don't have any of that carbon or char material in there. That's why I'm muting myself, because you're just gonna hear me. This is for you, CB. I'll try this again live randomly. Keep talking. It might take a bit. Actually, the last time I tried this, it takes a bit. It's actually harder. See, I've seen people do it with a ferrocerium rod. That's actually easier because the sparks are hotter and bigger. It's actually harder with a lighter because the sparks are lower in temperature and less.
I lived in an apartment, high-rise apartment, 8-story job. Lived on the 4th floor. And 2 winters ago, I was just holed up. Weather was so doggone nasty, and I don't winter camp well anymore at my age. And I was bored, so I wanted to hone up my skills. And I cut myself a Shaga hearth board, and grabbed my bow drill kit, and I'm practicing bow drill and hand drill in my apartment. I set the fire alarms off in that whole big 8-story building, 82 residents in that place, all running out to the parking lot because they thought the whole building was on fire. It was me starting fires in my living room I used a pie tin. Just a
Hey, Ark, Wildman Survival. Good
Hi,
to
Ark.
see you,
Hey,
brother.
Ark, see, I'm doing this live, Ark. See, look.
Hey, Ark
Lighter
Wildman.
has no fluid in there. The trick, I know the trick is, like a wise teacher used to tell me, the secret to fire is surface area. Either more of it or less of it, depending what you want to do with it. Usually when I do solar, I usually I'll break it up and squeeze it into a ball so I get like an hammer going. Now with something like sparks or an open flame, spread it out, increase the surface area.
More air. You need the airflow
in between.
If you're using any
I
kind of
actually
ember.
got this going, by the way, but I'm trying to hold it back up. I'm like to show you guys. I'm like, oh, it went out.
That would be funny. I want to see that happen there. Yeah, him setting off the sprinklers. That'd be cool.
Yeah, and we would have a wet CR.
Yeah. And you'd have a viral video.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Another thing people don't realize either is with a flame, okay? A flame. They'll take the body of the flame and they get that right onto what they want to light. The body of the flame. Guess where the hottest part of that flame is? It's the outer edge of it. The outer edge of that flame is where the peak heat is, not in the flame itself. So hold your lighter back about a 16th, 30 seconds of an inch from the thing you're trying to light. That's where the hottest point of that flame is. It'll ignite quicker. But sticking it right in the fire, in the flame, isn't the fastest way to get something to ignite, because that's not where the hottest temperature is of that flame. Just a little tidbit of science today.
Well, that's a good tip.
It really comes in handy if you're working with things that are damp in any way. Hold the flame a little bit away from
Well, I had it anyways, whatever.
And
Yeah, damp things that's really a pain in the butt. If you can't basically.
Yeah.
Well, you can, but you have to work for it.
Yeah. Hey, Occams, I did that out in northwestern Montana. Got in the creek, and I managed to trap some brook trout into this little pool, and I'm standing in there, water up to my crotch, and I'd reach down there real slow and wait until one would swim over my head. And then I try to fling them up on the bank. Guess what? I got 2 fish and soaking wet after about 45 minutes of doing it. Yeah, they show it in the movies, these guys catching these nice rainbow trout, throw them out, you know. I know.
Hey, Uncle Al, good to see you, brother.
Hey, Uncle Al.
Uncle Al knows what this is. I know he knows what this is.
There you go.
Okay, I indirectly lit the candle. All right, anyways.
This guy's a pyro. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, he just loves the fire, man.
There, make sure I put that out. See, Uncle Al, I know about that too. This is a piece of con type of cordage. So braid out and increase the surface there. You can strike a spark.
It's
Look,
jute.
this lighter doesn't. I don't even have the gas. There is no fuel in there. I can't even do it if I wanted to. It just sparks. So you can learn a lot from just using a lighter. You know,
that cordage you're using is jute, right?
It's not jute. It's actually cognac. It's natural. Because when I
so
Uncle
it's
Al, see, Uncle Al, see,
jute is natural, buddy. So
I know about that.
No, it's natural. You know,
Yeah, there's always tricks with Stein knows what I'm talking about. There's all tricks fire making. My easiest one, yeah, that too, is to take dry straw, you know, field straw, and dip it in tallow or pork fat.
Oh yeah.
Do you want to see something light up really quick?
Yeah, she lights right up.
Right. Even if you're doing flint and steel on it, I have to warn people when I teach them this. Excuse me. When I teach people this, because they burn their eyebrows off, because they're looking at the straw and they're hitting the flint and steel, and all of a sudden they don't have any eyebrows because the pork fat or lard inside that dry piece of straw from the field, and it goes like whoosh, and it's like,
yeah, right.
Yeah.
All I know, I don't know exactly what this is per se as a name, but I do know I can strike it against a piece of carbon steel and get sparks. So I know that it's harder than the steel. So
right, it's related to quartz.
Yeah, I know. I understand that. I know on the hardest scale, quartz is high, like a 7.5. Steel is like 5 and 6.
Right, you're getting the hot burning iron from that. So when you strike it with that piece right there, you'll get fire. The big thing
at least sparks, right? At least sparks to start with.
I know Jordan saw the video because I'm doing a little challenge for people on iron rations. Again, this is the second time I'm doing it. YouTube leaves less a space. If you put it in bold print in your title, iron rations for SHTF, it'll come up. Please, no more World War II stuff, World War I stuff, because I have people submit things like, wait, that's from World War II. Wait, that's from the Civil War. Wait, that's from American Revolution. They had a pig's head. But it's something simple. You put it in a metal box. It's not part of your pantry. It's not part of your normal food storage system. I keep telling people this, but like Hubble's cat. Oh, it's fine. I put everything in a big box with toilet paper. And then he opened it up. Guess what happened? Mouse motel. Hundreds of mice jumping out of there. Yeah. But see,
you're going to be eating mice for a month.
Yeah. And you don't want to see mice inside your food supply. Yeah. We're having babies. Don't kill my child.
All right. I found out the hard way. My wife thought it was cute to go buy 2 little mice for pets. She bought a cage for them and everything else. Yeah, she brought them home. I said, bad idea. Bad idea. And she goes, why? And I said, you need to do a little history, man. They produce a litter every 21 days. This is no kidding. This is no kidding. In 8 months, we had 108 freaking mice. I took them right back to that pet store and said, are your snakes hungry? They took all the mice. They took all the mice from me to feed their snakes. They said, oh, I remember your wife came in and got those 2 mice. And I said, uh-huh. Now she said it's okay to get rid of them. They're not so cute anymore. I said, you don't want mice getting nothing, man. They produce every 21 days. They got a litter. And that litter in 21 days matures. And they have a litter. And then their offspring will have a litter. So just imagine that in 6-8 months, man, you got mouse hell going on.
Right. Or mouse motel. I tell a lot of people that's an animal cheaper than rabbits and guinea pigs that you can raise at home, and you dip it in corn batter, and you tell your nephews it's a type of nuggets. Just spit out the little bones.
Yeah. It's well, why is it so crunchy? Oh, that's just filler. That's all. Yeah.
You put little
These chicken nuggets are special.
Yeah, you put little
It has
Cajun
some
seasoning
special
on it, and then you dip it, and then here, yummy. Because I
a little
used to
bit
do
of
that
barbecue sauce.
Yeah.
Goes right
They
down.
can't tell honey mustard because I used to do it with lamb testicles, and they all stuffed their face. They thought, "This is a great nugget. Is it chicken?" No, because I used to raise sheep. That's why I have bad teeth. Because I learned from Greeks and Basque how to castrate sheep, lamb, with a pocket knife and your teeth. It's not fun, folks. That's why you have the bucket to spit over there. But like I said, it's a real easy job. I tell everybody, be a sheep herder for the summer. You won't get girlfriends, but the pay is good. You stink like hell. I'm trusting that because Sai knows what I'm talking about.
Oh, sheep, man, oh man. I used to haul wool out of Colorado, and they come in these big ass 350-pound bales. They're about 7 feet tall, and they're almost 3 feet around, and you had to hug them things and move them in the semi-trailer. You get so soaked with that lanolin off of the wool and reek. I'd get naked right outside my truck and stuff that stuff in the toolbox, everything I was wearing, and then I'd make the rancher let me use their shower, and then I get put fresh clothes on because there's no way you want to get in your truck after handling all that wool. Oh my God, that smell will never go away.
Work clothes.
No, trust me, you have to boil your clothes because I used to shear sheep, and I know what Sai's saying because usually we're in overalls, no shirt, because you will be packed with lanolin and sheep smell.
Yeah,
Hay is good, but once after you do 200, 500 sheep to fill those bags, nobody wants to go near you. Plus, you get extra soft skin because all that lanolin, it softens your skin.
He is absolutely right. I tell you what, and I've always had dry skin issues, but whenever I was hauling wool, man, for a month, I had the most supple skin you ever saw from handling all that damn wool. It was that lanolin soaks in, and your skin it's awesome.
It is.
It's the stink that you just can't.
Right. But there's another trick I'll tell Sty, but he knows what I'm talking about. The old timers would save the lanolin and mix it with lanolin and lard, and soak corn cobs and leave it in the outhouse.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about because it was either the Sears catalog and you get hemorrhoids, but if you use that, it cleans out everything. No
it keeps you nice and soft and supple down there.
Right. It's an old.
I love it.
Sty knows what I'm talking about. We're farm kids, and we work in the farming stuff. But the big thing is, I tell people on the iron ration because they always get a weird idea. Well, I'll buy a whole month of freeze dry, and if I had money, I'm going to challenge a few preppers to this. Let's eat out of the buckets. That bucket you pay $400. Let's eat from it for an entire month. They're either going to vomit, get constipated, or have stomach issues. Because
the constipation and or the other extreme, the diarrhea, are the two that I try to tell people, man, that food's a get by food. That's not a longevity food, man. You don't want that for your regular diet.
No.
Supplement it a couple meals a week, no big deal. But boy, if you're eating that regular 3 times a day, I don't want to be around you. You're going to be one miserable person.
Right. Also, I like to cook. I tell people that, and I know how to adjust the missing factors. A lot of it is moisture and oil. And the biggest con is what they have in the freeze-dried industry is freeze-dried butter and shortening. I keep telling people that's a con. You cannot take water out of oil.
No.
If you do,
it's still oil.
It's still oil, but you're not going to digest it. They use that for submarines because what happens is you digest it and like, gee, I'm kind of thirsty. I'll drink some more water. And like I say, diarrhea time because it doesn't recombine in your gut.
Right.
And if you ever try to fry with it, it doesn't fry. All it does, it glazes the pan. So imagine that fake butter, freeze-dried, and fake shortening doing the same thing into your intestines.
Yeah.
So I tell a lot of people, if if we have nuclear war, I'm grabbing a 5-gallon bucket of lard, guard it with my life because
what I want to do, and that's because up here we have so many bear, and that bear season up here, they shoot hundreds of them. There's so many bear up here. But I'll tell you what,
welcome
the lard off of a black bear. Hey,
hi.
The lard off of a black bear is so good for you, and it makes the best. And I've tried everything from the best prime lard, pork lard, everything I've tried. But bear lard makes the best pie crusts and pastry crusts in the world. So flaky. Oh, delicious. And that bear lard is so nutritious for you. It's good for you. And right now in my kitchen, I've got 4 big 20-pound lard buckets in there. And I'm just one guy.
Yeah. My trick with bear lard is I smoke it.
Oh,
Yeah, because my Russian friends taught me how to smoke it. It's cold smoke, and what it does, smoking process, it ferments, and also you could eat it. It's like cheese.
Yeah.
But it gives you a lot of calories because my grandfather told me in Alaska when they had a large shortage and there were no bears, they ate Vaseline to get oil compounds. Isn't that horrible?
Yeah.
Yeah, we're having toast and Vaseline. We just add a little yellowing to it, and it has a great flavor. I'm like, God, no.
That's like I had a certain individual said, "Hey, let's have some tomato bisque soup and grilled cheese sandwiches." I said, "That sounds cool. You fix it?" "Yeah, I'm fixing it." Well, he brought it to me, and I took one bite out of that grilled cheese sandwich, and I go, "How in the hell can you screw up a grilled cheese sandwich?" He goes, "What do you mean screw it up?" I said, It just ain't tasting right." I said, "It's almost like there isn't a taste or there's an artificialness about it." And he goes, "Well, I use the butter spray. I don't put butter on the bread when I make the grilled cheese. I use the spray because it's so convenient." I said, "Don't you ever make me nothing with that frickin' spray again." I said, "That is crap." I said, "You took all the nutrition, all the flavor, everything away from that simple grilled cheese sandwich." Yeah, they screwed it all up. I mean, that spray, read the can. It ain't good for you.
No, and it's the same formula they used to use for Vaseline.
That's it. Yeah.
So
If anything, spray it on you and rub it in, maybe as a sunblock or some shit, and you'll smell like butter.
Softener.
Yeah, and you'll smell like butter. Yeah, put that on before you go hiking. Then you'll get some bear. You'll become bear lard.
Yeah. But the big thing with like Crisco was it was developed as submarine grease because they didn't have too many bears in Germany, and they found out the submarine runs better with bear grease. So they developed Crisco during World War One because they had to stop killing the bears in Germany because a lot of the barons didn't want their favorite bear turned into submarine grease. So they developed Crisco. And then after World War II, what they did was, well, what the hell we're going to do with this crap? They had it in drums.
Yep.
So they sold it to, they sold it to the United States under a certain corporation I won't mention because they get mad every time I do it. And what they did was, gee, this stays solid when at room temperature. So let's make bricks and sell it like that, or put it in little cans and call Crisco all natural shortening. It isn't natural and it isn't vegetable. It has components from it, but no. Process.
You know, if a person can, the closer to straight out of the ground, straight off the pasture, straight out of the chicken coop, the better off you are.
Yeah, but Stymie knows the difference. Like everybody's pushing these plant-based foods or alternative meat and stuff. We know where it comes from, and we will not touch it. If somebody pulls out Soylent Green or Dole yeast, it's time. Okay, that's it. Burn down the plants. Wait, somebody is burning down the plants. Oh yeah, and Crisco candles burned for a long time. Why? It's not real. Oh, May 28th is Klingon Prince's birthday.
Well, that's, you know, we don't order a meal and then order a tall glass of 30 weight motor oil either. You know, you don't order that to drink with your meal, do you? Right. So why are you eating all these petroleum based products that are out there that aren't meant for consumption?
Right. Or near petroleum compounds.
Right. Well, they're derivatives. They've machined
right, because Crisco is still 75% natural, because the trouble in World War One, they could not get oil for making lubricants for the subs. Right. So they only use like 25%. And it's really good if you have like cast iron pots and pans, less smoking. I have a mixture of 10% pig lard, 60% of Crisco, and it puts a good glaze on cast iron.
Yeah.
True.
Yeah.
Auslander's right, but it's kind of iffy because we have the moon in the way, so we'll get bits and pieces of it. But if we have a true Carrington event and it clobbers the Earth, I don't think anybody would notice because everything will be off. It'll be back to the 1820s. You'll see telephone wires explode, none of this electronic stuff will work, and refrigerator, I got to empty out everything. Oh, there's a frying pan.
Cast iron. This is
right.
But you ought to see what I got out in the shed, CR. You go nuts over it.
You got to glaze it again, CR. You got to put more Crisco on it, make it shiny.
Get her. See, now his pan looks like mine at the end of the season.
Yep.
Over a lot of open fires, you know. Ready to be scrubbed up and re-seasoned, you know, for the next year.
Yeah, that takes a lot of things. Privateer, I get 14 privateers doing his seasoning, and he had to get a fan because it smoked up his kitchen because he's using pure pig lard. And I told him,
I've got the perfect setup where my oven sits right next to it's a big window in the kitchen, and I put a big box fan in that window for when I'm seasoning.
Yeah,
now I've got 17 pieces of cast iron that need to be seasoned, and And so
I
I'm
do
going
not.
to have my hands full. I'm
Right.
going to sit on the back porch, clean it all up, and get her all seasoned again for next year because I can't go out this year anymore. I've kind of wrapped that up. I won't be outdoors the rest of the year. So, yeah, I see. We're talking about 2025. Right away, what comes to mind is, yeah, in the year 2525, if man's still alive.
I'm not too worried about it. It already happened, so I don't really care. But
Yeah.
the big thing, folks, when you prepare, don't get overboard. Do you see Uncle Al going, you have to buy this, you have to buy my product, like Canadian Prepper, or Brad and Kelly on their channel? I don't do that. Come on. It's like people are panicking over something. If you want to stop this insanity, they could have stopped this whole mess and where in January. Just vote the idiots out of office. Go to your ballot and say, no, I don't want this thing. And better not be any more dead cats. Because I always walk my ballot to the ballot office. And I know the people there. So I make sure they put it in the box. Are you going to put it in a box? We put it in a bin. No, put it in the box. And I'll watch them walk to the box. It's a seal lock box, and put my ballot in there.
See, that's one thing I liked here in Wisconsin for the last election is, all the issues about absentee ballots and the like. Here in Wisconsin, if you wanted to vote absentee, you had to get it in very early. And guess what? It has to be notarized by a county treasurer. Otherwise, live signature, county treasurer notarization, and then it goes in the ballot box. Otherwise, it ain't getting counted. It ain't getting counted.
True, because oops, I don't know what was that. Okay, because Wisconsin had too many cat voters. Remember that big scandal? One person voted this, and they like, how many people are there? And they found out it was all dead people and cats.
Yeah. Yep.
That was funny. I was on the what's it? ABC station. Everybody wants to see Sharpies. I got a bunch of Sharpies.
Oh, you ought to see what's in our office here. Bags that big around of Sharpies, every color they ever made. My son is nuts. I said,
sometimes I can find the Sharpies out there too. Sometimes I've scavenged them off the landscape. I'm like, oh, it still works. It's still right. So I'm like, oh yeah.
I think my boy's getting ready for when the shit hits the fan. He's going to be a graffitier. He's going to go out there and draw rebel things on walls all over town or something because he's got all the gear here to do it, man. It was aerosol paint, man. He's got probably about 15 cases of different colors aerosol paint. I told him, I said, I know what you're up to. You're going to be one of them radicals out there painting shit, Yeah.
Now, probably he's going to be painting replacement signs for Doomsday. Now, where was that direction? Here's 40 new signs you got to mark up because everything was dissolved or blasted away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Math is precise. True. It'd be more like 2040, and it's nothing with solar. I keep telling people that because 2040, there's three things is going to kill humanity. Won't kill the world, but kill humanity, and it's their fault. One is pollution, two is pesticides, and three is plastic. Because those three things will kill mankind straight off. The reason why China is the biggest plastic and pesticide polluter. The Yangtze River, they have signs on it, do not smoke. Why? Because if it catches on fire, 300 miles of the Yangtze River is on fire. because there's so much plastic and pesticide residue in the river that the fish will jump out of the water and go into a pond because the pond water is cleaner than the river. And you see there's like the river's on fire again, and they don't report this. They don't report this in the news on Western media. And then you wonder where all that plastic in the Pacific's coming from. Nobody ever reads the labels off of those bottles. Made in China, bottled in China, and it has it in Mandarin for two. I forgot what was the deposit for. It's Chinese money, but please send it to this location, and all that's coming out of China. The Yangtze River is like. That's why Vietnam, Cambodia, and a few other Southeast nations, because of the Mekong, they're getting really upset. Yep, that's what's going to kill you, CR, in 2040.
Oh, I'm reusing it first.
Well, I'm sorry, Uncle L. That's where you and I kind of cross lines because I'm not buying into it.
That's okay.
I'm buying into what's happening in China because that's right in your face. That's right in your face. But no, it's not going to destroy humanity. No. Sorry.
Yeah, we could.
We'll agree to disagree on that one.
That's no problem, Stein. But like I said,
because we agree on so much other stuff.
I know. But
right.
But Stein is right. There's people that don't believe it's happening on those three things. But when I say pollution, it's not only chemical pollution. We're talking radiation pollution. Can you imagine if we had a limited nuclear war, how much crud would be in the air? And people
ain't
don't.
Gonna happen.
We hope we don't.
Stream will start.
It ain't going to happen.
Like I said,
we were talking earlier in the stream about the why mankind just can't give up the war issue. Yeah. Why through all of history it's just war after war, and feeding that the war machine, and then you get down the nuclear path, and people don't realize wars are generated and governed by greed. It's one nation wanting what another nation has. They couldn't give a shit about the people. They just want those resources. Russia's not going to nuke the shit out of the United States. The United States not going to nuke the shit out of Russia. China ain't going to do it either, because why would they destroy those resources their greed feeds? They want those resources. They're not going to destroy them. They might destroy us. But if they radioactively contaminate the surface where all those resources exist, they're going to fry all of our forests. They're going to destroy nature to the point where they have no resources to gather after they're conquering us. It ain't gonna happen, guys.
Right.
It ain't gonna. I'm a realist. I'm a realist.
I have to agree with
this crap, and I just won't go there.
I agree with Sty. You have to use brainwashing to conquer the U.S. It's a lot easier. They did it to half of Australia, most of Canada.
Oh yeah,
most east coast of the United States. It's fairly
and that's
easy.
it. You destroy the morality of a people, and you've just conquered them.
Right.
And that's what the goal is today. Is they want to destroy our morality, where there is no right and wrong anymore. It's just everybody for themselves. Well, that destroys the fiber of society. And society starts to crumble. And once it crumbles, they just walk in, take what they want. And because we can't come together on anything, Right? Yeah. We're not going to defend each other when we've been taught to not even defend ourselves.
Right. But when I tell people about radiation, I'm not talking about radiation from bombs. I'm talking radiation from domestic use. Where do you think all that radioactive material comes from? Medical, industrial and stuff, because I have a valley, a small one. It's a pocket canyon near LA that during the wildfires, everybody was worried if that area would burn because that used to be LA's medical radiation waste pit. And they're afraid they had a radiation plume come out of it. And well, LA's right there because the wind blows away from us towards LA. So they get roasted really quick because last time they measured out there, it's on the whatchamacallit EPA Superfund list because I thought, well, Nevada's radioactive. And no, it's that canyon, that little valley, a box canyon near LA, because they had a report in 1995. A Mexican migrant family got lost, went down there. Little kid found this container, like, ooh, blue stuff. And she took it home and it glowed. So she made little figurines and stars and pasted it on the wall. And her parents like, eh. So they went home. When they got there, mom wasn't feeling good. Dad wasn't feeling good. The little kid was throwing up. And when the EPA went to their house and they're like, oh, crud. Because they opened a canister of cesium. Not a good thing to bring home and make little figurines and put it on your wall for glowing in the dark things. She had stars in it. They totaled the house because they were afraid that whole neighborhood would be contaminated. But yeah, like Ciara's holding, she made little stars, really cute, except it had enough radiation to kill everybody in the live stream. And her father died from leukemia, mother died from lung cancer, and she died of the worst of the three. She went bald-headed, blind, couldn't breathe, was on a respirator, and then died. That's why I'm afraid about that canyon. And they never cleaned it. All they keep doing is, well, we got to put all this stuff from LA. And you know how greater LA is big. And they can't dump it in the ocean. People get mad. And, I don't want this radioactive sardine. But so they keep dumping into that canyon year after year. And this was since the 90s. And it's like, what are they thinking of? I live down in the south part of California. If I didn't have the grapevine, I'd be dead.
That's not sustainable.
And I know.
There's going to be a certain point where you're just going to come right to the top now. Then what? What's the next answer then?
Right.
Yeah. But that scares the heck out of me. And then we had...
that would scare me too, Uncle Al.
Yeah. Let's see, pesticides. I keep telling you, bugs get stronger and we use more pesticides, farmer. Because every year, like, damn, the bugs are getting bigger and we keep spraying, right? So,
Uncle Al, have you guys seen those landfills that are out in other parts of the world? Some of them are huge.
Oh yeah,
they're like 10 stories tall. The landfill
right.
looks like a mountain in the distance.
Right in Gary, Indiana, just a few miles, literally few miles out of Chicago. Gary, Indiana. The Gary landfill, some of their largest mounds that they had in the landfill exceeded 350 feet in height. They had dug pits 120 feet deep and filled those and then went 320 feet above it. You go through there today and you see all of these pipes with flames at the top of them, burning the methane off of these piles. Now, fortunately, there's a few plants close by that got smart and said, we want your methane, and they're tapped into it, and they're running their whole plant. They're running generators off that methane, and they're powering their whole production plants with this methane. However, guess where that landfill is? It's not close to. It's literally on Lake Michigan. Now, Chicago learned the hard way. We were talking about the trash that's coming out of China, and you get these big flotillas of trash, and then they look at it and they're They can identify where did it come from. Well, years ago when I was a young boy, it used to be the Gary, Indiana landfill was very small at the time because all the garbage of Chicago and Gary were getting put on barges and hauled way up Lake Michigan and getting dumped in the middle of the lake. It'll just sink out there, all that garbage, all that trash. Well, in the 70s, guess what? It came home. It showed back up in Chicago. They had up to 2.5 miles from the shoreline out of garbage 3 feet deep floating on the surface of Lake Michigan. The river in Chicago turned green, and it was always blue. It was always beautiful blue. It turned green, and it caught on fire. So the river burning in China is not something new. It's happened here right in our own country.
Oh, yeah.
Chicago, they were afraid they're going to lose the damn city because the whole damn river caught fire.
Yeah.
And
Chicago.
the garbage came home.
Right.
People don't realize it. You throw that trash out there on the ground or in that water, it's going to find its way home back to you because Mother Nature says, I got to purge this shit. I'll send it back to where it came from. Yep. I think she does
It'll
that.
wash back onto shore.
This is your trash, not mine. I'm sending it right back to where you live.
Right.
And I think, to me, the biggest downfall of mankind are cities, are huge metropolitan areas, because they're non-productive.
Right.
They're non-productive. Those people can't grow their own food. They can't survive in that city. They can only survive if those outside the city send things to them. If things fall apart, they're not going to get it sent to them. The people outside of those cities, they're going to suffer, but they're going to survive. Those people within those cities, they got it bad, man. They got it bad. All the garbage is going to come home. No food's going to come home. They're going to be hurting. They're going to be hurt, man. Stay away from. I live in a town, in a community, 10,000 people, and I feel trapped. Can you imagine me living in a city like Chicago or LA? Or I'd go insane, man. They'd be put me in one of them fancy jackets and lock my ass up.
Yeah,
I'd go crazy.
That's why I picked a small city in town because of medical, because I have a lot of damage to my body. But the thing is, the only city in the world that was either in North America under the Aztecs, Mayans, I forgot the other guys down south, potato people. I can't think of, from Chile and Peru, Incas. They have self-sustaining cities because the city is working as one because they had to survive. And those cities were bigger than Europe. The only city that I like in Europe was Sparta. Sparta was a city-state. It was self-sufficient, but the only problem is they didn't believe in big buildings or statues or anything. Everybody was like in these 12 little towns hooked up together, and they had their food right there. They trained for war. So everybody's like, yeah, we're ready to fight our neighbors, to fight our families, to fight brother and father, mother. They were serious. And I seen one of the Sparta dwellings, the main room and a place you sleep. That's it. And there were the first.
And that's it is Sparta was based on need, not bells and whistles. Meet your need. That's it. Always make sure your needs are met. And then we'll continue to exist. But if we start going with all the bells and whistles, we lose track of those needs and we'll find ourselves falling short someday.
Right.
And they just wouldn't allow themselves to fall short. They wanted to meet their needs. So you look at their homes, even their sleeping quarters were quite small, quaint, simple. They were for the purpose of rest and sleep. Their main living area was comfortable, but it was to meet the social needs of the family.
Also cooking and other things.
Right.
Too.
It met the social, structural needs of that family. Didn't meet, no big flat screen TVs,
No.
Yeah, it was, we keep each other company while we have a good, hearty meal. And then we go to our little rooms and we rest for the night and we go back to work in the morning. And
Right.
that mentality has been lost. And
Yeah, but I like how the Spartans set up their courtyards.
Yeah.
It's a small courtyard, but they have fig trees, olive trees, and grapevines. Why? Because if the house falls down during the earthquake, they live in the courtyard. The bathroom's out there, outhouse. They have running water, and they have an outdoor spit to cook things, and all the food's around them. They have olive trees, and they have fig trees and grapes, and they have goats running everywhere.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I seen more drawings of goats in Sparta.
Yeah.
Like what the hell?
They were as common as pigeons in Paris.
Right. They had goats in the street. They had goats at school. They had goats everywhere, but they didn't like pigs. I couldn't understand why until I researched it, because pigs cause a lot of damage environmentally. Goats give you fur, leather, cheese. They're nice, but a pig will destroy your farm. The goats will nibble here and nibble there, and they could eat bushes and stuff and trim your trees, and But a pig,
the thing is that we talk about going natural, things that are natural, and I hate our so-called organic food industry because it's bullshit. If I know you and I see your garden and I see your livestock and I know how you're raising it, that's organic. If I see it just because it says organic in the store, don't mean shit. But the one thing I will not eat, because I raised hogs. I won't eat an organic pig. I tried raising 4 organic pigs. I didn't like dealing with all the worms and all of the cancerous tumors and the crap in that pig. An organic pig is a nasty animal, I'm telling you.
Right.
A nasty animal.
Thought you missed the crabs.
Yep.
Because they get crabs and lice like people. But pig crabs are the worst. And they say, oh, these are all natural. Some idiot tried to peddle me black walnut shampoo for the pigs. Do you want to wash a 300-pound hog 3 times a week? They don't like it. I don't like it. It's like, okay, I got to scrub everywhere. And you have to scrub everywhere with that black walnut shampoo to get rid of the lice and the crabs. And then you find out.
And most our organic farmers aren't going to take that effort. And a lot of them have this mindset, all natural. It's going to be all natural. I shouldn't intervene. I shouldn't do anything. Just let them free range and grow. No. I tell you what, we used to keep goats on our place when I was raising horses, and I never mowed my lawn. Never had to mow my lawn. Just moved the goats. Because I had my lawn fenced in. I had a big yard, almost 2.5 acres there. I had a 25-acre horse farm there, and most of my horses were corralled and stabled, and I did have some pasture and some timber, but the yard was 2.5 acres, and I had it fenced in about 1/4-acre sections, the whole yard, and we'd move a half dozen goats we had roaming the place from section to section. I'd move them about every 2 days, and my yard looked better than anybody else's in town.
Right.
My goats took good care of my yard, man. And no saplings, no bushes, nothing growing anywhere. They nipped them buggers off as soon as they pop up. I loved my goats, man. They were just awesome.
That's true. But The big thing about having goats in your yard, they do a better job than sheep. And the second thing is they fertilize your lawn for free. So you don't
Yep.
have to weed and feed all the time
Yep.
on your lawn. They'll
You don't have big turds that if you hit it with the lawnmower go yeah. Yeah, those pellets they just go right down, right to the root base of your grass and fertilize your lawn real well.
Right.
My garden area at the end of the season, I would purposely feed my goats and I'd put them in there for a couple of days every week over my garden area, and I'd feed them in there, throw them their feed, and then that feed would get tilled in as mulch and all of the fertilizer they provided. And boy, did my garden grow. Holy God, did that garden grow.
Right,
Yeah,
because
goats are cool. Goats are just definitely cool.
right. That's why the Spartans like goats instead of pigs. The Romans, I think that's caused one of their downfall because they have an old saying: pigs are for food, cows are whatchamacallit, you eat it rare. If you want to make money, you raise cows because of leather, because it's a commodity, it's money. And but if you want to eat, everybody raised pigs. But I think that caused the downfall of the Roman Empire because pigs transmit a lot of disease.
Exactly. See, and that's the thing is a lot of people don't realize it. A lot of our medical, what we consider damn near miracles today, because 100 years ago you were dying from that. They came up with the answers to a lot of our medical issues by using pigs. Because, believe it or not, I like pork, but I don't eat a lot of it. It's rare that I eat pork. I got this mindset. I'm almost a cannibal eating one of them because they're too much like us.
Yeah.
I mean, for crying out loud, the first time they come up with heart valves, heart valve replacement, guess what they replace them with? Pig heart valves, because our body would accept it. So if our body is so willing to accept parts from a pig, should we be eating them things? Think about, we talked nuclear earlier, when the United States started testing, what did they use for test subjects? Pigs. Why did they use pigs? Because they react like people do to radiation. They wanted to see, they determined how bad that radiation was going to be on us by watching what it did to the pigs. No, Piggy. I don't know. Yeah, it's always had me on that edge. Like, I don't know if I want that pork chop.
Right, but remember the Odyssey with Ulysses and some of his men was turned into pigs? We might be eating people from the Odyssey. Ah!
Yeah.
But the big thing with pigs is Russians did the same thing, but they had weird results because
See,
weird
you,
results
Jack.
because they
Later on.
found
Take
out
care. Stay safe. God
domesticated
bless.
pigs that everybody was using for nuclear tests, even the British and French.
Yeah.
They tried it with Russian boars and they found out, oh no, because like in Ukraine right now, what's that big radioactive waste that all the Russian soldiers and Ukrainian soldiers?
Yeah,
it melted. 1986. I can't think of the word.
Chernobyl.
The big nuclear plant there.
Chernobyl.
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 Yeah.
Do you know what's the most dangerous animal out there other than the catfish? Russian boars. They like it out there. They got used to the radiation. They thought it'll kill the boars.
They're just running wild in Chernobyl. They're all over the place.
Right, but they're scared. They hit one truck from the Ukraine, and it's an armored truck versus 2,000-pound Russian boar. Who do you think walked away?
Yeah.
The boar. The Russian, the Ukraine truck's like, and we bought this from Germany. And they say, did you get hit by anti-tank mine? No, a boar came out of the forest. Size of a truck. And You don't want to be in those forests after night. Even the wolves don't go out there. It's scary. You're like, what's that breathing? And you think it's a truck. No, it isn't. Trucks don't have little tiny red eyes staring at you because those things are like bulldozers. Because somebody, I forgot, in the Ukrainian army shot it with a 11 millimeter machine gun. It took a belt and it finally knocked it down. But they couldn't eat the boar because when they brought up a Geiger counter and like, oh,
He's all
dear.
contaminated.
Yeah, it was so hot. It was like 1,300 retigens. If I remember right.
Rats, right?
Rat, yeah. And they were like, this pig goes in the dark. They start walking back and like, let's get the hell out of here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then the Russians find out, why is everybody throwing up and losing hair? Radiation site. You don't.
Okay. Now, all this discussion on radiation, I'm going to throw kind of a wrench in the gears here. If it wasn't for our radiation technology, you'd be talking to a dead man today.
True.
You'd be talking to it. Well, you wouldn't be talking to me because I wouldn't have made it. I'm at that point where they said if I didn't do something immediately, I'd be gone in 25 days, and it's been 36. So I beat that, and I beat that. But I go through radiation therapy 5 days a week, 5 days a week. I feel better now than I have in the last 5 years. My tumor, my cancerous tumor, has reduced 60%. And it's because of the radiation therapy. So I've got huge mixed feelings about our whole radiation issue, the threat to mankind and the benefits to mankind. How do we balance them? Those threats to mankind. Now, somebody had mentioned, you get one egotistical fool that pushes the button, right? And where I argued that they're not going to push the button. They don't want to destroy the resources they're so greedy for. That doesn't take into consideration if some egotistical fool figures out a way to launch, right? Well, if you look at the whole picture, where's that going to come from? That'll come out of North Korea. It'll come out of Iran.
Right.
But they don't have the nuclear prolific, they're not prolific with nuclear arms. So it'd be limited strikes. Russia, the US, China, we've got the nuclear strength. It's not going to take a bunch of hits. It's going to take one hit. And guess what? Iran turns into glass. And it's over. That's the way I see this happening. We may see limited nuclear strikes in the future from egotistical morons.
Yep.
That's what I tell people to be prepared for. Is, can it be survived? I believe it can be. But the tally of deaths involved is going to be huge. It's going to be huge. You're talking about them hitting huge populous areas. You're talking 1 million plus people. Heck, they hit the city of New York, you're going to lose 10 million people. But that's not going to F up North Dakota.
No.
But North Dakota will have future impacts from it. The economic, social, all of that is going to affect them. Yeah. That they're going to get all the peripheral negative effects of something like that. So they got to be prepared. But that takes us back to that nuclear threat side of it. And I think for mankind's sake, all of them mass destructive nuclear, like you're talking about that canyon, identify those places, cap them, restrict that zone. Don't let anybody get near it. period, for now until eternity, and come up with alternative methods of disposing of the nuclear waste we need for our benefit, not for our destruction, but for our benefit. Now, like, I used to test for lead-based paint. I'm a certified lead-based paint inspector and risk manager. I have to use cobalt 57 to do that. Well, those little cobalt 57, basically, they're like a caplet. They're very small. Put one in your pocket, carry it around with you for 1 week, and I guarantee you within 6 months, you'll have testicular, or if you're a gal, you're going to have ovarian cancer. Guarantee it.
Yep.
But that little capsule, I'll tell you what, we keep shooting shit off into space. There's no reason we don't have the technology to capsulize all those little capsules that we generate in a year into one little missile head. Next time you fly Musk or somebody out there to show off what their technology is, have that little kicker rocket with you and shoot that son of a bitch out to the rim and get it away from us as far as possible.
Right, but
Because it's not going to come back and get us.
right, I agree with Sty, but you have to be careful because the canyon that has all the reactivity. Do you know what the EPA put out there? They put out T-posts and a wire and some barbed wire, and it has a sign: "Warning: radioactive materials do not enter." That's their protection for the whole area. I thought that was nuts because their budget. But
Well, that's it. Is we spend our money on the wrong shit. I mean, I think Al will agree with me, is all the resources we're spending out there on all kinds of odd crap could be addressing some of these problems. Put the resources into that.
Right.
Don't give us this whiny crap. Well, for budgetary reasons, we're doing it this way. Yeah, but you're putting people at risk, man. How do you put a dollar amount on that? You know? Damn it. Yeah, Yellowstone. When I lived in northwestern Montana, oh man, some of the locals out there got mad at me because when I moved there, I went into exploratory drilling. And one of the things we had to deal with was thermal issues. They don't realize in northwestern Montana how active, seismically active they are. Yellowstone, I told them, I said, Yellowstone pops, guess what? You're going to gain about 1,000 feet elevation up here as that ground heaves up. They go, well, no, it won't affect us. I said, you're sitting on so many faults up here, it's insane. I said, I can show you areas in northwestern Montana all winter long. You've got 8 feet of snow, and I can show you an area that's got green grass. And they go, not here. Yes, get real. Yellowstone pops its cork. I'm ready for it, man. I do my exercises so I can get my head between my legs and kiss my ass goodbye. If Yellowstone pops, man, I would wish I lived real close so I could just watch it happen, because I don't think I'll survive it here in Wisconsin. Some people may, but I don't want to be one of them, man. That's going to be the toughest road to hoe. Oh, yeah.
No, that'd be
next.
major.
Yeah, it'd be major. It's like the asteroids, like the dinosaur killing asteroids.
Yeah.
That was the size of Mount Everest, if I remember right.
Right.
I think they estimated it at that size. So,
but the same time, but the same time the asteroid hit, every volcano on Earth went off because of the shock wave.
Yeah.
Yellowstone and the inactive range where I'm living at, we have 8 inactive volcanoes. And last time it blew up, it was 100 million years ago. They blew up same time as Yellowstone. Can you imagine all the dinosaurs? Like, we shouldn't quit smoking. Yeah, it's worth smoking. So you see
Yeah.
all the dinosaurs smoking cigarettes.
Yeah.
being t-
If you smoke them if you got them, because this is the end of it. And that's the thing is, those type of extinction events, it's make the best of it while you can, kind of thing, you know. And I say be prepared for those too, you know, and just make the best of what you have left, the best you can. And yeah, none of us want to go,
No,
but you know, be prepared that it might be inevitable, but you want to make that end as comfortable as possible.
true.
And,
Maybe
I
in
have
the
to
distance.
right.
hey, food and travel with the chef. Good to see you.
I have to go, guys, because it's 3 o'clock, and I got to do another food run for these elderly people. The last
Keep
one
them
took
fed.
The last one took me about an hour more because she has dementia. You ever try to find a person pushing a shopping cart and she's faster than you in a big shopping area and you're looking for her? It took me
Where'd you
20
go?
minutes. Yeah, 20 minutes, and she had the basket full of, you can't eat this. What's this? Oh, I'm buying groceries. No, we're going by the list because the doctor says you have to eat this. Her husband was mad because she bought a toilet seat. I'm like, where did you get this? So I'm putting back stuff. Her husband's watching her. And then if she gets away, we have to unload half the cart because she starts
Again,
picking stuff off the shelves. It's like cooking equipment, tampons. You don't need tampons anymore. You're 86.
yeah.
It's baby diapers, baby formula. It's like I'm going through there, and I had to call the manager to make sure somebody were with us because I'm trying to get all the food for them for month
Right.
this month. And the husband's like, he's a disabled vet, so he's in a wheelchair, and she's going like wait. And I turn around after I treat with him, and then turn around. She's down the aisle stuffing the basket.
Again,
And I got to do this, let's see, 5 more times the rest of this week from
oh
there
boy.
until the 14th because I do a lot of service for
Sure.
disabled and elderly
Uh-huh.
because the government stinks on this.
Oh, well, bravo to you because you're right. The government does. Now, this is terrible, but I actually had a government program administrator. I was talking to them about some of my cancer treatments and stuff to see if I could get subsidized on a few things, you know, so it's not so much out of my pocket. And she went over and closed her door, and she said, if you repeat what I say, I'm going to deny we ever even had the conversation. But she said, here's the problem for you, Sty. Your age and the fact that you're not an addict. You're not addicted to any kind of alcohol or drugs or anything. Those two things, and the fact that you're classified as white. She said, there's nothing for you, no help for you. I said, those 3 things are things that are totally out of my control. I can't even change those things to qualify to be helped out a little bit. She says, no, you're just screwed. You're just screwed. And I said, you know, our government really is stupid.
It is. I got to go, guys. Nice talking to you.
Take
I
care,
love
Uncle
that
Al.
you're doing what you're doing there, Uncle Al.
You awesome,
Take
Uncle
care, Uncle
Al.
Good for him. Good for him.
That's awesome. You guys made me hungry. I almost went and opened up a food bag. Almost.
Hey, CR, listen to this.
Oh,
Don't you wish you had my problem? My dietitian in the cancer center last week, in the middle of the week last week, said, we're changing things up. I talked to your 2 cancer doctors, and we're changing things up. And I said, oh, geez, come on. what now? And she said, we want you to have a minimum goal, and you have to record everything you eat every day. You have to, as a minimum, consume 3,000 calories a day. Try doing that shit, man. That's a lot of food, 3,000 calories. I never realized how much food that takes. Sitting here on this stream is just like a vacation because I don't have to sit here and eat. If I'm not on YouTube, I'm sitting here just eat, trying to hit that 3,000 calories a day.
Stop. You're not helping me.
You're
not helping here, Sty.
I've had so many people say, God, I wish I had your problem, Sty. I love to eat. I wish I had your problem. Damn,
well, you're not helping me. You're not helping
it's
me.
tough, though. They hit 3,000 calories. I told her, I said, I'll have to go to McDonald's or Burger King 3 times a day to do that.
You'll be a regular.
Yeah, because,
like, hey,
a Whopper with cheese is about 1,000 calories. So if I have 3 of those, but you can only eat so many Whoppers with cheese, the ice cream. Yeah, but see, ice cream. I have a bowl of ice cream, 300 calories, and it's a big bowl. 300 calories. To hit 3,000, I'd have to have 10 of those bowls of ice cream. And I'm diabetic. So my regular primary doctor says, we're jacking up your diabetic meds to keep your blood sugar down because you're eating all of this crap. Donuts. I get these awesome donuts here in town from the bakery. 390 calories for one donut. But you can only eat just so many of them. I can't eat 8 of those damn things at one time. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, that's a lot of munching. I'm not kidding. When I'm off screen, I'm just chowing it down. And being diabetic, shame, nasty. I'm going to show you real quick here. Oh, what I got. That's candy, man. That's just candy. That's just a big old jar full of calories, It's crappy calories, but they want me to gain weight, to gain a bunch of weight. So I went from 220 pounds down to 141. I went from 141 now up to 164. Yes, doing good. Gained 20 pounds, right? Not good. No. They want me at 185 minimum before I go through my surgery. So, hey, I love my food. I love it. I keep saying I need grilling and chilling with Mojo living next door to me. Look at this guy down there. Yeah, he's got a mouthful.
I'm trying to bite my tongue on it. I'm trying to change the conversation here. No.
I wish I could remember the brand, but cleaning the porch out today, I found this package of these peanut butter, high protein. They're high in all these vitamins and all that shit. They're like a trail bar, right? And I thought, reading the package, I said, oh, they actually sound good. So I tore one open, took a bite out. Man, I was spitting and coughing. Nasty crap. Oh my God, I'm glad. So I kept the package. I got it sitting back there so that I can see it. Don't ever buy those. Those are nasty. They're nasty. Oh, I think of all these people that prep and they buy all this food that they've never, ever tried. If you want to buy freeze-dried foods, go buy one. Order it off Amazon or buy it in a sporting store or whatever. Buy one. Take it home and prepare it and taste it and eat it and say, am I going to be able to stomach that stuff if I need to survive on it? Can I even eat it?
Eat what you want to actually store or prep up with.
That's
At least
right.
try it at least once, right?
Yeah,
Be like,
so that you know,
do you enjoy it enough?
so that you know that you, and that's important. The way I see it, it's important for your morale to be able to look forward to. I got to eat this survival food, but I like it. It's good. It tastes good. It
You
does
enjoy
what
it. So
I
that
need it to do, and to have that, you don't have to think about. I've never tried this stuff. That's what we're having for dinner.
How many people out there, right? I'm not talking about the MREs or freeze dry or dehydrated stuff. Just the food rations themselves, right? You see these food rations.
Yeah.
How many people have actually tried it? Mine was expiring. I'm like, okay, well, I might as well try it out. All right. So now I know a sense of it. Right now, I'm like,
right.
Oh yeah, definitely. You want some water after.
Yeah, you're gonna want to stay good and hydrated. Wash it down with, and I always say, that there are some things that just aren't palatable. You'd have so much trouble trying to get it down. You'd have to force yourself to actually consume it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, there's better products, So, like CR said, try it.
Well, yeah, right.
And if you like it, that's what you stock up on. That's what you put aside. It's the things you're going to enjoy, and in a situation, you ration things. It's more a basis of what I'll eat, what I need to eat. I'm not going to gorge myself, so I'm going to eat what I need to eat. But you want what you need to eat to at least be palatable, so that you can get it down. I mean, I've tried a few things where I go, oh no, I'd be telling them I'm going hungry today. I can't eat that. I can't swallow it. Nasty. Other things I've gone, yeah, she's pretty close to homemade. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not so bad. Whatever it is. If you don't like certain things or veggies or fruits or whatever.
Yeah.
Go for the things you do enjoy.
Yeah. Stay away from those things that darn well you're not going to enjoy it.
Yeah, because basically you're just, no matter how cheap it is or whatever, even if it's like free, or okay, maybe not free, let's say 50 cents or $1 or whatever, you still paid for that.
Right.
It's better to have someone else consume it that actually enjoys it, versus you just storing it. It's going to go to waste. Now that food totally went to waste because you don't like it, and you gave it to your friend that enjoys it. But oh no, I'm keeping it for a rainy day.
Yeah.
Gear and supplies are meant to be used. It's the supplies like a bag or something like that. It's meant to be used when you need it. That's why it's there in the first place. So it's when you need it, you got something to spare.
Have a good one there, Olcom. It was great chatting with you out there in the chat.
So yes, see, I'm still wearing the bag, guys.
Still wearing that.
Still wearing the bag.
It's become part of you.
It's not that heavy. It's only like 11 pounds.
See, what you're doing is really no different than what I do when I went out hiking yesterday. That's the first time I've been hiking since last fall. And I told myself, man, put a few snacks in your pockets, grab your hiking stick. Don't take a lot with you. Just you're not getting more than a quarter mile from the truck. And then I told myself, no. And out came the day pack, and the day pack weighs about 25 pounds, and strapped her all on. And I thought some people would be saying, well, in your condition style, why would you do that? Because you got to stay, you get so that you're comfortable wearing that gear, and it becomes
and that varies too. Remember, that varies depending on person to person, right?
Exactly.
Because if you, let's say, for example, you weigh 100 pounds or something like that, maybe 10, 15 might be your upper limit. Maybe 20, that's 1/5, right? But some people are not as in great of shape, so they may be 200, but 10 is their limit still.
Right. Exactly.
And for some people that live in desert areas or where water is more scarce, you might need more water with you. That's no increase to weight. See, in the wintertime, if I'm going out, I'm gonna have more clothing with me, so that's not increase my weight.
Right. That's where, depending again on your environment, is what are you actually going to be carrying, and what are the trade-offs? Like if you're in a desert area, you're going to want to carry a lot of water with you. Well, what's the trade-off? What are you going to take out of your pack? Well, that's when you start looking at ultralight alternative gear for those things
Like a
that,
carb or something like that, you know.
right.
Your filter's
So,
probably more minimal.
right. So
You don't have spare clothes per se.
you can cut your weight on those items without giving up the item, and add that weight back in water because you're going to want that water, you know. So it's balancing that pack out to meet all of your requirements. And a lot of times people say, well, oh no, I got to have all this and this and this and this. I guess I can get by with a quart of water. And then they wish they had taken a gallon with them, you know. And yeah, you got to really think through it. You got to, yeah.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yeah, see how I segued into the backpack, everyone? I brought it back to it.
Back to the backpack.
Back to the backpack, all right?
Yeah.
And people have asked me, it's like, how come you're carrying a bag this whole time? It's part of the train and getting used to it, all right? Because if I can't just stand around and just talk on a live stream for hours and hours, am I gonna be able to like go for a walk with it, let alone run or jog or actually have to move fast or go uphill or bike uphill or, you know, something like that.
See,
so I'm getting more used to it.
See, and that's like yesterday, what, 25-pound day pack? Didn't affect me at all. Really didn't. If I stopped and was filming, I'd take the pack off, set it on the ground. But but then I started thinking about it. I lost, right now, I'm net loss of 60 pounds of what I was last year. Well, that means that's 60 pounds I'm not carrying around of me anymore. So that 25 pounds didn't feel like so much, like it used to, because I lost enough body mass that I only put 25 pounds back on, not the whole 60. So it felt pretty comfortable yesterday. You got to, like you were saying, you got to think about your body mass and how much weight you're going to be able to carry based on that body mass without it affecting your mobility.
Well, yeah, that's the trade-off,
get
right?
used to it and acclimate to it, and it just becomes like, yeah, you put your pants on, you know. I put my pack on, yeah, it's no big deal. I don't even notice it anymore, you know. That's the way to do it, man. You're doing the right thing there. Yeah, just becomes part of the routine.
Mm-hmm.
It's when people put a pack on and they go, oh my God, I gotta carry this thing all day. That's not good. That's not good. That means you're burning up all your caloric value by packing way too much weight. And that means you're going to have to take in more to be able to continue packing all that extra. But if you get your body used to having a certain level of extra, you don't need extra calories just to wear what your body's used to wearing, you know. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
A lot to consider.
You know, Sty, I've been watching some videos out there from the ultralight camping and hiking community too, just to learn, trying to learn some other things, because there's different communities out there we can learn.
Right.
In general, preparedness and survival, there's the homesteading and the hikers and the campers out there, the RV people, the people that even bike or whatever, they got to bring stuff.
And you can get tidbits from every one of those.
Yeah, we're just like, okay. Maybe I can adapt that into what I have, and like, maybe it could work, right? You know, there's organization communities out there. There's communities that do camping, right? We don't consider them per se as preparedness people, but they actually have to prepare their layout or kit or egg or whatever because they're going on an adventure.
Right.
You know, and some of these people, you know, like I said earlier, instead of having a full size lighter, they have a little mini bag.
Yeah.
That's how that's their fire that they have, right? And maybe maybe some con balls at best.
Yeah, it's you can pick up little things from different genres that you can apply into what you're trying to accomplish. And it's like with some of the ultralight stuff. I've got some ultralight gear. The one sleeping bag I got wasn't cheap. I could care less about that thing anymore. I don't, it rolls up. It's only about that big around, about that, it's tiny. But it really doesn't provide me with enough warmth and comfort that
to justify that.
I'd rather carry 2 extra pounds than get it down to 8 ounces,
Yeah, you could justify that increase of like let's say half pound, a pound. Like your comfort level or your capabilities increased a lot more. You can get down to a lower temperature or something like that.
Right.
It's that balance of that trade-off again, right?
Right.
Yeah, you'll be more mobile the less you have, but you actually physically have less to work with.
Right. And that's
like I said earlier, I can lose a pound of weight off the bag, but I don't want to give up a liter of water. Something I don't want to give up.
Oh wow, that's a shame. Sorry to hear that for you. I've got stage 3 esophageal cancer. I've got cancer of the esophagus right at the stomach. So they're going to surgically remove about 1/4 of my stomach and about 2 to 3 inches of my esophagus and then reattach everything. But in order to do that, I'm very, very fortunate. I got a internationally renowned actual surgeon from the Mayo Clinic system that's going to do the surgery for me. But in order to get the surgery through him and the way they want it all done, they beefed up my chemotherapy. Every Monday, I got to go through a 4.5-hour chemotherapy, sit there with the IV bags and get pumped full of chemicals. Monday through Friday, I get about 160% the typical radiation therapy because they're compressing it all in a 5-week window. They said the therapy that I'm getting, they would typically spread out 8 weeks, but they're compressing it into 5. And then they'll give me a 2 to 4 week break to recover from the therapy and then ship my butt off to be go under the knife. But I am so fortunate. I'm considered in the top 10% of those that don't suffer the side effects. I haven't had a single side effect yet from the chemo or the radiation. In fact, the steroids they gave me over a week ago have bumped my immune system up so high and my energy levels. Another thing they did was I got 5 infusions, large infusions of iron. So I feel like $1 million. I feel better than I have in the last 5 years. And even though I'm carrying that cancer around with me. So I feel my heart goes out to anybody that's suffering. My ex-wife, she's got stage 4 cancer of the lung, liver, and colon. And she's going through an accelerated chemo radiation program. And she's even in a medical study that they're doing, a trial of a different chemo. And they gave her 21 months. Now they took time frame off. They said she's brought herself from being dead in 25 months up to a 50-50 chance of a total cure. but she's going through like you were. She's very ill from the treatments. The treatments are really beating her up. So I feel for folks that have a very difficult time with their treatments. I've been, thank the good Lord, man. I've been just fortunate. Yeah, my prayers are going out to you too, bud. Yeah. The Mayo is great. My oldest son, some folks know him from my channel, Running Water. He went through a critical situation that we would have lost him when he was 9 years old, and the Mayo saved him. They saved him. We had him seeing other doctors and going through the gamut for over a month. Got him to the Mayo. I finally got the right pediatrician with the Mayo to say, I'm interested. We'll take his case. And we shipped him. We were in Montana at the time. We shipped him all the way to Minneapolis, Minnesota. We hauled him out there because the hospital he was in didn't want to release him. They didn't think he'd make it to Minneapolis. We got him to Minneapolis, and within 24 hours, they did open chest surgery on him and resolved the problem and saved his life. They said another 48 hours, we would have lost him. And the Mayo, the Mayo's great. They're great.
Hey, Sty, you said that bag you were carrying was 25, right?
Yeah.
What's the percentage weight of that compared to your body? Because I'm more of not the weight itself, but the percentage of it compared to your body. I like to compare it like
I'll
that.
let you figure it out for yourself. I weigh 165 pounds. We'll say 165 pounds, and I'm carrying a 25-pound pack. So, yeah, what is that? That's 4, 5, 6, 1/6 of my body weight, and that's a day pack.
I got a calculator. All right.
That's just a day pack.
Of course.
Now, if I was going for 3 or more days, 3 days on 15%.
Yeah,
that's pretty good for a day pack. But I try to shoot for about 25% for bugging out, or for camping 3 or more days. Yeah,
that's if you're able to do that.
Yeah, 25%.
Because not everyone can actually do that, by the way.
Usually about 40 pounds,
just because someone can carry, both of them can carry both, let's say 15 pounds, but one person actually weighs a lot less, they're probably a little bit more fit because they're actually able to, percentage of their body weight, carry more than the other person.
See, and that's it is, you got to think too, is I've seen people that weigh 120 pounds and almost all of that 120 pounds is muscle mass. And I've seen people that weighed 200 pounds and about all they're carrying is fat. And the 120 pounder is carrying 20 pounds more on their back than the 200 pounder is, because their body structure and their physical fitness and their build allows for it. It makes up that difference. And so it has a lot to do with not just body weight, but the fitness of the body, because when I was back in the day, when I was 260 pounds, if I carried a 40-pound pack, I was huffing and puffing. And now I'm 165 and I could carry a 40-pound pack better than I could back then. Had half the thyroid out, the other half removed in 2013. GCIS 2.5 double.
I think I've been carrying this bag for like 3 hours. I think every day.
Oh wow. Ongoing battle there. Man, you got my prayers. You got my prayers. That is so. Yeah. More power to you. More power to you. Don't ever give up the good fight. Don't give up the good fight.
It's all
If you
to
give
beat
up the-
cancer. It's all up here. You need
That's
to think
that's a
positive.
huge part of it right there. You're so right. Positive attitude goes a long ways. And just try to find something in every day to make it worth that day, you know, and look forward to something tomorrow. Now, if you had given up a long time ago, you wouldn't be here for us to chat with. Wouldn't that be a bummer? I mean, yeah. So keep up the good fight because we want you here. We want to chat with you and get to know you better. Yeah, outlive 4 of your 9 lives. There you go. Good for you. Good for you. That's what I've told people. I've done so much in my 65 years that I've lived 6 lifetimes. I'd like to live another 6. So I ain't giving up. I ain't giving up. Even my cancer team, they said when we gave you the diagnosis and told you what you're going to be going through, they said you smiled and shrugged your shoulders, said, "Here we go. What's up? You know, just tell me what I gotta do."
All right. You know what I'm gonna do? I think I know what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go get another bag, not to put it on, but it will be heavier. Why not? Why not? Why not? Let's
Why
see.
not?
Why not? Let's see. I'll test myself out. Right. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Oh yeah, boy. Just I mean, that is a journey, boy.
It is. It is.
Battling through that. You bet. Not easy. Not easy. There's a lot of people in the world that my ex-wife was one. When she got her diagnosis, she basically threw her hands up and said, "I'm dying. Yeah, they can put me through this stuff, but it's a waste of time. I'm not gonna." Yeah, they told me I got 21 months. I got a hold of her and chewed her up. I said, "Don't you start thinking about giving up, for God's sakes."
You don't give up on me.
No. You know when you give up the day before the 21st month. That's when you say, "We tried everything and nothing worked. It's inevitable. I can't change it. It's happening. It'll happen tomorrow." That's when you can say, "Now I'm just going to be comfortable and let it go." But right up to the last day, don't give up. Right up to the last day. Never give up.
Just
Fight,
keep
fight.
fighting.
That's right. And the thing is if you're not willing to do it for yourself, fight like that, do it for the others.
Do it for your loved ones.
Yeah. There's people that just one more day with you would make their lives. I mean, it would make them feel whole. So if you can't do it for yourself, do it for the people around you. Yeah. Just fight. That's right. Live for today, prepare for tomorrow. That's what I do, man.
I wasn't joking.
Every day, man, I get up and I go, "I'm going to do something. I'm going to do something today. I don't know what it is, but God dang it, I'm ready to go." And then throughout the day, I think, what do I want to do tomorrow? Yeah.
Oh, by the way, now I got 2 on.
Now you got 2 on, doubling up.
Yeah, I'm doubling it up.
There you go.
All right. Really get used to it.
Yeah. Oh, hey, a buddy of mine around his house, and for about 6 months, when he was around, he had made this yoke, stitched it up, padded, that goes over his shoulders and down the front of him, 2 pieces of cordage with these D-ring kind of deals. And he'd hang 2 gallons of water, a gallon on each side, over him. And he walked around with that 16 pounds of extra weight all the time. If he'd sit down to watch TV, he's got his 2-gallon jugs. He sits down, sets them on either side of him, and watches TV. He gets up to go get a cup of coffee or something. He's got to take his 16 pounds with him, and he's got to take those 2-gallon jugs with him. Up he gets, and off he goes. And he did that for about 6 months. He puts his pack on, and he said, I've added 20 pounds to my pack and don't even notice it. Don't even notice it because I carried.
Who needs a gym bag, right?
Yeah.
Who needs a gym?
And
I could just do squats with bags on. If I
Yeah.
wanted to, or something like that.
Body armor's heavy too. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that too, right? If you want to actually wear that stuff, you're gonna actually get warmed up to it.
I gotta say, thank the Lord for Kevlar, man. I used to have to wear body armor, and we were at the transition point going from actual body armor to Kevlar. And I tell you what, loading up my body armor with steel plate, I hated it with a passion, man. I hated it. Oh, that heavy crap. And has great respect for top heavy women out there. Oh boy. That's one thing on the cancer side. You know, I worked with a friend of mine. I got a lot of tattoo work, a lot of ink, and I just about lived at my tattoo parlor with my artist, and he started getting me involved a lot at the parlor. And one thing he does, and it's awesome, is cosmetic tattooing. Gals, they've got cancer, they lose their hair, they lose their eyebrows, and he would tattoo some of the most awesome eyebrows for them and stuff like that, right? Well, and those gals that had to have breast removals, mastectomies, he would tattoo their chest, give them full chest piece. Beautiful work, man. Beautiful. Some of these gals, they were so damn proud of themselves, and he never charged them a dime. Never charged them a dime. All the scar tissue, everything. He was so good at tattooing over scar tissue, which is very difficult, by the way. He would do some of the most beautiful pieces you ever saw. And these gals really, really, really built some self-confidence and some pride in themselves after having that done, and beautiful piece of art. And it just made them feel so whole again, because for some gals, it's very difficult. And yeah, beautiful work, beautiful stuff.
Yep. See how
you don't have any more coffee done? Yeah.
You decide to bring them back, like something like that? Why not?
Yeah, I'm sitting here thinking about it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get off here pretty soon. I gotta
I know, he's like,
and I gotta.
Yours just
I'm gonna
around
need
with
fresh
pages
coffee
of
myself.
All right, and just kind of do it. All right.
I have in my cupboard here, because my boy bought them all these Keurig, those little Keurig, make 1 cup of coffee deals. And I thought, what the hell we got those things for? We don't have a Keurig around here. We got, So what good are those little cups? You got nothing to use them in. Cleaning that porch today, what do I find on the shelf? A brand new Keurig machine. Still in the damn box. He's got the machine. That's why he's got those cups in the cupboard. I find out he's had that machine for 3 years. Never took it out of the box. Well, that bugger's coming out of the box tonight.
You know that reminds me of Sty and Shadow. That reminds me of not trying the gear out, right? You know, I'm all for rainy day things and stuff like that, but sometimes at least try it once. I mean, like bring it out of the box, kind of deal, right? Play around with it at least once, get a sense of it. I mean, it's one thing if you have backups and you're, it's another thing if I've tried out using garbage bags, so it's more or less the same. But something like, let's say, a ferrocene rod, right? It wouldn't hurt to try it at least once. You're not gonna go that deep into it.
There's nothing that aggravates me more than I see a brand new tool or something, and it's never been used, and it's been sitting there forever. But yet projects were done where that tool could have been used. It's like, I'm taking that bugger off the shelf, out of the box, and I'm going to use it just because why own it if you can't use it? If you're not going to actually use it at least once, try it out.
It's different if you have a backup of it, the exact same thing.
Yeah, you got another one sitting there that you do use.
I get that, right? But
yeah, I understand that. I've got that. I'm
not a big fan of when sometimes I've seen some of these bug-out bags where I'm just like, so why is it the water filter still in the packaging? Like the plastic packaging, I'm just like, isn't that just an extra weight and bulk you don't need?
Yeah, stuff in there that there's packing material still in this. It's like what? See, now that's like me. I own a total of 5 hammocks. 2 of them I use all the time. 3 of them are brand spanking new. They're brand spanking. They've never been. There's no packing material in them or anything, but they've never been taken out and set up ever.
Okay.
And I've had people say, well, why have them if you aren't going to set them up? Because the 2 I'm using all the time, what if one gets damaged or something? I've got one on the shelf. I can grab that bugger. I don't need to try it out. I know what it's like. I've got 2. But I use those 2, but those 3 brand new ones, no, I just leave them on the shelf. They're not going to go bad, And if I got a bug out, I got 3 brand new ones, man. Why would I take the old one? I'll grab that fresh one off the shelf. But I don't have to take it out and use it because it matches something I'm already using. So I understand what you're saying there, CR. That makes sense. But it's still in the package.
All right, yeah, like CB said about the water filter in the package. Yes, that's what I mean. I've seen that before too. I'm like, it's just too much bulk. To be honest, it doesn't justify having it. It's just too much bulk for that packaging, like the sort of or something like that. I just, even if I had the packaging, I'm like, no, dude, that's way too much bulk.
That's the first thing I do is get rid of anything that doesn't need to be there. Get rid of it. So I see in people's packs these, I'll just use my cigarette lighter as an example. They would have this in their pack. Not the cigarette lighters. They'd have the cigarette lighters and the packaging in their pack. Why do you got the packaging in your pack?
Like devil's advocate. Okay, let's see. The packaging, there's cardboard. Oh yeah, okay, it's burnable. Plastic, maybe, but it doesn't keep it waterproof.
No,
it doesn't.
No,
so
advertising is all it is, and it's extra weight and bulk.
Yeah.
It's just extra weight and bulk. I'd take the lighters out, and those will go in my pack, but not the packaging.
And remember, that's on all in one. All your eggs are in one basket in that case, right? Like the larger my bags get, usually I'm like, are people where maybe I'll have a dedicated fire kit, maybe a later with the food stuff, like or the cooking stuff, maybe one with a bleed, something like that. That way, oh, hey, I didn't lose the whole thing, right? Oh, all those lighters fell out of my bag with the packaging now.
That's one thing I use a lot of, because I get rid of all the packaging, all the packing materials and stuff. One thing I do have is just an example, these little cloth bags. I mean, they weigh a fraction of an ounce, but they keep those particular items in one little bag, and I might have 8 of these in a pack, and I can just grab the bag and everything that I need.
A little bit more organized.
Yeah, it's organized, and I don't have loose crap floating around in my pack. Nothing, It's at least gathered together with something that is non-consequential when it comes to weight, but it helps organize everything, keep it all together.
Well, yeah, you don't want to be finding that little tiny thing. It's like, where is it?
That's it.
No, I put it in a bigger bag with other little things and group it together, right? That's part of
I did that on one backpacking trip or a solo trip. I was going to be gone for 3 days, and I was going into a remote little lake and going to just camp along the lake. And I figured, hey, I know that lake's packed full of fish, man. I'm going to be eating fish this 3 days. I got there, got my camp all set up. Everything's cool, ready to go. Fire pit's ready to light. And I go, time to get some fish, man. I went and I cut myself a great little sapling to use as a pole. And I'm just going to grab my little fishing kit out of my pack. Took me 45 minutes digging through that pack just to find the damn fishing kit, because I didn't have it collectively with related type cooking gear or something like that. It was just floating around in the pack wherever. And I finally found it stuck way down in the bottom in the corner, found my little fishing kit. And by the time I got to go fishing, I was hungry.
It's like
where I should have been able to
gone by, Sky. Oh,
I should have. I had so many outer pouches on that pack. I should have had that fishing kit right in one of those outer pouches. And just keep in mind where it's at. I could have just unzipped. There's my fishing kit. I'm fishing already. I'm eating. No, 45 minutes.
Most bags some of the bags I've seen, generally the first aid supplies or kit or whatever is generally at the top, or one pocket accessibility, or some sort of rip off, as in, like a pull off, like with hook and loops, or on a side pocket.
Yeah,
because I'm not a big fan of if I start seeing it at the bottom more.
Yeah,
you're not gonna be able to access that. The deployment's going to be so slow then.
Yeah, I've got one pack that I use for actual backpacking, trekking, that I throw up a piece of paracord between 2 trees, and it's got I got a little bag like that's packed full of these small D-rings. Clip them all on there, and all my gear comes out of that bag, and it gets hung on that line, and then a tarp goes over, a small tarp. It's only 4 foot wide, so there's 2 feet on either side. That tents the whole works, and my pack's empty. It might have a couple of clothes items in it, but that's it. Otherwise, everything from my pack is all hanging on that line right there in my camp. I just walk over and get what I want right off that line. It's all right there in the open. I like that pack when I go camping, and I plan on spending a few days, because I don't have to reach in the pack for nothing. It's all right there, right in front of me, and it's protected from the weather. Yeah, cool. And my pack's in my tent, my pup tent with me, empty, flat, laying at the foot of the sleeping bag.
Another thing I've been considering is that the bags themselves, right? Eventually, you want to go through it. I actually kind of like going through the bags now. Not just because trying to fine tune it or whatever. It's because I start to get more familiar with it.
Yeah.
And it's like, and maybe it's better if I put it over here.
Yeah.
Something like that, where and you're just like, and you get some more familiar with it. That's the one issue. I'll just use that word with pre-made bags, right? You set it and forget it kind of thing. Well, you forget what's in it,
Right.
especially if there's no list at the top or something like that.
One thing I found that I see too often, is a little too common, is now, like for me, every 6 months, and I mark it right on my calendar. Every 6 months, I pull my first aid out of every one of my packs, and I set up a big 6-foot table and set my first aid kits out. And each one of them gets opened, and all their contents get removed from the kit and looked at. And I replace things that are getting close to being outdated. There are things that get outdated. People don't realize simple adhesive bandages. You can't put them in there and 5 years later expect them to stick to you very well. You should update some of that gear. It's just like some of that gear is
maintenance, right? Or a tune-up, right?
Yeah, they need
similar
to
to tuning up a car.
And like you said, because you took it all out, you took it all out and laid it all out there.
Now you can see it as
you're reevaluating it, and you're going, that kit doesn't have a tweezers in it, for crying out loud. Make note of that. I'll get a tweezers and put it in that kit.
Or scissors or something like that.
Yeah. You can stay on top of it, and you know that your kits are the best you can get them all the time.
Well, and they're more ready to go, right? So if something happened the next day or something, you'd be like, well, at least I'm going to
grab it. It's all
yesterday, because it should be as ready to go as possible, right?
And it's pretty fresh on your mind what's in it,
And you kind of know, okay, well, I checked it like just yesterday or a month ago, so it can't be gone down. I couldn't have gone that far down.
Right. Yeah. Oh, I got a great first aid kit in my pack. I bought it 6 years ago. What's in it? I don't know. First aid stuff, because they haven't looked at it for 6 years.
I know exactly what's in these bags because I'm the one that packed them.
That's it too. And that's one thing too, is I see on Amazon and other outlets where you can buy a full pre-made bug out bag, and I've looked at so many and I go,
oh my gosh, I've seen
$300 for that damn thing. The problem I have is I'm going down everything they have in it, and I'm going, that goes. By the time I'm done, I paid $300 for a bag with $150 worth of stuff in it.
Well, you got to remember, everyone in the side chat, and we all got to remember about pre-made bags. You're not just paying for the materials, the gear itself, but you're paying someone or a company or whatever bring it together and put it into the package for you. The convenience of it, right?
Yeah, and you got to really watch with the bulk pre-purchased, especially the big bug outs that's got a lot of gear in them. You got to really watch and look at their inventory of what's in that bag, and they usually have lots of photos of all the gear and stuff. Look at the quality of this stuff, because a lot of those bags are packed full of junk. Just junk.
You're seeing some more brand names that that other people have trusted as a
a lot of those big bags, that they might have.
You see a more in there.
35, 40 manufacturers.
Quite high quality for their price. Okay, something like that.
See, that's
versus like a no name. It's like, what? Who made this? Who made this?
You don't want to break into one of those bags, and I've done it a couple of times. Broke into the bag and laid everything out and start pitching shit to the side into a box and end up with a fourth of the bag of things that I wouldn't even take with me out in the woods because it's not going to hold up. It's not going to so I'm replacing that with higher quality items. The items still end up in that bag, but they're not the items they sent me. And And so you just have to keep in mind that these bags, if you get one, don't just say, I got a list of everything that's in it. I'm good to go. I'll put that in my truck and that'll be my bug out bag. Don't do that, man. Tear that bag open, get in there and check all that gear out and get rid of some of the junk and replace it with a little higher quality stuff, you know.
If you can, right?
What's that?
I said if you can.
Yeah, if you can.
If you can, right? And, you know, I understand.
Well, and the thing
Because
is,
also
though, is that
gear
somebody's
has
going to
the
buy
right-
if somebody's going to buy one of these pre-bug out bags
or survival kits
or a big survival kit,
you know, they
if
range
they
in
can
price, right?
afford to buy that, they can afford to swap some shit out in it too, because
Or
they're
yeah.
not cheap. They're not cheap.
you know, especially you get
but
better
if you're
quality
building from the ground up,
when the price goes up, or you get a bigger bag and such and such.
yeah. If you're building from the ground up, you got a lot more control of the quality of everything that's in it, and that's what I learned the hard way is no, I just build all my bags from the ground up.
I'm doing squats. Right. Well, not really deep squats, but I'm just bending my legs slightly.
Yeah, I've been debating. We'll see how my recovery goes. I'm trying to figure out a spot in the house here I can set up a big table and then take a few of my bags and do a breakdown and breakdown and rebuild kind of video, you know, on some of my bags. And everybody does it differently, you know, but I think, like you and I have been saying, you know, you put your bag together where it works best for you, and it's convenient.
Comfortable.
You know
It
what's
allows
there. Yeah, where you feel comfortable with your bag. You know, that's important. That to me, that's a very important thing. I kind of that. I'm pretty much that way, but I met several guys where it's don't touch my bag. I don't want you confusing things. I don't want you messing my stuff up. Don't touch my bag. If you want something, let me know. I'll get it, but don't touch my bag. You know, and I understand it takes.
I don't mind if
of
people
thought
touch my
and
bag.
effort.
Just ask me. Just ask first, all right? Just ask first.
Yeah.
That way I know what you're using it for, the reason. Just in case it's like, please don't be using my motor to pry something. It's not meant for that.
That's right. That's right.
Something like that, right? I'll give you a better tool to work with, right?
Yeah. Oh, I've had people do that to me too. Want to use the wrong tool for the wrong job, and it's just like no.
I got something. Just give me like a couple minutes, and you get it from the room. You know, you don't need to dig into that. Use that.
I had a guy. I reviewed a couple of different camp hatchets last year, and I had a guy come into the campsite. We were chatting and stuff, and he's going to get the fire pit set up for me. I said, "That's cool. Go ahead." You know, the gear's all there. And I looked over there, and here he's got my $385 Essie bushcraft knife, and he's batoning chunks of wood for kindling on the chopping block that has 2 brand new hatchets stuck in it. I'm like, you're using a $400 knife and beating the hell out of it to cut.
When there's like a suitable tool nearby. You've
got a tool designed for making your kindling sitting right there next to, I mean, you can't, you're actually splitting that wood around it. Stop it. Don't do that. Don't, you know, ask first or something, you know. And I asked him, why aren't you using one of those sweet hatchets? Well, they look like they're brand new. Look at the knife you're using. That looks brand new too. I mean, you goofball.
Like, oh yes, I got me there.
Yeah, oops. Sorry. Oops. Actually, personally, I thought, well, at least somebody's using that Essie. You know, I got a $400 bushcraft knife that I rarely ever use. I thought I'd be so over the top thrilled with this knife, and
Mhm.
it's a good knife. It's not an excellent knife. It's not. Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. It's too heavy, and the blade shape, and there's a few issues with it that I just not happy with.
Yeah,
And
you just don't use it as much as you thought you would have.
my $20 St. Lawrence gets used all the time. And,
Oh yeah, that's like,
and it's held up since 1969, so I think it's a good knife. Yeah, few people have looked at it and they go, I can't believe that knife's that old. I said, it's just me either. I said, just lucked out on it. It just turned out to be a sweet knife, you know.
Yeah. I'm Swiss Army enough with Victorinox for it. I do have.
Yeah, you betcha.
Right.
Any Swiss.
I got 2 bags on right now. I'm pretty sure I got something on me.
Oh, there it is. I'm wearing my shades, so I didn't see. Yeah. Look, hold yours up again.
Hold on. Yeah.
I got the
This is
same
actually
knife,
considered
but it's the
medium size.
baby. It's the baby. I got the baby.
Yeah, it's the mini or the standard or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is, you know, I use this little Swiss for my letter opener, for
I know, it's
package
convenient,
opening,
right?
and things like, you know, stuff where you just need that little, you know, cutting cordage and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
But it's so tiny and convenient, you know. I always got it within inches of my hand somewhere.
Where is it?
My
Okay.
larger Swiss, those are in my packs or carried in my pocket when I'm hiking, you know. Yeah. Yep, fun. That's the nice thing about it is we prepare for the worst, but we have you got to enjoy doing it too, you know.
All right.
And,
Enjoy it too, right? And do use the stuff, right? Do use the stuff. There's a reason why the gear is there in the first place.
Right.
But when you need to use it or want to use it, it's there for you.
It's there. Yeah.
And besides, using something gives you experience and more hands-on experience with it. Versus, you know, oh, I've seen lots of people make fender sticks. When's the last time you did it? 5 years, 10 years ago. What?
Yeah.
Are you sure you're not rusty?
See, and that's it. It's like with feather sticks. I don't use them often, but there's times in camp where I'm sitting around with a thumb up my butt. I don't know what to do. I'm bored. It's, you know, it's raining. I got a tarp over me. And it's like, I don't want to go fishing in this weather. I don't want to go hiking. Next thing I know, I'm picking kindling up and I'm making feather sticks. You know,
next thing you know, it's like, how come I have this little tree?
Yeah, you got a big stack of feather sticks, and you're going, yeah, I guess I still know how to make feather sticks, don't I? Yeah, and it's some of those skills. Let yourself practice them, you know. Yeah, just let yourself, you know, when you got nothing else to do, sit and practice some of those skills. It's good for you. Yeah.
Well, the other thing is, I've seen where people, when I've gone camping, it was dad with his son, right? I'm just like, off to the side, I was relaxing or doing something else. He's trying to light a fire. He has a lighter in his hand. 5 minutes, 7 minutes, 9 minutes later, right? I start coming over there with I forget if it was a hatchet or a fixed blade, but anyways, I start batoning some wood. I'm like, increase the surface area now. I need some feather sticks.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, oh, now the lighter's more effective.
Yeah.
You know? Sometimes a little knowledge and experience and skill can make something more effective. Yes, a lighter is useful, but I'm trying to light up this big chunk of wood,
Yep. Yep.
try to increase the surface area on it.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, and I saw that out at camp last year, hosting all summer out there, all these different campers, and so many of them first time camping. I mean, they don't
Yeah,
know.
everyone does go for that.
And I saw one where, oh my God, the biggest ball of newspaper you ever seen in their fire pit with all this big wood, all of it 3 to 4 inches around, all stacked around it. They lit that newspaper, and I'm just standing at the edge of their campsite.
That's not over, and that's not uncut. That's not them burned long enough or hot enough to start.
And I watched, waited, and there he is tearing it all apart, putting another big ball of newspaper down.
Well, that's like the cardboard thing, right? You see people doing it with cardboard, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes, I'm not saying it doesn't work or whatever, but sometimes it's not enough.
Right.
You need to actually split the wood and increase the surface area of the fuel.
Yeah.
So air and heat can get into it. Then you'll be more successful.
And I don't forget, I walked over to him and I said, having trouble getting your fire going, aren't you? And he goes, yeah. And I said, I'll show you what. I said, just give me one page of that newspaper. And he gave me one page. And I tore that in half and gave him the other half back. Bundled her up. And I picked a piece of his wood out of the fire pit. And I knocked them all to the side. Took a piece out. Put it on the ground. Pulled my bushcrafting knife out and grabbed another piece as a baton and cut it, chipped up some kindling and put that little ball of paper there, stacked that kindling against it, left all the wood out around the rim of his fire pit, lit that newspaper. Now the kindling's burning, then I start moving all those pieces against it.
2 minutes later, Sty's like,
and he's got this really nice fire, and he goes, why did it work for you? I said, because I didn't do it anywhere near the way you did it.
Oh, I'm sure you said it like that, Sty.
And I explained to him what the difference was. And I said, you're trying to get this huge piece of wood with all that surface area to ignite. I said, you split it down into these small kindling pieces. You've just multiplied the burning surface 100-fold. I said, these will ignite and they'll keep burning. Mm-hmm. And you can stack that large wood against it. And by the time that small wood has expired, has burned up, that big wood's gone. I said, you're off and running.
It'll be hot enough and long enough going that it will start the bigger pieces.
Exactly. And the rest of the week, the fellow was there. He'd come down, I think, 3 times. Had an excellent fire tonight. Started right up. Did it the way you did it. I was laughing at that.
Well, you know what that reminds me of? There's one time we were outside camping and it just rained, right? So a lot of things were wet. There may have been some wood that was still dry, but I'm like, okay, what can I use, which is what I have? I didn't dip into a bag yet. I had fire starters in the bag, right? I'm like, okay, can I do this without it, right? That's a challenge, right? It's a challenge that I can do right now. If I got to dip into it, okay, I dipped into it. But if I can do it without, that means, I thought of a way using what's available and didn't have to dig into my bag yet for some extra supplies.
Right.
Just in case, right? Just in case. But they had some cardboard laying around. I'm like, okay. I think it was wet, pretty much fairly wet. Okay. All right. Well, I started. I told everyone, I'm like, shake off the water. Might as well start with that. Shake off the water. The cardboard and start ripping it, and all this sort of stuff. There was a hatch nearby. I'm like, okay, someone start swinging the wood. Let's increase the surface area. Why? You guys are getting cold? Yeah, they are a little. Well, okay, keep working here. You want a fire? Well, we're going to have to work for it because it's not just going to ignite itself.
Right.
It's wet.
Right.
Or the materials are wet, or the fire pit itself is wet. So, you know what else I did? Because we drove, there's vehicles drove in it. I went underneath the vehicles, grabbed some dry grass. Because underneath it was dry. Because it was covered in the center, right? So the center was bone dry. I'm like,
Yeah, there you go.
I use that
And that's
too, right?
it. If
I'm
you
like,
think you talk about getting that bone dry tinder. I had one camp where the fellas were trying to get fire going. They weren't having no luck at all. And I told them, let me take over. I'll do this one. And they watched me and they couldn't. They were shocked. I thought there was a big white pine there, a lot of dead branches, some of them, 3 inches around coming out of that tree, deader than hell. But it had rained enough where everything was soaked. Well, those horizontal branches, I went over there and I took my bushcrafted knife and I wrapped my glove around the tip of it, and I used it like a draw knife on the bottom of those branches. And I was making basically like a feather stick, the strips, but they're about 1/2 to 1 inch wide and 1/4 inch thick off the bottoms of all these white pine branches. And I come back with a big pile of them, threw them in the fire pit. Got myself a little bird's nest underneath there to light up. Threw a spark to it, got it going, and those white pine
I know. And the next thing you
shavings
know, it's
just went off
okay,
like
I'm sitting back
fireworks.
relaxing.
And had that fire going, and they go, how did you find any dry wood? I said, those branches.
Took a look.
The top half of that branch is soaking wet. You never get that son of a bitch to burn. But the bottom half of it's bone dry. Especially you get 1/8 of an inch into that wood. All that wood's dry under there. I said, so I went to where the dry wood was. You guys were picking that shit up in the woods and shaking the water off, and it was still wet. It was all wet, all of it. I said, I wanted just pure dry stuff to get it going. That dried out the heavier kindling and the wood.
Yeah,
So,
because once you actually start the fire, you'll start to dry out the other stuff.
right, it'll steam off all that water. And, yeah.
And the next thing you
You
know,
know.
the combustion actually takes over. The
Yeah.
reaction, right? Fire is a chemical reaction.
Yeah.
It takes over, and you start
it's enjoyable.
and you're still good.
It's enjoyable to watch people kind of learn those steps, and realize, there are ways.
Stein and Shadow in the side chat. I remember this time I was with my friend. We were visiting someone, and our friend said, "Okay, to my friend, okay, you get this fire started." I'm just looking at my friend. And he's like using a lighter, right, trying to start something, opening up the flame. 20, 30 seconds later, right? While I'm taking the time to take a look, it's like, well, but he just had McDonald's thing. I just see this like wrapper and this tissue. So there was cement nearby. I just rubbed the tissue along the napkin or whatever along the cement, increase the surface area because it'll start to fluff up like dryer lint or whatever, right? And my friend's like, well, I'm not trying that hard. I'm like, yeah, maybe you're not trying so hard, but you're also wasting a lot of fluid out of your lighter. If you were out in the middle of nowhere and that's the only lighter you have, you wouldn't be doing that. You wouldn't want to do that. You want to be taking that extra 2 minutes or 3 minutes.
Right.
Process the tinder, the materials first, then just one light.
Yeah.
And you're good.
Yep, conserving your resource. Yeah, you betcha. You betcha.
Right, because in a survival situation or an emergency, the items you have, you're gonna be you're gonna use them wisely. Whatever.
Yeah. You're not gonna be wasting any resource. You're gonna use as little of it as is necessary to get what you want done.
I mean, I had a lighter in my pocket too, or whatever, right? And I just I didn't even bring it out until I started processing it. I didn't even split any wood, or I don't think I split any wood. I think there were sticks or something nearby, right? And I'm like, there we go. Our buddy comes back up. He's like, oh, you got to start. I'm like, yeah, because I helped them.
Well, that's like
he tried for the last 5 minutes. I did it in the next 30 seconds.
Yeah, that's like in my campsites. People come to my camp and they'll go, oh my God, look at all of that tinder and kindling. You had to spend hours putting those piles together. Well, I got these tarps that are 3 by 3 square. I got 4 of them that I usually take out to camp with me. And I put together a lot of kindling, and then I throw one of those 3x3 tarps over it so it stays dry. I don't know what the weather's going to do for the week, you know. But the way I get all my kindling, man, I go out in the woods. I drag all those branches in, all the dead.
Or while you're coming into the area too.
And
right?
I
remember, you know
I
what's
drag
funny?
it all into my camp, and I sit there at that evening's campfire, just breaking kindling, breaking them branches up while I'm hanging out at the campfire and snacking and drinking, and
Socializing and all this stuff.
by the end of the evening, I got a 3-foot high pile of kindling ready to go. It'll last me the rest of the damn week, and
Yeah, you're good, right? The next morning when you want to make coffee, it's like, oh yeah.
It's all, man. I grab a handful of that kindling and I some firewood,
Blow some air into it, and the next thing is like, okay, a coffee will be ready in 2 minutes.
And I watch so many people that they don't do any prep for their fire until they want the fire. Then they go around and gather all their materials. I'm sitting around there, thumb up my butt anyway. Why the heck aren't I cutting, breaking up good firewood for the fire for the next 2-3 days, or sitting there breaking up kindling? You know, I always do something that is going to help you not have to do it tomorrow. You know,
proactive and improving your situation.
Right.
Like, this reminds me of this one time I went into this campground. For some reason, they were cutting the grass on the side, right? I'm like to my friend, pull over. Why? Because they're just cutting it. You know, this is going to dry out real fast. It's sunny out.
Yeah.
I just got a whole bag of it. I'm like, you know, right? I'm like, I didn't even have to go far.
Right. It's right there.
It's already there, right? I'm using the natural resources of the land to do it. I didn't have to use any of my man-made fire tinder yet.
And you didn't have to go looking for it when you wanted
too far, right?
You already had it.
For like an hour just to go get it.
Yeah, that's the way to go. That's the way to go. Hey guys, I hate to do it, but I gotta wrap it up. I gotta eat something in my coffees. I'm down to like 2 sips left. And yeah. Hey, Joran, thanks for having me on today. Yeah.
You're very welcome. It's always a pleasure to have you.
Yeah, I love spending time with you, man.
I'll wear a bag for you in honor.
There you go.
Oh wait, I am wearing a second bag.
Put another pack on. What the heck?
Oh yeah, but I don't know if I can do that.
Put another pack on. You're tough. Come on, CR.
Come on, it's only been 45 minutes.
You can take your pack too, Sty.
Yeah. He can carry his too and mine, and he can go for a hike with me. That'd be fun.
Well, chauffeur does have CR on it.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding.
Hey, you guys take good care of yourselves till I see you next time. Okay.
Yeah.
Virtual fist bump.
And you take care too, buddy.
Take care, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye.
I think I got about now for you. I don't remember what time it is. Oh yeah, because I'm doing a live stream too later. And I got to make sure I get enough. I'm pretty sure my battery's good. Come on, Swede. Yeah, it's still charging. I'm at 93, so yeah, I might as well keep wearing the bag. You know, it's only been 45 minutes now, so I remember I'm actually standing, so it's actually I start to notice that on my knees or my ankles, because actually it's the weight, right? Because I'm not actually just moving around or pacing or walking. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, I know.
But I'm conditioning myself. I don't actually do the 2 bag thing often, but I'm like, well, okay, let's try this out, right? Because again, this is why I'm wearing the backpacks to show, you know, I'm actually trying this out, right? I'm actually, it's so I know how it feels like, you know, to actually just have to do stuff with it on, or move around with it, or something like that. Because if I can't do this, am I gonna be able to walk like 20K or something like that with this on? Probably not.
Just went to get a piece of the apple pie I made last
Why
night.
you guys gotta
My
talk about
boyfriend
food?
ate the whole
Why
pie.
you gotta
I
talk about
guess
food?
it was good.
I think you're on my side. Talking about food. I'm getting hungry because I'm burning off so much energy right now, obviously. Because I'm carrying weight with me, right? So
Yeah.
I can't believe I'm still wearing this.
Yeah.
Things I do for your channel. I mean, yeah. Right? Maybe I should get some water out. So, yeah, see, I still have 2 bags on.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I can actually stand on one leg. Like, you can't see it, but I'm doing that tree pose, that yoga tree pose, where your foot is by your knee, right? You get that triangle thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can do it. You know, I can do one-legged squats with this on. So, but I'm lucky enough to be able to do this. Not everyone can, understand it. Some people have more pains and stuff like that. Former injuries, high school injuries and stuff like that. I mean, even for me, I had a high school injury with my foot, so sometimes it affects me ever so often. So, not perfect either.
Tammy says it's proving a point, CR.
What point am I proving? I'm lost, Tammy. Can you elaborate more? What point? I don't see the point. I'm just doing this for fun. Actually, the weight it's counterbalancing the weight from my back, so, but it is obviously still heavy for what it is. All right. Hey, that's what I should do. I should do a live stream, the backpack challenge live stream. Just wearing it the whole live stream, right? It doesn't even have to be your heaviest bag. Just to show people, be like, yeah, see, we actually wear it. It's, you know, because video is one of those things you don't see the time over time, and you know, are they pasting or? See, I'm starting to pace a little. All right, I'm not standing still anymore so much. So you can tell I gotta keep moving again.
Yeah.
You know, Brian from T2 from Time Preparedness channel, right? And I mean, doing these challenges. Some of these stories I mentioned to him before and stuff like that. This is just something just to show not only myself that I can do it, but be like, yeah, you know, I'm not just saying it. I'm actually doing something. I'm not just saying it, right? Walk the walk. If you can walk the walk, talk the talk, or whatever they say. It depends. So, like I said, it depends on who you are, right? You know, if you can, exactly. I'll give you credit if you can actually carry 25% of your weight for longer than an hour, or do something with that on too. You know, I remember walking this one time on my, and I was just like outpacing people, and I still had a bag on, but I'm used to it. Used to it a lot more now.
Tammy says, Tammy says the point, I believe, was to get your body accustomed to carrying the extra weight.
Again, used to
that's, yeah, you need to get your body used to it, to carry the extra weight.
And get more familiar with the gear itself. Because it's just like, you know, medieval knights to modern day body armor, right? Get used to it so you're accustomed to wearing it, and you know how far you can go with it, how far you can push before it starts to actually hurt more. If that makes any sense.
Yeah.
So at least now, at least I know I'm like, I can't quite hop on one foot, but I can squat with one foot to a certain degree. Hold myself up with one foot, which you can't tell, but yeah. I don't know if I would go more than this personally, for my personal body weight and size, because I could start towing. See.
Yeah.
And I'm learning things as I do this too, right? I didn't have to go out somewhere just to see that, right? I could just pace around at home and just be like, okay, simulating, you know, just walking, right? Just walk back and forth until, okay, now I'm starting to notice that little bit of pain every so often, you know, and such. Maybe I can only do this for an hour, but at least now I know I could do it for an hour.
Yeah.
You know, because I have background. I have experience. I have a former experience with it, so it's not like just out of the blue. I have previous knowledge or experience with it. You know, the signs, right? The signs. It's just like shelter or sleeping or something like that. You might not notice the coldness right away, but you might notice it 2 hours, 3, 4, 5, 6 hours later. But until you actually do it or use it, you would never notice that. Because you're like, oh yeah, it's warm. I put it on for 5 minutes. That's 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Anyone could put on a bag or a sleeping bag for 5 minutes and say it's warm or comfortable. But coming in 2 hours, 3 hours later, after you've been using it for a while. That's the thing about something like shelter. Hmm.
I filled up my 100-liter backpack, and it was so heavy that I couldn't even put the backpack on me. I had to let it rest against a rock or something, and then I could sit down and get it on.
Hmm.
And that was heavy, but I walked kilometers after kilometers after kilometers without problems.
Okay. Yep. I'll be the guy on YouTube that's known as the guy that wears a backpack on the live stream.
Yeah.
I want to see more of it though. It's like, how come I've never seen that? I mean, yeah, I know people have shot video, but to do it on a live stream, right? Because I can't edit anything out, right? What you see is what you see. If I start to say, oh, okay, I gotta take a rest or whatever, take a seat, you actually know how long I've been sitting.
Yeah.
Right? You know, because I can't edit any of this out anyways, right? What you're seeing is what you're seeing. You know, if I say, okay, I'm gonna put the bag down now. Okay. You know, I'm human, so maybe I do need to take a break every so often. Right.
Yeah.
See how much my heart rate goes up from doing this.
I don't think the heart rate will go up that
Well,
much.
that's because I'm not doing as much. Literally, the skeleton, my hips are holding out the weight. See, I could start feeling that pressure on my knees and on my ankles more, just because I have increased weight on it. That's why I'm starting to pace more now. It's actually hard to actually stand with backpacks on for long periods of time without moving, because it starts to hurt your joints over time. Because when you're moving, you're shifting the weight to another foot for a moment, and then you get a half a second break. See, now I'm starting to pace more.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, and then these backpacks, I say a waist strap is probably more important than a sternum or a chest strap. You want to, and padding too. As much as you don't want to skimp out too much on it, but especially if you plan to put a little bit more weight into it. 10 pounds is 10 pounds, but 20 pounds you probably want more padding. A waist strap, or a waist strap and shoulder straps and a sternum or chest strap. Get that weight off your shoulders, maybe onto your hips, onto your frame instead. Because I have an internal frame bag on and a frameless bag. Yep. You know what I was thinking? Shadow, you should let me borrow some of this video content so I could be like, see, I did this live on someone else's channel. See, right here.
Well, probably you can cut it out.
No. I was just kidding around. If I'm gonna do it, I'll do it on my own stream. Again.
Yeah.
Really show it. And I'm not even the most fit, right? That's what I can do, though. So, that's what I can do. I've seen people do more and less. So. A break would be good if you start burning in shoulder blades or paint. Yeah, I know what you mean, Tammy. I know. That's why I keep varying up the activity a little more. Because I'm not wearing shoes either, obviously, inside. Or anything like sandals or anything like that. So the weight I actually pushing down, obviously, constantly. And so, hey, you know what? That was pretty fast. And 10 minutes went by fast. I'm already almost at an hour mark. We're ready for this. I'll take a break in like 5 minutes. Okay. I'll take a break in 5 minutes. I'll remove at least one of the bags. Probably the front one first. Just to see, am I starting to notice a difference over time? Actually, I actually need a new bag. Not specifically these two. It's another bag I got. That I gotta change. It fits the stuff I want, but it's not as comfortable as I like it. Like padding wise and all that stuff. If that makes any sense. So.
Well, shoulder straps should have a good padding.
Mm-hmm. I don't think that bag that I'm using right now, these are not these two, but this other one I got. It's not. I don't think it was suitable. It's what I had, but I want to upgrade or get a new bag. I can hold the contents, yet still have a waist strap. Because the padding's not good enough on it over time. I start to notice it more compared to these two. The padding on the waist strap on this bag that I have on my back is way better. Obviously, it's more expensive too. I was lucky, actually. I actually got this bag that's on my back cheaper than an Amazon price. That's very good. So that's a pretty good deal.
How did that happen?
I was lucky.
Yeah.
I'm special. So. I know. I kept the receipt just because I'm like, oh my god, what? Because I was expecting to pay more, right? I'm like, because at that same time I bought some Stormproof matches too at that time.
Yeah, Timmy, proper boots or shoes makes a big difference when you are carrying extra weight too. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
See, I'm trying to do that raising off my tippy toes kind of deal too. Random squats. Every so often lifting up one foot or another, right? Simulating something to a little degree. You know, I'm not saying I won't get tired from this, but at least I'll know a sense of it. You know, and I'm at home, so I can take a break. But I know, okay, after 45 minutes or something, I started to have to not stand still anymore. After an hour, I'm like, do I want to take a break? Questioning it, right? So that endurance, yeah, it's been an hour now. I started at that 4:34 mark. We're at the 5:34 mark now.
Yeah.
All right, I'm gonna take off one bag for now.
Yeah, do that.
For now. All right, guys. Look. Oh, you'll hear it. Oh, well, you didn't hear it. It's too soft at the bottom. I'm like, okay, there we go. I was like, hear the thump, right? And now
Yeah.
this one bag feels like nothing to me because I'm getting more accustomed to it, right? This is a heavy bag. What's in here, and for what I have, and for my stature or frame size and weight, so. And went and such. So, oh, this feels not like okay. Now I can do another hour with this, huh? Don't quote me on that, guys. So, because even when I went into the store to get this bag, because I actually went and bought this bag, right, with my own money, right, wasn't given or anything, no sponsorship or endorsement or anything like that. But I was just like, when I walked around with it, I'm like, can I put some stuff in there? And they're like, yeah. You know, I think I found something just heavy that was cheap, right? And I'm like, okay, I'm not trying to steal this, but I just want to get a sense of this because I don't want to just walk around the store with an empty bag. That doesn't simulate anything. Because no one's gonna have an empty bag. People are putting stuff into it. That's why they want the bag in the first place, right? They put stuff in there, right? So I'm like, okay. So I just put something bulky and heavy in. So I just went around for a little bit, just get a sense of it. You know? Because I know the clerk said, oh, don't fill up the bag too heavy. I'm like, okay. So I like this. It's very comfortable. It has triple stitching in it. You know, it's got this bag does have YKK zippers. It does. I really do enjoy this bag. Actually, I just don't use it enough. So, to be honest, I need to actually use this bag more often when I can. Personally, but I'm getting more used to the weight every so often, though. So,
Yeah.
but,
And I'm waiting for my new backpack.
yeah. If I get a new backpack, I'll compare it to this bag and I'll see where I want to put them. You know, because the airbag that I was talking about that I technically don't like as much for the comfort value. The supplies are fine, but I might move the supplies into this bag and move the supplies in this bag to the new bag, for example. You know, I would have to see. But that'd probably be a half-day thing if I did something like that. You know what's funny?
What?
Some people are like, See, I didn't realize what you were standing the whole time during that live stream. I'm pacing. Don't get me wrong. I am still pacing. But I'm just getting more used to it, right? Because I remember doing this. I think it was last year or something like that. I didn't even mention it on my own channel. Only things I don't mention on my own channel yet, I mention on everyone else's channel. Last year I did this like 40K block with elevation change. Not major elevation change, but on this trail. Now it is considered hard, but really what I'm feeling right now, I didn't have as much weight as I do on right now. I might have had similar to this airbag, right? A little less than this because that was the first time doing that trail, right? So I wanted to see how much I can. So I only brought the core elements, right? Water, maybe a little bit of shelter, stuff like that. I had camera equipment too, but the only reason I tapped out more at the end is because I was silly enough to exert too much energy at the end. I pushed it too hard at the end. So one of those high school injuries have started to affect me more.
Yeah, it is a similar bag. I ordered as a replacement for my old one. Yes, it's a similar bag.
Yeah, this bag actually, I'm pretty sure this bag weighs more than this Arabic I have, but this is more comfortable. I either upgrade the bag or something like that. So that happens, then
Yeah.
yes, I do have water nearby. Like literally, like really nearby. Oh yeah, and by the way, I've actually gone for a walk with this specific bag before. I did 1K just for fun, just to see. I'm like, okay, let's try this first. A little baby steps into it, and it's like, I might start to notice it before I start. Well, drop me off in the middle of nowhere. I'll walk back for like 50K with this bag on when I haven't even done it for 1K yet, or 2K, 3K, 5K, right? Because when I'm doing that 10K, 20K, or whatever, right? I want to be confident enough that I can do it, and I have to, can you make me up? Right? Still wearing the summer? Jeez. It's been an extra 7 minutes already. Give or take.
Hey, Yad Samodia Blogs. Good to see you and welcome to the stream.
Hello. I'll show you something, Shadow.
Yeah, please do.
Oh, yes.
Now I'm getting curious.
This bag, I don't usually... Pardon me?
Now I'm getting curious.
I actually have a weight-bearing carabiner. Let's see here.
Yeah, that's a heavy-duty one.
Yeah. See, I can't... I'll just say it. It's made in France. It has like 900 kilogram Newton force to break this. This is actually weight bearing. It's heavier. It's definitely heavier. So, but also, I needed a little bit more heavy duty for a bag like this if I gotta hang it up.
That carabiner, is that for climbing because of the weight?
It could handle that, but I'm using it more to hang out the bag, for example. It does walk too. I don't know. I can't remember how I acquired this. I know I didn't find it. It wasn't given to me. I know I had to. It could have been secondhand, but it was in good shape. So, amongst other things I have, Jeez. I seem to share a lot more on your stream.
Yep.
I'm just seeing your expression. It's just like, yeah, see. Like, you were talking about bags for a little bit. I'm like, okay, we're done bringing the bags for like this last little bit. Our Victorinox I have.
Yeah, the Victorinox are good knives.
You know, it's got the corkscrew on the, you know, that famous. Yeah, there we go. I don't usually hang things off bags too much, but I do hang this. There's only very few little things I hang. And such, so. Yeah, it's only been, like, 70 minutes. It's only been 70 minutes for me. Let's go back to this for another 15. That was enough of a break. Everyone's gonna be like, why is CR still wearing that bag? This whole time he's still
Hey,
wearing
Sunny
it.
Stormy.
Hi. Hello. Oh, and still typing in the chat. See? I actually have to bend down to type in the chat because my laptop's lower. So I actually have to. Right?
How are you doing, Sunny Stormy?
Hi.
Well, it's good to see people drop in.
Hold on a sec. I gotta check the scale.
Now CR going and get a scale. You're probably gonna weigh the backpack, probably.
Yeah. It's one of those things I've noticed now. It's always on my right foot. Old high school injury. From basketball, actually, so I can start feeling it now. So that's enough of a test for today. That's enough of a test today. Now,
Yeah.
see? Taking it off. But as you can see, I did that for over an hour. Right? Sternum strap, chest strap. Taking it off. Right. Oh, I feel like I just dropped. Back just, I feel like I got an inch taller. Just kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. I think if I was walking for an extended period of time, yeah, I probably need to take a break or a quick 5 every so often, maybe. I know I could do this for at least an hour straight before needing to take a break. So yeah. You know what's funny? I just noticed.
What?
Show you the bag that I was wearing in the front that I originally started the stream with. It's sitting
Yeah.
on my airbag, and it's not even like leaning over. It's like, oh, that's cool.
Yeah, it is.
So okay, so let's see. I wore this bag for a couple, like 3 hours, and I put both bags on for an hour. So yeah, but this is what I can do. Did you enjoy that, CB, Tammy? Yes. So that's what I can do, at least for right now.
Yeah, Tammy says you did a good amount of time with carrying the backpack weight. Yeah.
I'm still waiting for someone to join a live stream with a panel with me with bag on. Just you know, you don't even have to show any of the contents or whatever, but like you don't even really have to show the bag too. You can hide the bag or whatever. I don't care. It's actually just the idea of actually wearing it and showing people that people actually don't just buy the bags. Some people actually use them or wear them or train or put them on, right? They're just sitting on the ground or whatever in the garage or in the closet the whole time through, right? People try to actually get used to it. No, cheers. Sunny with CR on
Yeah.
it. Because
Yeah.
this year, well, it was another reason why I decided to even do this more of it is because some people out there actually have to bug out. There is a reason for these backpacks in the first place, right? Not
Yeah.
just hiking or camping purposes, because people actually have to leave. Now, most of the time, they don't have a vehicle, right? But sometimes you still have to go on foot for a little bit or walk with a bag for a little bit. Or, something like that. Because right now, here in central Canada, right now, there's flooding out in central Canada right now still. The water's crested and receding a little bit, but it'll still be a period of time. Some people actually had to leave, right? It would have been nice to know that, okay, the house might not be here, but I still got my ID, passport, some more than just my clothes on my back, right? Some of the possessions I have, whatever it is, right? You know what I mean? Even some extra clothes, charging cable, or whatever, so I don't have to rely on the niceness of strangers too much. But yeah, Shadow, this bag, I can carry this bag all day. This one, it's a lightweight. Relatively speaking, it's a lightweight from what I'm used to now. I could walk around and do chores and do all this stuff with it. And it'd be,
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel the pain from it for probably 5-6 hours at least. At best. At worst. I have heavier bags, but generally how I see it is the more stuff or the heavier it becomes, the less likely you need to resupply. Because obviously, the lighter it is, you might need resupply because you only have 1 liter of water compared to 2. You have less water treatment, water purification tablets, a heavier, you got a filter that can do more, your shelter's less or more in weight and such. Food too, right? Tools, right? I got more tools in the airbag.
Yeah. Tools are useful.
Oh, and by
To
the way,
have in the back.
I know Shadow knows because they've shown him. I'm still wearing the EDC, an everyday carry.
Yeah.
Keys are still in my pocket, right? So, yeah, because I'm making sure the system works from what I carry, what I need to carry, time day to day, like keys or whatever, to if I have to carry more. So it works. The system works, right? I know sometimes people like those waist straps where they have pockets so they can put snacks or something like that.
Yeah.
Their phone and something like that. You might want to look into that if you plan to get a bag and be like, okay, you know, look into that, or you know, brush up on your sewing skills and add it into your bag if you wanted to. You know, you want that kind of support on the shoulders as much as possible, especially as the bag gets heavier for you, or if you want to put more into it. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
I think a lot of people are agreeing on that between 30 and 50 liter. For most people, can get by with that for a little bit of time. Especially if you got, let's say, 50 liter and it's got this sternum strap, nice waist strap, the padding's pretty good. Yeah. Generally, if you're fit enough, you should be able to wear that for a while. It won't be such a burden on you too much. Especially if you train beforehand and get used to it and be like, okay. I think I need to take a break after 3 hours straight or something like that, right?
Yeah.
Because eventually everyone has to take a break. You can't move on and days without rest or taking a break. Because you're just going to be way too tired. There's going to be a point where your body's going to be like, no, Marcia, just take a seat. But then your brain's like, no, I want to keep going. 5 more minutes. And your body's like, no. Right.
Yeah.
Miss, I will show one. Okay, Shadow. For your audience only.
Yeah.
For people, if you're watching this on the replay, sneak peek. Sneak peek. I haven't even shown this yet. It's in a baggie, by the way. Let's just say it's not seeing sneak peek, but it is something you can hear. I wonder what that is. I wonder what that is. I wonder what that sound is that Sierra's making. I don't know.
I have no idea.
I got this from a yard sale, by the way. So, or was it a yard sale? It might have been secondhand, but I just added it into this bag. I'm trying to revise. I need to actually revise this bag. Probably later in the week. Well, not this month, I think. I haven't actually checked this bag, the heavier bag, since January. I need to. I don't actually need to, because actually both the food and the medication is fine till like next year. I have pain pills in the bags, but they're good till like 2023 or 2025. So I'm good on that. Well, since I already have this over here. Oh, Shadow. I'll just stretch this into the frame here. I wonder what that is. Could that be? Is it? Well, you just have to wait and see. Or drop it. Let me see here. It's twisted.
Bank line.
Yes, it is. I think I added about 50 feet in here. It just sits on the top. Actually, you know, one of the items in this bag currently, I have actually already shown on the channel a long time ago. It just migrated into this bag. Fire can.
Yeah, I figured.
It is. I just tweaked it a little before I put it in here.
Yeah.
It made sense more. Let's see what I have here. Oh, guys, what's this? It's a ferrocerium rod.
Yeah, it's a decent size on it.
Well, if you're good with fire, with good tinder, most of the time you can get by, right? Because the thing is, yeah, I know those half-inch or you get hot or sparks and stuff like that, but remember, you got to carry that weight too. You got to carry that extra bit of weight every time. Unless you're using it, the weight doesn't go down,
Yeah.
right? You're always carrying that extra weight, so. And the length too, so. I'm trying to get better at, like, striking, maybe not on the first try, but processing the tinder better, right? Just like how what me and Steve were talking about earlier, and instead of wasting all your fluid or generating sparks, I'm just going to take that extra time to split the wood, increase the surface area, you know, break up that piece of paper I'm using better and stuff like that, or friction rub it together, right? Or I'm rubbing it together to dry it out or warm it up, right, before using.
Well, we are on 6 hours, so
Yes, we are. By the way,
I think
I'm going live in an hour from now.
well, I think I wrap things up now. I need to go to bed. I have to get up
See,
pretty early.
it's like I just knew that I'm like, yeah. Just like last week. That's why I picked the time for an hour from now.
Yeah.
I will be live tomorrow too. I have more time, so yeah. I'm gonna stick around in the after show for a moment. I want to show you something too. You'll get a personal sneak peek.
Huga Homestead says, I think I am going to set up my tent in the yard so I can air it out. Good point.
And, you know, you get used to setting it up too, right? Because as my friend would say, I don't want to bring the tent if we forgot a peg or a pole or whatever, right? Because you can't finish up setting it up. No one likes that too, right?
So I think I wrap this stream up now. So
Ooh, look. That wood.
yeah.
That wood. Light or not. From a pine tree.
Thank you, Huga. I hope I will have a good night's sleep.
Well, look at I'll be alive in an hour. Who knows? Maybe I'll still be wearing this one bag. It's like, I was wearing this bag earlier and I decided to keep it on. I only took it off for like 10 minutes. Now
Yeah.
put it back on again. And such, so. Alright. Your famous standard outro or whatever.
Yeah. I'll wrap things up now, guys. So take care, stay safe. God
Until
bless.
we see you the next time.
And until I see you next time. So we are out in